Chapter 1, The Paradox of Peace. Location, Star Chamber of the Galactic Council. Time, year 7312 of the interstellar calendar. Attendees, representatives of the 12 dominant species of the galactic core. The projection showed the inexorable expansion of the KRTAC hegemony, darkened systems, phantom fleets traversing the galaxy, planets engulfed in deadly storms of dark energy. They are approaching the inner rim, Ambassador Varek's voice said in despair. Our long-range detectors don't see them. Their ships appear at striking distances, nullify our shields, and then vanish again. Those who face them are simply erased from existence. It is not a military invasion, it is an invisible massacre. Our most powerful defensive shields collapse under their dark energy discharges, added the first speaker Shayari Tao, standing on her golden throne in the Tao Ring. They have pulverized 42 worlds in this cycle, annihilating 9 entire civilizations. The Council Elder, Zelmor the Venerable, a Xantarian who had witnessed the forging of galactic peace, walked to the center. His voice, soft but firm, filled the silence. Our options are running out. Their policy is one of total conquest and extermination of resistance. What does not submit is pulverized. Their technology is an unbreakable veil. The projections changed. A new system appeared on the map, a bluish planet highlighted in the third orbit. We propose a peace offering, Zelmor said, the words heavy in the air. A murmur of indignation swept through the circle. An offering? To these genocidal maniacs? Cromlar growled, his voice like cracking rock. Zelmor raised a calming hand. No. Not one of our own. One irrelevant to our affairs. One that, according to their own scrutiny, possesses a unique geoenergetic characteristic. Something that, we hope, will intrigue them enough to halt their advance and consider us worthy of a negotiation. Does it have life? A council member asked. Yes. Primitive life. We visited it cycles ago. Beings who built pyramids at our command. They pose no threat to them, having barely reached their moon recently. They live less than a fraction of our cycle. There was a tense silence. The initial indignation gave way to the cold logic of survival. But why can't we, the Galactic Council, who have subdued empires and contained plagues, simply stop them? Vorekzen asked forcefully. Zelmor sighed, a resonance of ancient wisdom. Because their strength is not just their cloaking technology. It's their ability to channel the dark energy inherent in the intergalactic void. Their dark energy weapons are not only destructive, they dismantle the quantum entanglement of matter, added Varek. They make entire fleets cease to exist in their fundamental form. The first speaker nodded gravely. They have declared that the inefficiency of unstable matter must be purged. They believe in the supremacy of dark energy. The planets they conquer are not colonized, their cores are extracted to amplify their capacities. Their power allows them to manipulate spatial fabric at a localized scale, opening micro-black holes or generating distortion fields. Zelmor pointed at the projection of Earth. This offering is not a sign of weakness. It is bait. An opportunity for their hegemony to find something unique. A young diplomat, Sarasveln of the Solari, broke protocol and dared to ask. And the life on that planet? What will happen to them? Will they be destroyed? Zelmor turned to him, his eyes showing a glimmer of sorrow. Life will be dissipated. Once the KRTAC begin the extraction process, the surface will become uninhabitable. It will be a quick end for them, yes. But it is the only way to ensure the survival of the Milky Way. A chill ran through the chamber. The fate of billions of beings reduced to a footnote in a cosmic calculation. Name of the planet, asked Terivakal, the Virilii archivist, her voice barely a whisper. In their language, Earth. The council voted. 9 in favor. 3 abstentions. None opposed. The decision was made. Earth would be delivered as a peace offering, a display of a geoenergetic resonance so chaotic and unpredictable that, they hoped, it would intrigue the KRTAC hegemony enough not to annihilate it instantly. And thus, they condemned humanity, without knowing that they had committed a mistake that could redefine the balance of the galaxy. Chapter 2: The Value of a Unique World. The chamber of the Galactic Council extended like a colossus suspended in the void, its translucent energy walls revealing the vast expanse of the galaxy. 12 entities, each one representative of an ancient civilization. In the center, a suspended image, Earth. A blue sphere, beautiful, small. Inconsequential according to ancient galactic standards. High Counselor Zodek broke the silence, a mixture of resignation and faint hope in his voice. The KRTAC have pulverized 4 stellar systems in this cycle. 42 worlds, 9 entire civilizations. Nothing we put in their way has stopped them. Their hegemony seeks to expand its control over dark energy, seeks the conversion of planets into nodes of power. And they have made it clear that they will only stop for what they consider worthy of being studied with caution. Counselor HFY. And they will not stop, unless we give them something more valuable than forced submission. Something that intrigues them, that makes them stop to observe. The extraction of dark energy is their ultimate goal, but we can present them with something that alters their usual method. Something that pushes them towards scientific curiosity before immediate devastation. Everyone knew what she was speaking of. Earth. That planet was touched by us millennia ago. Kronlar intervened, opening a holographic sequence with ancient images, primitive humans building pyramids under alien direction, carvings with non-human shapes, constellations etched in stone. They were useful. Obedient. Limited. But now, his eyes glimmered with an unusual light. They have changed. And that change might be the key. What do the Earthlings have that the KRTAC could want? Asked the young Solari. Counselor HFY replied. The geo-energetic anomaly. The young Solari asked. How can such a young and technologically inferior species be of interest to beings with military power capable of dematerializing entire fleets? HFY answered. It is not their defense capability that matters. It is the geo-energetic anomaly of their planet. The KRTAC seek worlds with unstable telluric flows, planetary cores rich in chaotic electromagnetic pulses which, for some reason, are ideal for amplification and extraction of dark energy. Most planets in the Milky Way have reached a state of geological equilibrium. Their cores are stable, their magnetic fields predictable. Earth is unique. Its core is not stable, it is a chaotic dynamo of molten magma and streams of metals in constant friction. Its magnetic field fluctuates unpredictably, undergoing periodic reversals that defy our understanding. The very crust of the Earth is fractured into tectonic plates that constantly move and collide, generating earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. All this instability, this chaotic and primal energy, creates a resonance that is rare and valuable for KRTAC technology. They live short lives, but they advance quickly, she added, referring to the Earthlings. And the most fascinating thing is that their very existence is intrinsically tied to this instability. Their civilization has flourished on a planet that should have been geologically inhospitable for complex life and in a constant state of change. It is this peculiar interaction between life and such a volatile planet that we believe intrigues the KRTAC. Not only because of the amount of dark energy it can produce, but because of the uniqueness of its fluctuation and the interaction of that fluctuation with organic life. It is a natural laboratory of what they seek. There was a reverent silence, a moment of deep reflection about the audacity of humanity in its insignificance. It was the same chaotic nature that the Council had despised, which now they offered as their only hope. Finally, Zodek spoke. We will give them Earth. It will be our offering. Its geo-energetic singularity, its seismic unpredictability, and the incredible resilience of the life it harbors will satiate their hunger for a time, but in a different way. Earth is a living laboratory of the unknown, an anomaly that the KRTAC hegemony, in its pursuit of dark energy, cannot ignore. They will be intrigued by the enigma of how such a chaotic planet can harbor life, and that will give us time to understand them, perhaps to find a weakness in their technology, or at least to force a negotiation before the entire Milky Way is reduced to a field of dark energy. Everyone knew that buying time was their only option. The hope was that scientific intrigue, not devastation, would be the first response of the KRTAC hegemony to Earth. But in the darkest corners of the chamber, in murmurs silenced by protocol, a doubt persisted. What if the Earthlings were not as fragile as they believed? What if their geological rarity and their own resilient nature were a double-edged sword, capable of frustrating those who tried to harvest it, or inspiring an unexpected resistance against the relentless hegemony? Chapter 3: The Deliberation of Emperor XYLAR's High Command. Location: War Chambers of the Supreme Dreadnought Star Devourer, KRTAC Vanguard Fleet. Time: days after the Galactic Council's vote. The War Chambers of the Supreme Dreadnought were not a place of luxury, but of cold and efficient functionality. Large holographic screens displayed star maps and tactical projections. At the center of a polished obsidian table, the great Emperor XYLAR, an imposing figure clad in dark metal plate armor, with eyes glowing with a dull inner light, watched the projection of a small blue orb, Earth. Around him, seated in chairs designed for their massive physiology, were the other members of the KRTAC High Command: General Th Rack, a renowned military strategist, Admiral Vale, master of the invisible fleets, and Lord Scientist Zarkin, one of the minds behind dark energy technology. There were no unnecessary ornaments, only the harsh reality of their hegemony. The Council of the Milky Way has responded, Emperor XYLAR's voice resonated in the chamber. It was not a shout but a declaration that demanded attention. They offer a world. This world, local designation, Earth. General Th Rack sneered. An offering? After seeing how we pulverized the Kael'thax sector? Do they think a single planet will stop us? It is an act of desperation, General, replied Admiral Vale, his voice restrained. Our raids have sown terror. They know they have no defenses against us. It is their last, pathetic attempt to buy time. Lord Scientist Zarkin leaned toward the hologram of Earth. This planet is peculiar. Our long-range scans revealed a significant geoenergetic anomaly. An exceptionally unstable core, with massive magnetic fluctuations and chaotic tectonic activity. It is a promising source for dark energy generation. In fact, one of the most powerful candidates we have found in this galaxy. But the problem remains, continued Zarkin, irritation creeping into his tone. The surface is saturated with a constant pattern of biotechnological interference. Billions of entities, the Earthlings, have covered the planet with communication networks, energy systems, and the electromagnetic pulse of their own minds. Most alarming, they have developed a rudimentary but effective technology to dampen and modulate the flows of dark energy from the planetary core. Their protection could directly interfere with our extraction methods. The great Emperor XYLAR remained unmoved. His voice boomed in the chamber with the firmness of an ancient decree. Their systems generate noise, yes, and contaminate the flow. They destabilize our processes and cause unstable feedback in the collection nodes. But they are not a real obstacle. We only need to neutralize their resonant field using our spectral probes in a focused manner from orbit. Nothing justifies a landing. The Earthlings lack the capacity to oppose our system. The Galactic Council's proposal, then, is a tacit admission, General Th Rack interjected. They offer us this world knowing its core is of prime interest to our hegemony. It is their form of appeasement, of saying, take it, obtain what you seek, and leave us in peace. Admiral Vale nodded. To proceed with a total purge involving direct bombardment of the planet would not be risky, not even with that damping technology the Earthlings created for their own survival. However, added Lord Scientist Zarkin, the existence of that damping technology demonstrates an instinctive understanding of dark energy that is, frankly, surprising for such a primitive species. Though their method is crude, the way they manage to modulate the fluctuations of Earth's core is fascinating. Then, the guardian of the archives, a figure clad in intricately engraved ceremonial armor, questioned in a tone of political skepticism. Do we accept their offering? We do not trust their morality, Guardian, answered the great Emperor XYLAR, his voice now deeper, almost a rumble. We trust their fear. They have seen what we do. They know we have no mercy. By offering Earth and, by implication, accepting the elimination of its inhabitants, they demonstrate that they value the survival of their galaxy above a species they consider irrelevant. It is a deal which, though repulsive to them, is advantageous to us.
The offering is strategically logical, dictated Admiral Vale. It saves us time and resources.
It gives us an exceptionally powerful dark energy source, allowing focused extraction from the atmosphere without the need for an inefficient purge that could compromise the integrity of the source itself. Our absorption technology is so advanced that the small disturbances on the surface are insignificant. And we can study how their primitive suppression technology reacts as we absorb their world.
There are no significant disadvantages for the hegemony.
The great Emperor XY stood, his shadow stretching long over the holographic table.
The KRTAC hegemony accepts the offering of the Galactic Council. We shall proceed with total and immediate absorption. The Earthlings' noise or difficulties will not represent any obstacle.
May this demonstration of our superiority drive the rest of the galaxy into submission. Earth will be ours, and its dark energy will fuel our expansion for eons. The KRTAC High Command responded with reverent silence, a collective assent to their Emperor's will. Earth, a small blue dot in the vastness, was now condemned by its own existence. The great machine of the hegemony was already moving, awaiting only the signal that their offering had been accepted.
Chapter 4: The Vision of the Guardians of the Memory.
Location: Central Hall of the Order of the Keepers, Archive of Eternal Stars, in orbit around Sirius.
Time: a few days after the acceptance of the Galactic Council's offering.
The Archive of Eternal Stars extended like a labyrinth of crystalline towers, illuminated by beams of pulsating light that recorded, unceasingly, the events of civilizations across thousands of years. Within the central chamber, where time itself seemed to flow more slowly, the Keepers gathered, beings who had renounced politics and armies to dedicate themselves exclusively to the preservation of truth. Their leader, Master Elian, an ancient figure whose face reflected the serenity of millennia of observation, raised his hand. Before him, the image of Earth hovered, projected over the starry void. "The Council has made its decision," Elian said, his voice solemn, carrying an echo that resonated in the crystalline walls.
Earth has been offered to the KRTAC hegemony.
The votes were cast, and with 9 in favor, 3 abstentions, and none opposed, humanity has been condemned without their knowledge. Murmurs of discontent ran through the chamber. The Keepers, although not a political body, had witnessed countless atrocities committed in the name of survival, but this decision struck a deeper chord. "They have delivered them," whispered one of the younger Keepers. "A species that still looks at the stars with wonder, that has not yet reached interstellar travel, they have condemned them without even allowing them the dignity of choice." Another Keeper, Seraphis, interjected, his tone sharp. "It is not the first time the Council has sacrificed a younger race for the greater good.
But the difference here is the anomaly. Earth is not just another planet with primitive life. Its core, its energy, its chaos, are unique. The KRTAC will not only devour it, they will study it. And in their study, they might find what they have never had before, an enigma beyond their total domination." Master Elian nodded gravely. "Indeed. The Keepers are not warriors. We are not to interfere directly in the course of history.
But we must preserve the memory of this decision, of this betrayal, so that when the time comes, the truth may not be erased." A silence fell, heavy, as if the very archive mourned the fate of Earth. Then, one of the most senior Keepers, Yorin, leaned forward.
"There is something else we must not forget. Humanity is not like other races.
In their brief existence, they have demonstrated a resilience, an unpredictability, and an ability to adapt that is disproportionate to their level of development. If the KRTAC underestimate them, as the Council has, they may discover that Earth is not as defenseless as it seems." Elian fixed his gaze on the projection of the planet.
"Yes. Humanity's greatest weapon is not its technology, but its spirit.
Their history is filled with empires that rose and fell, with wars and devastations they themselves unleashed, but also with rebirths, renaissances, and an untiring persistence to rise again. In their chaos lies their strength.
The Council sees only instability. The KRTAC see only energy to extract. But we know that instability is a forge.
And that sometimes, from the most chaotic of worlds, the greatest resistances are born." The chamber filled with a subtle light, as if the archive itself recognized the weight of those words.
Let it be recorded, then, Elian concluded,
that when the galaxy delivered Earth to the KR-TAC, there were voices that foresaw something more. That the fate of this small, fragile world might not be annihilation, but the beginning of a change neither the Council nor the hegemony ever anticipated. The keepers bowed their heads, sealing with their silence the prophecy unspoken, that Earth, condemned by the powerful, could become the spark that would ignite the forgotten secret of the universe.
Chapter 5, The Countdown. Location, Stellar Chamber of the Galactic Council. Time, minutes after the previous dialogue.
The silence in the stellar chamber was heavier now, a weight pressing on each of the galactic leaders. The conversation with the KR-TAC had left them not only with the decision to condemn a world, but with the bitter revelation of their own blindness. "It is done," the voice of High Counselor Zadek, the Xantari, resonated with raw honesty. "We have delivered Earth. The KR-TAC have accepted it."
But the Lord Scientist of the hegemony was not lying about that biotechnological interference.
For them, Earth is not a simple resource, it is a source of chaotic dark energy, full of noise.
"The issue now is not our mistake," said Ambassador Kronlar. "The question is, what is our next move? What will we do with the time we have gained, if indeed we have gained any?"
Counselor Lyra activated a tactical projection, and a flashing red dot, the KR-TAC fleet, appeared approaching Earth. "Our latest readings indicate that the vanguard of the hegemony is only 3 days away.
Their advance is relentless," Zelmore exclaimed, with palpable disbelief. 3 days? That is but a breath.
We barely have time to digest this revelation. 3 days is what we have to analyze the situation, Zadek affirmed with a gravity that chilled the air.
The KR-TAC expect the cleansing of Earth to take place. For them, that means the end of all life and technology on the surface.
And if that cleansing does not occur, or worse, if that terrestrial interference proves stronger than they anticipate. Archivist Crane, moving with unusual urgency, intervened.
"Counselor, I have been reviewing the discarded records on Earth. There are sporadic mentions of anomalous seismic events and, crucially, of counter-frequency waves emanating from the planet's surface. At the time, we considered them minor geological phenomena or primitive technology of no importance.
But now, with what we know from the KR-TAC about the modulation of dark energy." The conversation turned toward the logistics of extraction, but the Solari diplomat, with the image of Earth still etched in his mind, could not shake an idea from his head.
He asked again, with new urgency in his voice. "I keep insisting. Considering what we now know about the Earthlings' ability to modulate the energy flows of their own world, is it possible that this very geoenergetic instability the hegemony seeks to exploit has, paradoxically, forged a unique adaptive advantage for them? What we see as rudimentary technology, what if it is only the tip of the iceberg of a profound and vital interaction with dark energy that our advanced civilization never had to develop?"
"It is a logical hypothesis, young Solari," Zadek nodded, a strange spark of interest in his eyes. "If the KR-TAC, with all their power, encounter difficulties in extracting energy from Earth due to this interference, then the cleansing will not be simple for them. The very ability of the Earthlings to adapt and survive their chaotic planet could be what prevents the pure extraction the KR-TAC need.
A poison gift, the true threat of Earth."
The silence, dense and heavy, once again gripped the stellar chamber.
The Solari diplomat's revelation and Zadek's confirmation hung over them like an uncomfortable truth.
They had delivered Earth, not as a mere planet, but as a complex energetic puzzle. Counselor Lyra, her tactical projection now showing a series of anomalous readings emanating from Earth, invisible until recently to the eyes of the Council, added.
"Exactly.
What to them is a simple cleansing to obtain pure dark matter could turn into a fierce struggle. Earth is not a mere deposit, it is a living being that has developed the ability to modulate the dark energy around it, perhaps even to resist its forced extraction."
"This is far more than a setback," growled Ambassador Kronlar, with concern.
"If the KR-TAC cannot obtain dark matter from Earth in the pure form they need, their primary objective is compromised.
And a frustrated KR-TAC is an even more dangerous KR-TAC."
Zadek closed his eyes for a moment, the magnitude of his error resonating in the chamber.
"We have offered a poison gift. The KRTAC trust that Earth will provide them with a quick and efficient solution to their energy problem. They do not anticipate that the planet itself may be an unpredictable biotechnological fortress. They believe they are about to harvest their most valuable resource, but instead, they may be about to unleash a force even they cannot fully comprehend. Archivist Crane, his gaze fixed on the projected data, added gravely. The records of those counter-frequency waves and anomalous seismic events take on a new and terrifying meaning. If the Earthlings' ability to interact with dark energy is so deep, the cleansing of Earth might not be a simple eradication. It could be a clash of energetic forces that destabilizes the very advance of the hegemony. And therein lies the greater problem, concluded Zadek, his voice low but filled with renewed urgency. The KRTAC may not only fail in their attempt to obtain dark matter, but Earth's energetic reaction could be catastrophic for their technology and their own energy structures. Their offering of Earth, meant to appease them, could become the spark that ignites a conflict far more devastating for them and for the rest of the galaxy. Hope, so fleeting, dissolved into a new and terrifying truth. The time gained was not for the survival of the Council, but to witness the possible collapse of the KRTAC hegemony, dragging with it who knows how many galaxies. Earth, a planet they had condemned, now revealed itself as an energetic enigma capable of altering the balance of power in the galaxy. Then, the Solari concluded, with a new urgency in his voice. We must prepare for the worst. If the KRTAC cannot cleanse Earth, they will not retreat. Most likely, they will attempt an even more brutal and complete annihilation, to eliminate the source of noise once and for all. And in that case, the Milky Way will have lost its only bargaining chip. The Council looked at one another, the urgency of the situation weighing on their faces. 3 days to decipher an enigma they had ignored for millennia. 3 days to find a crack in the armor of the KRTAC, hidden within the surprising resilience of the very species they had just condemned. Chapter 6, The Shadow on the Horizon. Location, Crisis Room, Pentagon, Washington, D.C. Time, 2 days after the Galactic Council vote. The air in the Pentagon's crisis room was dense, charged with the same tension that was replicated in underground bunkers and command centers thousands of kilometers away. The holographic screens, which normally displayed military maps or economic data, now projected a disturbing image, a series of gravitational anomalies and massive energy fluctuations, moving at impossible speed through deep space. Around the globe, a secure communication network linked the leaders of every nation recognized by the UN, connected in an unprecedented virtual emergency summit. Although only a few powers would speak directly, every country, without exception, was present, ready to contribute resources, infrastructure, or cooperation according to their capabilities. General Vance, Chief of the United States Armed Forces, broke the silence. 48 hours ago, our long-range observatories, followed by those of Argentina, China, Russia, and India, detected this. An unprecedented energy signature. It is not a conventional fleet, it does not match any known profile. From a secure link, the voice of President Li Na, head of the People's Liberation Army of China, sounded with unusual gravity. Our spatial distortion detection systems registered a gravitational shockwave that does not correspond to any natural phenomenon. It is an artificial anomaly, and it is gigantic. At this rate, based on the projected trajectory, they will arrive in approximately a day and a half. On another screen, Marshal Kuznetsov of the Russian Armed Forces nodded, his face stern. Our surveillance satellites, the ones we use to monitor anomalous fluctuations of the Earth's core, have also detected an intense disturbance in the void in the direction of the approach. It is as if they were bending space itself to propel themselves. This is technology beyond our understanding. The UK's Minister of Defence, Lady Eleanor Finch, joined the conversation. Our preliminary analyses suggest they are not using fusion or antimatter propulsion. It is something more fundamental. The scale of the energy signatures is such that, if they were conventional ships, they would be the size of moons. This is something different, something that distorts the very fabric of space. From Buenos Aires, the president of Argentina, Dr. Ricardo Solis, joined the link, his face pale but resolute. Our scientists have noted a direct correlation between the intensity of this signature and anomalies in the Earth's magnetic field. It is as if this external force were resonating with the energy of our own core. It is unsettling. A harsh, emotionless voice came from Pyongyang.
General Kim Kol-soo of North Korea declared, "Our long-range radars detect a massive but diffuse presence. There are no clear forms, only a disturbance in space. It is like a shadow approaching. A shadow we cannot target." From Paris, the President of France, Emmanuel Laurent, intervened with sobriety. "Our observatory in French Guiana has detected similar fluctuations. We will coordinate with the ESA to deploy emergency probes. If it is a life form, we must attempt to understand it, even if it is too late." From Berlin, Germany's Chancellor, Ingrid Weber, added in a dry tone, "Our scientific team suggests that this phenomenon distorts not only space but the local time around it. There are delays in quantum signals, as if reality itself were advancing ahead of its arrival." From Tokyo, Japanese Prime Minister Takahiro Matsu spoke with tense calm. "Japan's aerospace defense agencies have cross-checked data with South Korea and Australia. We agree that this is not simply advanced technology. It is a presence that alters the laws of physics. Perhaps even conscious." General Sharma of India, with concern in his voice, added, "Our combat simulations are useless. We cannot predict the behavior of a force we cannot see or comprehend. Our defense systems are designed for known threats, this is the unknown. And it approaches at a speed that leaves us without conventional defensive options." General Vance responded, "The implication is clear. Whatever it is an existential threat. And we do not have the tools to stop it with brute force. We cannot face them in space." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the leaders' faces. "Our only option is planetary defense. We must activate all Earth protection protocols. Deploy the atmospheric energy shields, redirect all the power of our defense networks toward the surface. If we cannot stop them outside, we must make Earth as inhospitable as possible for their arrival." Marshal Kuznetsov nodded. "We will activate our orbital defense systems, though their effectiveness is uncertain. The priority is the integrity of the atmosphere and the crust. If they manage to land or deploy weapons, the damage will be catastrophic. We will mobilize our populations to underground shelters," said President Lee Na. "And we will prepare our anti-air defenses for any target that materializes in the atmosphere. It is a desperate measure, but it is all we have." Lady Finch added, "Our scientists must work tirelessly to analyze every microfluctuation of that signature. Any weakness, any pattern. We need to understand what is coming, if we are to have even the slightest hope of survival." President Solis, from Argentina, nodded with determination. "Our geoenergetic monitoring network, the same that detects internal anomalies, will be on maximum alert. If this external force interacts with the energy of our planet, we must detect it and perhaps find a way to use it to our advantage. It is our only hope, however remote." From the muted monitors, the leaders of more than 180 countries remained in direct connection. From small island states to regional powers in Africa, the Middle East, and South America, all were listening, all recording, all preparing, with whatever resources they had, to do their part in what was no longer a war but a last resort global defense. Silence fell again, this time heavier, more oppressive. The world's military and economic powers, accustomed to dominating their own destiny, now faced something that completely surpassed them. Something approaching from the darkness, and which, in their own words, had no form or name. Only a growing shadow on the horizon. And they had less than 2 days to prepare. Chapter 7, The Echo of Defiance. Location, South American Joint Command Center, Underground Complex No. 7, Buenos Aires, Argentina. Time, less than a day before arrival. The tension in the Joint Command Center was almost unbearable. The screen showed the growing shadow of the alien fleet, now only hours away. Scientists and military personnel from the world's powers moved with frantic efficiency, each face marked by exhaustion and anxiety. The president of Argentina, Ricardo Solis, watched the imminent horizon. "Our distortion detection systems confirm that the object's speed has not decreased," reported an analyst with a tense voice. "Estimated impact in 12 hours.
President of the United States Maxwell replied.
We have no capacity to stop them. All our orbital defenses are ready to intercept, but it will be a symbolic gesture. A gesture we must make, replied Marshal Kuznetsov from Moscow, in the emergency video conference that gathered more than 190 heads of state and representatives of UN member nations, each transmitting from their respective national command centers.
It was then that President Solis responded. We have spoken of resistance, of defense. But what about communication? We have not tried to talk to them.
A young Indian scientist looked up. Sir, we have been preparing a sequence of pulses, based on universal mathematical foundations.
It is our best chance to establish that we are an intelligence. We want to send a message. Of existence, asked a voice from South Africa.
No, replied Solis.
Not just of existence. Of determination.
He turned to the leaders on the screens, from Berlin, Washington, Beijing, London, New Delhi, Ottawa, Mexico City, and dozens more.
We cannot stop them with brute force. But we can send a message. One that makes clear we are not an empty planet.
That this Earth is inhabited.
And that they are not welcome to destruction. A silence fell over the global network. It was a reckless idea, almost suicidal. To provoke an unstoppable force? The president of Mexico, Roberto Fuentes, from Mexico City, broke the silence. President Solis, what kind of message do you propose? An ultimatum? A threat we cannot back up?
No, Solis replied, his voice firm.
A clear message. Concise. That says, go back where you came from. This planet does not want you. You are not welcome here.
We will send it using a language of primary pulses which, we hope, any advanced intelligence can decode as a direct declaration. From Manila, the firm voice of the President of the Philippines was heard. If we are to be destroyed, then at least let them know that this planet had a voice. That we were not simple victims, but conscious beings with will.
We support the transmission.
General Kim Kol-soo of North Korea nodded.
An act of dignity. A last word before the end. I support it. President Maxwell looked at Solis through the screen, then at the monitors showing the approaching shadow.
It was madness, but also the only option that did not involve simply waiting for impact.
Do it.
Redirect maximum power to all our major radio telescopes and communication networks.
Transmit the message in a continuous loop. Let it be heard loud and clear. Location, Command Bridge of the Supreme Battleship Star Devourer, KRTAC Vanguard Fleet. Time, 11 hours before entering Earth's atmosphere. Within the opaque darkness of the bridge, stellar projections danced around the great Emperor HFY and his high command.
The planet Earth, growing larger on the main screen.
Lord Scientist Zarkin, Emperor HFY intoned, his voice a deep murmur. Any updates on the interference from that world? Does the noise remain elevated? Zarkin, his hands manipulating a console, replied. Yes, Emperor.
In fact, the pattern of noise has become more structured. Our systems have detected a sequence of energy pulses directed directly toward our fleet.
It is a mathematical pattern, unequivocal. A message, asked Admiral Vale with a trace of disdain. From such an inferior species? What have they tried to communicate?
Zarkin activated a sub-projection, and a series of symbols and simple equations appeared, followed by a sequence of characters decoded by the KRTAC system.
The synthetic, cold voice filled the bridge.
Message decoded from planet Earth.
Literal translation. Return. Origin. Planet. Not welcome. Not wanted here. A silence fell upon the bridge.
It was not a silence of fear, but of cold evaluation, General Th. Rack responded.
What insolence! A colony of insects declaring us unwanted. The great Emperor HFY showed no emotion. His gaze fixed on the projection of Earth. Interesting. They confirm their intelligence.
They confirm they are the source of the noise, and they confirm their resistance. It is a direct challenge.
He turned to Zarkin. Lord Scientist, has the intensity of this interference changed with this message?
Not significantly, Emperor, replied Zarkin. The structure of the message is clear, but the signal's power is not a threat.
The fundamental interference, the base noise contaminating dark energy extraction, persists. This is a manifestation of it, but not an increase. Simply a change in the pattern of their chaos.
Good, said XYLR, the voice of the message still echoing in the background. We confirm that the resource is conscious and resists.
That does not alter our plans.
On the contrary, it confirms the need for a more exhaustive cleansing.
Continue the advance. Let the echo of defiance of this species be silenced.
Let their not welcome be answered with the pure, cold silence of the void. The KRTAC fleet continued its relentless advance, the shadow of the Star Devourer growing over the solar system. Earth's message, a last act of defiance, had been heard. But the only response would be the sound of silence.
Chapter 8, The Failure of the Harvest.
Location, Low Earth Orbit, KRTAC Vanguard Fleet / South American Command Center, Underground Complex No. 7, Buenos Aires, International Remote Connection.
Time, D-Day, 0 hour.
The shadow of the supreme battleship Star Devourer eclipsed the Moon, and the vast KRTAC fleet positioned itself in high geostationary orbit over Earth. Below, on the blue planet, the atmosphere trembled with the desperate activation of energy shields and ground-based anti-air defenses, a pathetic spectacle to the invaders. Aboard the Star Devourer, the great Emperor XYLR watched Earth through the main projection.
At his side, General Th Rack, Lord Scientist Zarkin, and Admiral Vale confirmed the preparations.
Primary extraction nodes ready for deployment, reported Zarkin, his voice cold and efficient. Activating surface dematerialization fields for the initial cleansing. Thousands of barely visible pulses surged from the belly of the KRTAC ships, directed toward Earth's densely populated continents. They were not explosions, but waves of dissipation, designed to erase life and infrastructure as if they had never existed. In the South American Command Center in Buenos Aires, screen operators held their breath, awaiting impact. Alarm systems went wild, indicating the approach of the pulses. In a large hall surrounded by screens and global communication nodes, Argentine President Ricardo Solis stood at the center of operations. Before them, a wall of video conferences displayed the faces of world leaders connected from their respective countries.
"Impact imminent," shouted a technician. But the impact never came as expected.
The screens flickered with anomalies. The KRTAC pulses, instead of disintegrating their targets, began to distort and dissipate upon contact with Earth's atmosphere.
Satellite images showed buildings vibrating, then flickering, but not vanishing.
It was as if the air itself, the surface, and everything upon it acted as an unbreakable veil.
Anomaly in the dematerialization pattern.
A technician's cry broke the silence on the KRTAC bridge.
The pulses are being dispersed before achieving total coherence. Targets intact. The great Emperor XYLR showed no outward reaction, but his eyes narrowed. Zarkin explained this inefficiency.
The Lord Scientist bent over his console.
The interference is far more complex than anticipated, Emperor.
The network of biotechnological emissions and electromagnetic fluctuations emanating from Earth's surface are creating a resonant noise field.
Our dematerialization pulses cannot maintain quantum integrity in this environment. They are like shockwaves striking a wall of static.
General Th Rack growled. Then your cleansing is impossible with this method.
What about the extraction of dark energy?
Deploy the primary extraction nodes at once.
Hundreds of massive structures, designed to pierce the crust, descended silently toward oceans and continents. As they neared the surface, Earth's sensors went wild. In Buenos Aires, scientists watched in horror as anomalies targeted key points in the Earth's crust. "They are deploying something," exclaimed President Solis. "They are trying to access the core."
But again, KRTAC technology failed. As the extraction nodes approached their insertion points, they began to vibrate violently.
The expected drilling never occurred.
Instead, KRTAC sensors reported massive overloads and uncontrollable feedback.
Impossible.
exclaimed Zarkin, his voice laced with a rare tone of shock.
The nodes cannot establish a stable anchor.
The Earth's core energy is too modulated by planetary counterfrequencies.
Attempting pure extraction is like forcing a pipeline into a torrent of chaotic energy.
Our systems are overloading, Emperor.
We are detecting critical damage to the nodes. Some are even being repelled.
On Earth, General Vance and the connected leaders watched as the KR-TAC anomalies, instead of drilling, began to ascend erratically. Some nodes exploded in midair, not with the force of a bomb, but with a silent implosion, disintegrating into the atmosphere.
What is happening?
Whispered a KR-TAC analyst, eyes fixed on the screens.
Something is rejecting them.
The great Emperor XY Lar remained motionless for a moment, the magnitude of KR-TAC failure resonating on the bridge.
It was unacceptable. Unheard of.
A primitive world not only resisting their weapons but also preventing the very reason for their existence, the extraction of dark energy. The Galactic Council lied to us, hissed Admiral Vale, his voice full of fury. They said the resource was prepared.
This world is an abomination of noise.
No, replied Zarkin, his scientific mind struggling to process what he saw.
I do not believe they lied, Admiral. I believe they also underestimated this species. This interference is not an active weapon directed against us.
It is a byproduct of their very existence.
A passive defense inherent to their planetary survival.
Their own struggle against their world's dark energy is what is blocking us. The Emperor XY Lar finally spoke, his voice deeper and more menacing than ever.
If cleansing and direct extraction are ineffective, then we will change the method. One cannot harvest a field infested with weeds without burning it first.
Our system decoded their message.
They said not welcome. We will show them what it means for the KR-TAC hegemony to be denied a resource.
The KR-TAC flagship, the Star Devourer, began to emit a different pulse of energy, one far denser and darker than anything ever seen before.
It was not for extraction, nor for dissipation. It was for indiscriminate annihilation.
Earth had defied the KR-TAC.
And their response would be fury without precedent. Chapter 9, Questions in the Shadow. Location, South American Joint Command Center, Underground Complex No. 7, Buenos Aires, Argentina.
Time, minutes after the failed attempt at cleansing and extraction of the unknown force.
Late 21st century.
The command hall, which moments earlier had braced for annihilation, now vibrated with a strange mix of relief and confusion. The screens still displayed the imposing alien fleet in orbit, but the markers of impact confirmed flashed in intermittent red, followed by target intact and energy anomaly.
Panic had given way to feverish perplexity. What happened here?
General Vance, from the screen, was the first to break the silence, his voice barely a whisper of astonishment.
Their pulses, they dissipated.
There were no massive explosions, no disintegration. They just flickered and vanished. From his link, Marshal Kuznetsov added, "Our orbital systems report that the structures they launched for extraction also failed.
Some even imploded when attempting to penetrate the crust. How is this possible? Their technology seemed absolute."
The British Defence Minister spoke, "Our wave analysis satellites show that the energy of those pulses broke apart upon entering our atmosphere."
It wasn't a defense of ours in the traditional sense. It was as if the planet itself rejected them.
General Sharma of India leaned toward his screen.
The same anomaly occurred with the drills.
They could not establish anchorage. Our monitors detected massive energy fluctuations at the points of impact, but not the penetration we would expect from such a force. President Solis of Argentina, exhausted but with an unexpected spark of hope in his eyes, spoke, "This aligns with what our Argentine scientists discovered decades ago, in the mid-21st century. When we developed the technology to dampen geoenergetic fluctuations. What they noted was a direct correlation between the signature of this unknown force and the anomalies of our own terrestrial magnetic field."
He paused, his gaze fixed on President Lina.
On the main screen, Lina appeared pensive, his eyes locked on the data.
His scientists had been analyzing the energy patterns more than anyone else.
His voice, when he spoke, was measured, yet tinged with emerging revelation.
President Solis, I believe the answer lies in that same science that led to the signing of the Global Non-Extraction Treaty decades ago. We have been comparing the energy signatures of the invaders' pulses with the records from our own damping node networks. The room fell into expectant silence.
What they are seeking, continued Lina, now with a steadier voice, is not merely resources.
They seek the planet's fundamental energy.
An energy that, by its very nature, is chaotic here.
The way this unknown force manipulates that energy seems extremely precise, like a needle.
But Earth, with our own intervention, is not a simple target.
President Maxwell caught the implication.
Are you saying that our stabilization technology, the very systems we installed to protect ourselves from seismic instability, are interfering with them?
Exactly, replied Lina. The geoseismic nodes, the atmospheric overlay infrastructure.
The entire system we developed to dampen and disperse the extreme fluctuations of the Earth's core energy.
That network, designed to prevent the planet from self-destructing decades ago, is now creating a gigantic field of energetic noise. Their dematerialization weapons cannot cleanse a signal so noisy without self-destructing.
And their extractors cannot connect to a core that is constantly being modulated and filtered by our own technology.
To them, we are the equivalent of a permanent magnetic storm that nullifies their delicate instruments.
A murmur of astonishment and a strange sense of pride rippled through the room.
Earth did not possess a conventional shield, but rather an inadvertent defense, born of humanity's own ingenuity and need for survival.
Their resistance was not an act of direct war, but the byproduct of their very existence and technology.
Then what will they do now? Asked General Kim Kolsu of North Korea, his eyes fixed on the alien fleet.
They have failed in their initial methods.
Will they leave?
On the main screen, the unknown fleet began to reorganize. The ships adopted new formations, and an ominous glow different from the previous ones emanated from the flagship.
No, answered Roberto Fuentes from Mexico City, his voice tinged with terror. A force like this does not withdraw.
If they cannot harvest cleanly, if they cannot clear the field with delicacy, then they will burn the field.
If the interference is us all our life and our technology, then what comes now will not be extraction. It will be total, indiscriminate annihilation. They no longer seek purity. They seek silence.
And they know that silence can only be achieved by eliminating the noise at its root.
The momentary relief vanished, replaced by an even colder, deeper fear. Earth had survived the first assault thanks to a technological peculiarity, by being too noisy for the enemy. But that same peculiarity now guaranteed apocalyptic fury. Chapter 10, The Unexpected Wall.
Location, Low Earth Orbit, KRTAC Vanguard Fleet. Time, immediately after the KRTAC attempt at annihilation. The calm on the bridge of the Supreme Dreadnought Star Devourer had shattered. Emperor XYLR, Admiral Vale, and General THRAC watched the screens with growing frustration. Lord Scientist Zarkin, his manipulators flying across the controls, struggled to find an explanation his cold logic could accept. Persistent anomaly, Emperor, cried a tactical officer.
The focused annihilation pulses are destabilizing upon contact with Earth's atmosphere. 97% energy dispersal. No significant surface damage. Admiral Vale roared, impossible. Our delta-phase weapons pulverize moons. How can such a primitive atmosphere withstand this bombardment?
Zarkin interjected, his voice taut. It is not the atmosphere, Admiral. It is the same interference network that thwarted extraction.
The terrestrials possess no weapons capable of stopping us, that much is true.
But their planetary defense systems, designed for other threats, are creating a resistance field. Their shields against high-energy nuclear strikes, their networks of advanced seismic compensation, their underground pulse-dampening infrastructures, all together, they generate an energetic resonance layer that disrupts the coherence of our own pulses. It is like trying to strike a target with a beam while the space around it is saturated with unstable magnetic fields.
You are saying their preparations for war against each other are what is stopping us, growled General THRAC, disbelief thick in his tone. An absurd coincidence.
A coincidence with dire consequences for our mission, General Zarkin corrected.
Our delta phase technology requires a clean energy environment to achieve pure dematerialization.
Earth, with its interconnected defense systems and its constant emission of biotechnological noise, is an energetically saturated planet. Any attempt at annihilation from orbit generates unacceptable feedback into our own ships, or worse, is absorbed and harmlessly dissipated by their passive defense. Emperor HFY rose, his imposing figure casting a long shadow. His eyes gleamed with a dim and dangerous light.
Then we cannot burn the field. We cannot cleanse the surface from a distance. And we cannot extract dark energy.
This world, which the Galactic Council offered us as a resource, is worthless for harvesting.
The interference is too dense, Emperor Zarkin confirmed. To access the dark energy of this core, or to efficiently remove that interference, we would require direct interaction.
Our sensors indicate that the emission points of the terrestrial counter-frequency waves come from underground control centers and vast energy networks distributed across the planet.
Cleansing would require disabling those nodes specifically.
A calculating silence descended over the bridge.
The KRTAC hegemony would not withdraw.
Their need for dark energy was absolute. But Earth, with its unexpected resistance, had forced the most relentless force in the galaxy to change its plans. Lord Scientist, HFY began, his voice low but filled with renewed menace.
Prepare the assault units. If we cannot purge this planet from above, we will do so from within. We need data.
We need to understand this interference.
And then, we must erase it. Send in scouts.
Not to destroy, but to identify the key points of their noise and dismantle them manually.
Let it be a contact operation.
Let the insolence of this world cost them every meter of their soil.
Admiral Vale and General HRAC exchanged glances.
A ground assault was inefficient, costly, and far from their standard doctrine.
But the Emperor's will was law.
The KRTAC would not retreat. They would adapt. And Earth, unknowingly, had just won a battle only to prepare for a far more personal and brutal war.
Chapter 11, The Rare Fortune. Location, South American Joint Command Center, Underground Complex No. 7, Buenos Aires, Argentina. Time, minutes after the invaders' second failure.
The initial relief at the failure of the second alien assault did not last long. In the crisis room in Buenos Aires, the air was still electrified, but now with a new understanding of the situation. The unknown fleet, though momentarily thwarted, had not withdrawn.
The screen showed their immense ships, static but ominous, in orbit.
General Vance from Washington leaned over the map table, observing the projections of the failed impact points.
Their weapons didn't destroy us. Their drills couldn't penetrate. It's as if the planet has an immune system.
And it does, President Lina confirmed from Beijing, with a strange mixture of awe and gravity in her voice.
Our teams have finished processing the data from the second attempt.
The reason their annihilation pulses failed is the same reason they couldn't extract the energy, our global energy stabilization network.
President Solis nodded, looking at the other leaders through the screen. The very infrastructure we designed and perfected in the middle of this century. The geoseismic nodes, the atmospheric overlay infrastructure, the counter-frequency plants we built to prevent the instability of our own core from destroying us. The Global Non-Extraction Treaty not only prevented us from exploiting that energy, but forced us to focus on its neutralization and damping. We are being protected by our own medicine, murmured Lady Eleanor Finch. We prepared the planet to resist self-destruction, or a large-scale nuclear war, and unknowingly created a shield against a galactic invasion. It's a cosmic irony, added Marshal Kuznetsov from Moscow.
Our preparation for the worst among ourselves is what has saved us from the unknown.
But it is not an active shield. We are not attacking them, we are simply
existing in a way that disrupts them. General Sharma frowned, the brief euphoria fading.
And they already know it.
The latest reading from their flagship shows massive reconfiguration.
They haven't left. They're planning something else.
If they can't attack us from space or pierce the crust, what will they do?
Land? A chill ran through the room at the word. General Kim Kol-soo from North Korea, with his usual stoicism, was the first to respond. If they attempt a ground assault, our response must be immediate. All our forces, all our military resources, must prepare for the defense of the surface. General Vance activated a series of tactical maps, showing the military defenses of each nation interconnected in a global network. We've gained time. Time we didn't deserve. But that time will be used for combat preparation without precedent. We've confirmed we cannot face their energy weapons at a distance. But if they decide to descend, the rules change. Mobilize all heavy infantry units, armor, and long-range artillery. Reinforce the key cities and critical infrastructure centers, ordered Lina, her voice now filled with cold determination. Our conventional air defense systems, though ineffective against their disintegration weapons, may be effective against assault craft entering our atmosphere. We need to know what their exploration units look like, if they decide to send them. President Solis stood, his gaze firm. Our priority now is twofold: protect our people in the deepest underground shelters, those designed to withstand extreme seismic events or large-scale impacts. And prepare our forces for the battle to come on our own soil. Each nation with its best strategies. If they must fight for our planet's energy, we will make every inch of this world hell for them. The crisis room filled with the sound of leaders' confirmations, the clicking of keyboards, and the murmurs of technicians. Earth had not been chosen for its military strength, but by an irony of fate. But if the invaders wanted its energy, they would have to fight for it on the only battlefield where humanity, miraculously, had a chance. They had prepared for the worst among themselves. Now, that worst had arrived from the stars. Chapter 12, The Call to Unity. Location, South American Joint Command Center, Underground Complex No. 7, Buenos Aires, Argentina. Time, hours after the invaders' second failure. Late 21st century. The dim light of the South American Command Center reflected off the tense faces of the world's leaders. The decision had been made. There was no longer time for panic, only for truth. President Solis stood before the main screen, which now no longer displayed tactical maps but the unified emblem of the United Nations. It was time to address the world. Citizens of Earth, Solis began, his voice resonating with a mixture of solemnity and unyielding determination, broadcast to every corner of the planet. In the past hours, our world has faced an unprecedented threat. An unknown force, from deep space, has arrived in our solar system. Global screens displayed images of the immense alien ships, alongside simplified graphics of the failed pulse and drilling attacks. Solis continued, with President Lina from Beijing and President Maxwell from Washington joining in a simultaneous multilingual transmission. They have attempted what we perceive as a disintegration attack. They have attempted to access the energy of our planet. And they have failed. The initial shock in millions of homes and shelters gave way to a faint murmur of hope. They did not fail because of our traditional weapons. They failed because Earth, and the very technology we developed throughout this century to protect ourselves from our own catastrophes, created a defense. Lina took over, her tone clear and firm. Our geo-energy stabilization systems, designed to dampen extreme seismic movements and shield life from the fluctuations of our own core, have interfered with their technology. To this force, our planet is too energetically noisy. Our cities, our communication and energy networks, even our very biological presence, generate a static that their weapons cannot pierce to the surface. Maxwell continued, the gravity returning to his voice. But they will not leave. They have proven to be an unrelenting threat. Their objective is the energy of our planet. If they cannot take it cleanly, they will attempt to eliminate what prevents their access. This means the next attack will be a direct and total attempt at annihilation, likely with landings on the surface to disable our defense networks through massive assaults on specific territories across all continents. Therefore, humanity now unites in a single defense. All evacuation protocols to deep underground shelters are at maximum activation. Those very bunkers, built to withstand the worst geological disasters or conflicts among nations, are now our first line of defense. Those who can must head for the great mountain ranges and continental plateaus,
where the landmass provides additional natural shielding.
Coastal zones and wide plains are at the highest risk.
Our military forces, from every nation, are mobilizing. We cannot face this force's technology in space, but we can defend our soil.
Ready the anti-air defenses. Close the skies. Every inch of this planet is now a battlefield.
This is humanity's most critical hour, but also the hour of our greatest unity.
We will defend our home. We will defend Earth. Location: Galactic Council Star Chamber.
Time: shortly after the transmission to the nations. The silence in the star chamber was heavy with concern.
Projections showed Earth, now shrouded in a faint layer of defensive energetic activity.
And the KRTAC fleet remained there, static, but radiating imminent violence. High Counselor Zadek felt the weight of the galaxy on his shoulders. The offer has proven ineffective, his voice tense. The KRTAC have not been able to cleanse the surface.
Earth's interference has proven far more robust than they anticipated, or than we ourselves anticipated. Counselor Crane nodded, his expression grim.
Our analysis of the battlefield's energy transmissions indicates that Earth is using a vast network of counter-frequency nodes and field stabilizers that neutralize the invaders' weapons. What we dismissed as discarded data and noise has become a formidable barrier.
Counselor Eshka shifted anxiously.
Then our stratagem has failed.
All we have done is provoke the hegemony. And now, the planet we handed them is an obstacle they cannot overcome remotely. What options do we have? If the KRTAC cannot take it, will they turn against us with greater force for having deceived them? Zadek closed his eyes for a moment. The hegemony's reaction is unpredictable, but they will certainly not retreat.
The KRTAC do not abandon a dark energy objective.
Not when their system has confirmed the source exists, even if it is currently inaccessible. Ambassador Kromlar spoke in a grave voice.
We must prepare for the worst, a direct assault by the KRTAC against the galactic core, in case Earth proves to be a trap or a dead end. Or, interrupted the young diplomat Solari, his voice trembling but firm, there may be an opportunity. If the KRTAC are frustrated, and Earth is a barrier to them, could we mediate?
The hegemony values efficiency. A full-scale ground assault would be inefficient and costly for them.
A communications officer appeared as a flickering hologram at the center of the chamber.
High Counselor Zadek, we have received a transmission from the KRTAC fleet. All present turned, the tension palpable. Would it be a declaration of war against the Council? An ultimatum?
Put the transmission through, ordered Zadek, his voice taut. The cold, synthetic, and authoritative voice of the KRTAC fleet system filled the star chamber. Emperor XY demands immediate communication with High Counselor Zadek of the Galactic Council.
Chapter 13, The Frozen Confrontation. Location: Galactic Council Star Chamber. Time: immediately after the demand for communication.
The hologram of the communications officer dissolved, leaving only the synthetic voice of the KRTAC system resonating in the silence of the star chamber. Emperor XY demands immediate communication with High Counselor Zadek of the Galactic Council.
The message repeats 3 times. Zadek, his heart tightened by tension, nodded. Connect. Full audio and visual.
The chamber darkened for an instant, then the central space filled with the imposing figure of Emperor XY. Behind him, barely visible in the shadows, stood the forms of his Science Lord Zarkin, General Th Rak, and Admiral Vale.
XY's face, normally impassive, showed a cold irritation, an expression he rarely displayed. High Counselor Zadek, the Emperor's KRTAC voice was deep and devoid of any warmth, a mere mechanical vibrato.
Your so-called offer turned out to be a deception.
A waste of time and resources for the KRTAC hegemony. Zadek stepped forward, his posture firm. Emperor XY, I assure you there was no intentional deception.
The information on Earth's geoenergetic fluctuations was accurate according to our data. That world's ability to interfere with your extraction and purge technology is as much a new discovery to us as it is to you. Admiral Vale advanced a step, his sharp voice dripping with contempt.
A discovery? What kind of incompetence allowed you to hand over such a contaminated resource?
This planet is a pit of noise, incapable of being purged by our standard methods, and inaccessible for remote harvesting.
You have wasted the hegemony's time. Admiral Vale, intervened Science Lord Zarkin, his voice more analytical. Zodek's assessment is plausible.
Our own analyses confirm that Earth's interference is not an active defense against us, but rather a byproduct of its planetary stabilization technology. They have modulated their core for survival, creating an energy pattern that disrupts the coherence of our long-range operations.
It is coincidence, not conspiracy. Emperor XY raised a hand, silencing his subordinates.
His gaze returned to Zodek.
Coincidence or not, the fact remains. Earth is unusable with the methods foreseen.
Our need for dark energy is absolute. You were given the opportunity to grant us access to that resource.
You have failed.
The young Solari dared to speak. Emperor, the Council deeply regrets this unforeseen situation.
Perhaps we can seek an alternative solution.
Other worlds, other resources. No, XYLAR's voice grew more powerful.
Earth is the current point of focus.
Its energy is of a type and magnitude that interests us.
The hegemony does not retreat from a validated target. My fleet is now forced into an inefficient change of strategy.
A chill swept through the chamber.
The Council understood the implication.
If we cannot cleanse the surface from orbit, XYLAR continued, nor harvest the resource remotely, then we will do it the old way.
We will deploy assault units.
They will locate and deactivate the nodes of interference manually. They will eliminate the source of this noise on foot if necessary.
And then, the resource will be harvested. Ambassador Kronlar spoke in a tense voice.
Emperor, a ground assault, that would mean the indiscriminate annihilation of a civilization.
Galactic law.
Galactic law does not apply to the will of the hegemony in the harvesting of vital resources, replied Emperor XYLAR. Besides, you yourselves handed us this world without caring for that civilization.
Do not now pretend to be concerned with life on that planet. My objective is to secure the flow of dark energy.
If that requires the eradication of an energy plague, so be it.
I inform you, Counselor Zodek, so that you cannot claim ignorance.
Your inefficacy has brought us to this solution. Prepare yourselves for the collateral consequences of this noise. The communication cut off abruptly, leaving the Galactic Council plunged into an icy silence. The truth was undeniable. They had tried to take a shortcut, had underestimated Earth, and now they were about to witness the hegemony's brutality, amplified by its own frustration.
Zodek closed his eyes, his face gaunt.
They had believed they were buying time, buying the life of a world.
Instead, they had guaranteed a far bloodier battle and an inevitable reprisal against themselves. Chapter 14, The Strategy of Descent.
Location, Command Bridge of the Supreme Dreadnought Star Devourer, KRTAC Vanguard Fleet.
Time, hours before the assault on Earth. The Grand Emperor XYLAR stood before the projection of Earth, a pulsating blue orb that refused to yield its secrets.
The silence on the bridge, after the tense communication with the Galactic Council, was heavy, filled with the restrained frustration of the KRTAC High Command. Their infallible logic had collided with an inexplicable obstacle. Lord Scientist Zarkin, the Emperor's voice was a low, dangerous hiss.
Once again, our remote purge methods have proven ineffective. Our primary extraction nodes have been rejected. The plan of focused annihilation has dissipated without success.
Explain, once more, the nature of this terrestrial interference that defies the logic of the hegemony. Zarkin activated a series of complex holographic diagrams, layered over Earth's map.
Emperor, Admiral, General.
The energetic noise of this planet is not an active military defense against us. Our analysis confirms that the terrestrial civilization, approximately half a century ago in their chronology, began developing a vast network of geoenergetic stabilization infrastructure. These structures, Zarkin continued, highlighting specific points across every continent with a beam of light, were built to dampen the extreme fluctuations of dark energy naturally emanating from their own core, and to protect themselves from their own weapons of mass destruction.
The accumulation of their biological and technological activity further contributes to this energetic saturation. For our dematerialization systems, accustomed to operating within a void of noise for precise function, Earth's field is an incomprehensible torrent of static. Attempting remote purge is inefficient and potentially harmful to our own ships. It is like trying to restructure a perfect melody through a deafening cacophony. General Th Rack approached the projection. And these static networks, are they concentrated anywhere? Yes, General, replied Zarkin. Our system has identified the main control centers and emission nodes of this network. They are strategically located at points of high tectonic activity, dense population centers, and the hubs of their energy and communication infrastructure. General Th Rack spoke with determination. Then, if we cannot destroy them from the skies, will we have to land and disable each one of those points like simple demolition brigades? It is the most efficient solution to our current frustration, General, replied Zarkin with cold logic. The objective is to eliminate the 1,200 primary counter-frequency nodes identified worldwide, along with their military defenses, which, though primitive, could prove troublesome if not neutralized. Emperor XYLR turned to them, his voice resonating with unshakable authority. Then so be it. We will not be halted by an insubordinate planet. Deploying an assault force for a mission of focused cleansing is an aberration to our principles of efficiency, but the resource is vital. The static of this world will be silenced. His gaze settled on the projection of Earth. Admiral Vale. General Th Rack. Lord Scientist Zarkin. The Emperor's voice rose, icy and absolute. Prepare the descent units. The time of harvesting has come, even if the method must be more personal. Prepare to strike. The echo of the order spread across the bridge, followed by the sound of automatic confirmations from the KR-TAC systems. The immense fleet in orbit began its slow, methodical reorganization. Below, on Earth, humanity's clock ticked down its last moments of peace. Chapter 15, The Last Card. Location, Joint South American Command Center, Underground Complex No. 7, Buenos Aires, Argentina. Time, minutes after the second failure of the invaders. Late 21st century. The atmosphere in the Buenos Aires command room was one of feverish concentration. The initial astonishment at the invaders' failure had given way to cold determination. The unknown fleet remained in orbit, a latent threat that could materialize into a ground assault at any moment. The world leaders had gathered once again virtually, this time with the harsh reality of their limited options. We understand their logic, began Argentine President Solis. They cannot extract the energy of our planet remotely, nor can they cleanse us with their usual methods. But now they seek to silence our interference by deactivating the main nodes of our stabilization network. This means a direct assault on the surface. General Vance nodded from Washington. Our early warning systems show that they are reconfiguring their units. The landing is imminent. The question is, how do we respond? Our advantage lies in the peculiarity of our planetary defense technology. But that defense is passive. We need an active military plan. Despite not using it, we still have nuclear weaponry, said General Kim Kolsu from North Korea. Missiles with fusion warheads. Could our projectiles, or the shockwaves, affect their ships in orbit or their landing units? President Li Na, from Beijing, answered as the glow of alien energy analysis screens lit her face. We've studied this. Our nuclear warheads are designed for detonations that generate massive shockwaves and electromagnetic pulses. But the very geoenergetic stabilization network of Earth that frustrates their weapons also works both ways. Any large-scale nuclear explosion detonated within or near our atmosphere would generate such massive distortion in Earth's own energy field that our own dampening systems, designed to disperse that energy, would render it ineffective against them. Our medicine to prevent our own self-destruction ends up neutralizing our ability to strike them with the strongest weapon we possess, at least here, added Marshal Kuznetsov from Moscow with resignation. The energy would be so widely dissipated by the network that it would not cause significant damage to their advanced ships. It is a double-edged sword that, ironically, makes us more vulnerable to them in the grand scheme of things. President of Mexico Roberto Fuentes rubbed his temples. So nuclear weapons are completely useless?
For an effective direct strike from our current position, yes, Li Na replied grimly. Theoretically, a nuclear detonation in deep space, far from the influence of our planetary dampening system, would retain all its power. However, our weapons lack both the speed and maneuverability to reach their ships. They would be detected and destroyed long before coming close enough to inflict damage. If they were to drift millions of kilometers away and remain still, perhaps. But they will not. Then our missiles are useless? What about our fighters, our tanks, our ground troops? How do we fight a force that has mastered interstellar travel? Asked Lady Finch. We fight meter by meter, answered General Sharma from India, his voice firm despite the desperation. Their landing craft, while stealthy, are not indestructible. Our conventional anti-air defenses are operational. Our tanks, our artillery, our infantry. If they descend to our level, we can face them. We may not win, but we can make them pay dearly for every victory. Vance activated projections of global defenses. Our surveillance satellites show the fleet's reconfiguration. They are preparing what appear to be descent units. The objective is clear: the main nodes of our stabilization network. We need to fortify every one of those points. Deploy our best units around them. Every counter-frequency pumping station, every geoseismic node hub, every underground control center must be turned into a fortress. President Maxwell of the United States, his face marked by strain but his voice clear and commanding, spoke next. I understand the gravity of the situation and the futility of certain strategies. My primary concern now is the immediate and absolute protection of the key sites General Vance has identified. These nodes are not just military targets. They are the very key to our survival, the reason we are still here. U.S. forces have direct orders to secure these facilities with the highest priority our nation can muster. There will be no evacuation of military personnel from these zones. Every unit is prepared to defend to the last American, at any cost. Let every invader who approaches a node know they march toward their own grave. President Solis of Argentina rose from his seat. The Andes Mountains are a natural fortress for those nodes, but our neighboring countries will also aid in the military defense. Brazil, Paraguay, Chile, Bolivia, Uruguay, and Peru will stand with us to protect them. We cannot stop them in space. We cannot use our most powerful weapons in this environment. But we can make Earth a living hell for them. If they come for the energy of our planet, they will have to rip it from our hands. And it will cost them more than they ever imagined. The world leaders nodded, a grim determination in their eyes. There were no illusions of total victory, only the promise of fierce resistance. Earth was about to become the final battlefield, and humanity, against all odds, was preparing to fight for every inch of its surface. Chapter 16, The Final Challenge. Location: Joint South American Command Center, Underground Complex No. 7, Buenos Aires, Argentina. Time: minutes before the beginning of the KR-TAC assault. The clock in the command room ticked down the last seconds before the alien landing. The screens displayed the dark shapes of the KR-TAC landing pods detaching from the motherships, an imminent rain upon the planet. The air was thick with the anticipation of battle. President Solis stood, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the world leaders on the screen. The decision for one last message, one final warning, had been unanimous. It was not a plea, but a declaration. One that would be recorded in the annals of history, whatever the outcome. President Li Na, President Maxwell, Marshal Kuznetsov, Solis's voice was firm. Prepare the final message. Broadcasted in a continuous loop, using every frequency and every communication method their technology can process. Let there be no doubt about humanity's will. Li Na nodded, her technicians' hands flying across the consoles. The mathematical pulses are ready to encode the declaration. It will be transmitted through our long-range telescope network and every global broadcast antenna, maximizing energy. General Vance fixed his eyes on the image of the KR-TAC fleet. Let them hear it, down to the last of their crew. In an instant, Earth hurled its cry into space. It was not a cry of panic, but a defiant roar. The message, encoded in a universal language of logic and numbers, was sent.
To the unknown force in Earth orbit, this is a message from human civilization.
Our world is not a resource to be plundered.
Our existence will not be erased.
You have failed in your attempts at destruction.
You have failed in extraction. This planet is defended. Earth is ours. Turn back the way you came. You are not welcome. Extraction will not be permitted. Annihilation will not be permitted. Every intrusion will be met with total resistance.
Every step on our soil will be contested.
If you cross the atmosphere, we will attack with everything we have. Withdraw now. The message repeated, again and again, an echo of determination resonating in the void between Earth and the invading fleet.
It was the final ultimatum of a species that refused to bow.
Location: Command Bridge of the Supreme Battleship Star Devourer, KRTAC Vanguard Fleet. Time: seconds after the Earth transmission.
The KRTAC system voice cut through the silence on the bridge, its tone mechanical.
Incoming message from the Blue Planet. Full decoding complete.
Lord Scientist Zarkin turned to Emperor XYLAR, Admiral Vale, and General TH Rack.
It is a sequence of pulses with a clear logical structure. Our system has translated it.
The system voice resonated with the human message, cold and emotionless, yet each word carried the insolence the KRTAC perceived.
Return. Origin. Planet. No. Resource. No. Erase. Failure. Destruction. Failure. Extraction. Planet. Defended. Home. Order. Abandon. System. Withdraw. Not. Welcome. Not. Permitted. Extraction. Not. Permitted. Annihilation. Intrusion. Resistance. Total. Step. Contested. Earth. Fight. Withdrawal. Now.
A tense silence settled over the KRTAC bridge.
This was not a plea. It was a command. A tiny speck of cosmic noise daring to dictate terms to the hegemony. Emperor XYLAR studied the projection of Earth.
The light of the rising sun began to illuminate its continents, but to him, the planet was nothing but a blot of insolence. He turned to his commanders, his voice a sentence.
Their challenge has been heard. Let their words be their last. Let silence be their only reply.
The order reverberated through the KRTAC command network. The landing pods, already released, accelerated in their descent.
Assault units, proceed with landing. Silence the interference. Begin tactical annihilation. Chapter 17, The Reign of Shadows. Location: various locations on Earth. Time: immediately after Emperor XYLAR's order. The sky was torn open.
Not with the roar of engines or the blast of missiles, but with an unnatural silence that preceded terror. Small black dots, barely perceptible against the blue canvas, detached from the massive shadow of the unknown fleet covering much of the upper atmosphere. They were not standard warships, nor ballistic projectiles, they were hundreds, thousands of aerodynamic, dark objects, descending at a breakneck speed.
Their design was stealthy, almost organic, crafted to go unnoticed until the very last moment.
London, United Kingdom. The air raid sirens, once a distant drill, now wailed with deafening urgency. Defense Minister Lady Eleanor Finch, from the bunker beneath Whitehall, stared wide-eyed at the screens.
Multiple contacts on the Thames. In the city center. They're not bombing, they're landing.
The objects crashed, but not with explosive impact. A vibrating hum resonated through the city, and where a pod had struck, now stood angular black structures rising among ruins and parks. Their hatches hissed open, and from them emerged.
The alien units were not humanoid.
Their bodies were compact and segmented, with multiple articulated limbs ending in specialized tools or weapons. Their skin, dark and chitinous, seemed to absorb the light. They moved with inhuman precision, their heads not distinct entities but the culmination of their segmented forms. Their features, almost indistinguishable from their skin, only faintly revealed the placement of their eyes absorbing light, projecting a silent watchfulness. They did not fire indiscriminately, they advanced with icy purpose. Their target, the nodes of underground infrastructure, the energy hubs powering the planet's interference. Beijing, China. President Li now watched live images of the landings from his command center. The skies above Beijing were darkened by landing pods. Activate perimeter defenses. Pulse artillery and combat drones. Priority: protect the field compression stations. They are the invaders' main objective. The People's Liberation Army soldiers responded with iron discipline. The sky lit up with anti-air fire, tracing bright lines against the invaders' darkness. The alien units were resilient, their armor deflecting lead projectiles and low-caliber lasers. But they were not invulnerable to concentrated fire. Combat drones launched into the fray, exploding around the aliens, slowing their advance. East Asia burned. Pods rained down on hidden nodes in cities and countryside alike. Chinese defenses, reinforced by Filipino units, moved northward, struck back with force. Both South and North Korea, under simultaneous attack, also received indirect support from Filipino, Japanese, and Vietnamese naval forces operating in the Yellow Sea, keeping communication and evacuation routes open. The defense was fierce, the front held. Washington, D.C., United States. At the Pentagon, General Vance bellowed orders. Rapid response units to the landing sites. Multiple incursions reported near major energy networks on the East Coast. Open fire at will on any enemy unit attempting to breach critical facilities. The city, partially evacuated, became a battlefield. Apache attack helicopters thundered through the streets, their 30mm cannons roaring, while ground troops deployed, unleashing assault rifles and rocket launchers. The invaders retaliated with lethal precision, firing bursts of concentrated energy that melted steel and vaporized flesh. This was not a war of territorial conquest, but a relentless race to disable Earth's systems. All of Earth rose in arms. From the Andes Mountains to the Russian steppes, from the deserts of the Middle East to the Amazon jungles, humanity, though not fully grasping the true nature of its shield, fought for every inch. They did not know they were defending an energy peculiarity that had frustrated a galactic hegemony. They only knew they were fighting against total annihilation. The Reign of Shadows had become a brutal and desperate ground war. And the sky, clear for only a moment, was now a battlefield. Chapter 18, Hell on Earth. Location: multiple global battle zones. Time: hours after the beginning of the invasion. The planet, once a peaceful sanctuary under the watchful eyes of its inhabitants, had been transformed into a mosaic of battlefields. The Reign of Shadows had consolidated. And now, thousands of alien units moved with relentless purpose through cities and landscapes, ignoring everything but their target, the nodes of the Earth Stabilization Network. India was the target of multiple waves. The energy nodes located in the Himalayas and the deserts of Rajasthan were among the invaders' objectives. From Bangladesh, armored columns crossed the eastern borders. From Iran, reconnaissance aircraft and bombing squadrons assisted from the west. Even Pakistan had mobilized troops toward the northern frontier, joining efforts in defense of the shared nodes. Battles were chaotic, with simultaneous clashes in multiple cities. Beijing, China, the fight for the urban core. President Li now watched the real-time data from the Chinese command center. His eyes, despite the tension, did not blink at the torrent of information flowing in from Beijing. The intensity of the anti-aircraft fire was monumental. A furious storm of metal and energy clawing at the night sky over the capital. Hold the perimeter of compression station number 3. They must not reach it under any circumstances. In the streets of Beijing, the battle was a deafening cacophony. Chinese soldiers, equipped with light exoskeletons that enhanced their strength and speed, and armed with pulse rifles firing incandescent bursts, faced the compact KR-TAC units.
Each alien was a formidable opponent.
Their segmented bodies and chitinous hides deflected shots as if they were mere raindrops.
The PLA's armored divisions, futuristic tank formations, roared as their 150mm cannons fired.
The salvos sent KR-TAC flying in organic and metallic fragments, but the resilience of the invaders was staggering. For every one that fell, two more seemed to emerge from the landing structures, moving with surprising agility.
And firing concentrated energy bursts that incinerated vehicles and vaporized entire squads in seconds. Combat drones, once the spearhead of China's aerial defense, were being shot down en masse by the aliens.
Precise energy blasts, falling like flies across the skyscrapers. The fight was not for territory, but for time. Every meter the humans held was one more minute the global defense network remained active, shielding the planet from annihilation from space. War cries mingled with the thunder of gunfire and the hiss of alien energy.
A hellish chorus under the darkness of the invaded night.
Washington, D.C., United States, the fall of the monuments. Smoke rose over the National Mall, obscuring monuments that once symbolized the strength of a nation. U.S. forces, led by Marines and Rangers, fought a desperate battle, street by street, monument by monument. The KR-TAC advanced relentlessly toward the underground counter-frequency control facilities, ignoring any attacks that did not directly hinder their path.
Support fire at the Lincoln Memorial. Alien threat advancing.
General Vance's tense voice echoed through the calms. The Pentagon, the military heart of the nation, felt the tremors of each explosion. The latest generation Abrams tanks fired their 120mm cannons, shattering KR-TAC units into chitinous fragments and splashes of dark matter. But more and more units emerged from the craters left by landing pods,
as if the Earth itself were spewing them out.
Assault rifles, designed to tear down fortifications, thundered continuously, piercing alien armor only at its weak points. The KR-TAC retaliated with particle bursts that melted concrete, blew apart armored vehicles, and disintegrated soldiers in an instant, leaving only charred silhouettes on the ground. The fight was brutal, without quarter. Soldiers died for a cause they barely understood. Driven by the fury of seeing their homeland defiled, their symbols of freedom trampled by a force that knew no mercy.
Buenos Aires, Argentina, the heart under siege.
In Buenos Aires, the situation was equally dire.
President Solis, from the underground bunker,
listened to combat reports with stone-like stillness.
The ground vibrated constantly, an echo of nearby explosions.
An alien activity resonating through the depths of the earth. The joint military forces of Peru, Bolivia, Chile, Brazil, and Uruguay, together with Argentine special forces, fought tenaciously to contain the KR-TAC advance toward the network nodes located beneath the city. And in the nearby Andes Mountains, one of the neuralgic points of the global system.
Multiple perimeter breaches reported in Puerto Madero. Alien units are heading for the underground energy distribution access points. I repeat, they're infiltrating the maintenance tunnels. An officer's voice broke with urgency.
The extraterrestrials were not only attacking the surface, they sought the vital artery beneath the cities. The battle was a clash of worlds, of incompatible logics. The KR-TAC technology, designed for the cold efficiency of galactic purges, met the chaotic, desperate resistance of a species fighting for survival. Humans used everything they had, the brute force of their armor, the pinpoint precision of their snipers,
trying to find the few vulnerabilities of the invaders, the relentless fury of their infantry assaults.
The aliens, in turn, displayed seamless coordination, adapting to human tactics with terrifying speed,
focused unyieldingly on disabling the systems that hindered their true mission.
To them, every human was an obstacle, every defense structure a nuisance to be eradicated. The air across the planet filled with the stench of war, smoke, scorched metal, the desolate scent of disintegrated matter and spilled blood. Humanity had shouted its challenge, and the KR-TAC had answered with the fury of the storm. It was hell on earth, and the entire planet burned beneath the feet of its defenders and its relentless invaders.
Chapter 19, The High Price of Resistance. Location: South American Joint Command Center, Underground Complex Number 7, Buenos Aires, Argentina. Time: hours after the initial assault.
The roar of battle had faded, but the echo of war still resonated through the corridors of the underground bunker. The command room, lit by flickering screens, no longer showed the fervor of combat, but the cold and desolate accounting of the first phase of the invasion. World leaders, their faces marked by fatigue and shock, awaited the reports, each feeling the weight of the devastation in their nations. President Solis, his voice deep and barely audible, broke the silence. General Roca, begin the damage reports.
Each nation must present its summary of the situation. We need to know what we lost, and what we gained.
General Roca nodded and activated the communications link. The voice of General Sharma of India was the first to resonate, laced with forced stoicism.
Indian Front. We have contained the main landings near New Delhi and Mumbai.
The cost has been catastrophic. Civilian losses are estimated at 40 million, with nearly 200,000 military casualties. The infrastructure of both cities is beyond recovery. However, we destroyed 29 landing pods and temporarily disabled 74 ground units in direct combat.
The counter-frequency nodes in our zones remain operational, though under constant siege. Resistance continues.
A chill swept through the room. The magnitude of the devastation was overwhelming. Then, Lady Eleanor Finch, British Minister of Defence, took her turn, her voice more tense than usual.
European Front, London, Paris, Berlin. All European capitals suffered direct strikes and massive landings. The metropolitan areas are devastated.
Civilian casualties exceed 30 million, military, more than 300,000.
We managed to shoot down 27 landing pods and eliminate 120 alien infantry units.
Our main nodes, especially London's, are compromised, with alien infiltration at the deepest levels.
We are losing ground.
Communications are intermittent in several regions. Marshal Kuznetsov, speaking from Moscow, intervened, his voice as hard as ice. Eurasian Front, our vast territories experienced landings at multiple strategic points, targeting energy nodes in the Urals and Siberia. The cities of Moscow and St. Petersburg have been assaulted. Civilian casualties are estimated at 25 million, military at 250,000.
We confirmed the destruction of more than 30 landing pods. Enemy ground units are extremely difficult to neutralize.
Some nodes have been penetrated and are experiencing energy fluctuations.
Fighting underground is fierce.
The screen then focused on U.S. President John Maxwell, his face grim and weary, bearing the look of one who had seen too much horror. North American Front, the main landings concentrated on coastal zones and key infrastructure hubs, including Washington, D.C., New York, and Los Angeles.
Civilian losses are immense, estimated at 45 million. Military losses exceed 400,000 personnel.
Our forces fought back fiercely, shooting down 42 landing pods and disabling nearly 150 ground units. However, the primary defense node in the northeast is under enemy control, and multiple relay centers are compromised. We are reorganizing defenses for a counterattack, but the enemy's technological superiority is overwhelming in direct combat.
From Africa, the voice of General Adissa Okoro of the African Union broke into the link, rough with pain and restrained fury.
African Front, the Sahara and the Horn of Africa were unexpectedly attacked, along with the coastal megacities. Their objective was the new solar energy nodes and water purification centers we had built.
The devastation is swift and total.
Civilian casualties exceed 20 million, with 180,000 military dead.
We have only managed to disable 10 landing pods and a dozen of their units. Resistance is minimal where our defenses were sparse.
Most of our counter-frequency systems in the impact zones have been neutralized. Finally, Chinese President Li Na delivered his report, his face expressionless but his eyes betraying an unfathomable pain. Asian Front, China has borne the largest concentration of landings, the worst of the attacks, aimed at our main population centers and energy nodes in Beijing, Shanghai, and Chongqing. The density of interference here drew their greatest fury. Civilian casualties are incalculable, estimated at 100 million or more.
Military losses exceed 500,000. We brought down 68 alien landing pods, the highest tally so far. We also confirmed the destruction of more than 350 ground assault units.
However, Beijing's counter-frequency node is operating at only 40%, Shanghai's at 60%.
Alien infiltration in our underground infrastructure is critical. They are closing in on the cores of our systems. President Solis, with a knot in his throat, gave his own report.
South American front, landings here concentrated on capital cities and key points of our geoenergy network in Brasilia, Lima, Santiago, and Buenos Aires. Thanks to early evacuation and joint preparation between Argentina, Brazil, Peru, and Chile, civilian casualties have been proportionally lower, but still devastating.
We estimate 10 million civilians lost, and 80,000 military personnel. We destroyed 12 landing pods and halted 55 ground units.
Our nodes in the Andes are currently the most secure, but under constant watch.
Defense is arduous, but we are coordinated and holding key positions. A sepulchral silence filled the room.
The numbers were a gut punch.
Hundreds of millions of lives lost in the first hours. Entire cities reduced to smoking ruins.
Humanity had resisted, yes, and had inflicted some losses on the enemy, but at a cost that seemed unbearable. General Vance spoke, his voice barely a whisper. Global reports, including data from Australia, Central America, and other regions, reflect a similar situation: heroic resistance, but massive losses. They have achieved significant penetration in several vital points of our network. President Solis closed his eyes for a moment, the weight of the tragedy pressing down on him. The Pyrrhic victory of downing some alien ships did not balance the massacre.
The enemy is relentless. Their strategy is clear: disable our network. If they succeed, Earth will be exposed. We must hold the remaining nodes. At all costs. This is only the beginning.
The first battle was over. Earth had refused to fall without a fight, and had proven it was more than just a passive resource. But victory, for the invaders, was not measured in lives, but in progress toward their objective. And the distant sound of more descent pods re-entering the atmosphere confirmed that the reign of shadows was far from over.
Chapter 20, The Cold KRTAC Calculation.
Location: Command Bridge of the Supreme Dreadnought Star Devourer, KRTAC Vanguard Fleet.
Time: immediately after the completion of the first surface assault.
The bridge of the Star Devourer showed no signs of emotion, only the cold efficiency of calculation.
Emperor XYLR, towering on his tactical throne, observed the projections of Earth.
The planet was no longer a lifeless blue sphere, but a vibrant map of captured control points and residual resistances. Lord Scientist Zarkin, Admiral Vale, General THRAC, the Emperor's voice was calm, without a trace of earlier fury. Present the reports of the first deployment phase.
Assess this entity's resistance. Quantify progress toward deactivating the interference.
Zarkin was the first to activate his holoscreens, displaying intricate energy analyses superimposed over a three-dimensional map of Earth.
Emperor. The terrestrial interference has proven more resilient than initially estimated. Our sensors confirm that the network of counter-frequency nodes remains active, though with a small global degradation in capacity. We have achieved full penetration of the primary node and disabled the secondary node.
The fourth node operates at 40% capacity. This is significant progress, though with an efficiency rate below projections for a remote purge.
Admiral Vale interjected. The descent units suffered losses.
An unacceptable deviation from efficiency protocols, but within containment parameters given the objective and the unexpected resistance.
The units encountered surprisingly coordinated opposition.
General THRAC, his voice harsh, added. The surface biological entities displayed physical and tactical resistance superior to initial projections for a Gamma-class civilization. Their kinetic and energy weapons, though primitive compared to ours, are effective at close range. Our assault units had to employ more firepower than expected to neutralize resistance points, resulting in losses among our combat units. This is but a small loss of the assault force deployed in this phase. It does not affect the operational capacity of the hegemony.
Emperor XYLR studied the figures.
Kartak losses were insignificant in the vast scope of his empire. Human casualties, on the other hand, were massive, and the reduction of the interference was tangible. The inefficiency was an irritation, but the objective was being achieved. Progress is slow, but steady, HFY decreed. The interference degrades. Their resistance is visceral, not strategic. They cannot sustain it. The second deployment phase will begin soon. Priority: the remaining counter-frequency nodes still operating at near full capacity in other sectors of this world. Zarkin, when do you estimate global interference will be reduced below 20%? With sustained pressure and a 30% increase in deployment rate, we estimate the interference could be reduced to 20% of its original capacity in the next assault, Emperor, Zarkin replied with precision. After that, surface purge and remote extraction of dark energy will be viable. HFY nodded, a cold satisfaction in his gaze. So be it. Let the insolence of this world be silenced. Prepare the units for the next wave. The harvest must continue. The fleet in orbit, with the precision of a single organism, began preparing for the next descent. On Earth, the brief respite after the first assault was about to end.
Chapter 21, The Desperate Reorganization. Location: South American Ground Command Center, Underground Complex No. 7, Buenos Aires, Argentina. Time: hours after the reports of the first phase of the invasion. The silence in the South American Command Center was almost as oppressive as the roar of battle. The faces of the leaders across the screens, once marked by horror, now reflected a mixture of exhaustion and a renewed, ferocious determination. The cost of the first wave had been unimaginable, but humanity would not bow. President Solis rose to his feet, his voice hoarse but firm. We have paid a terrible price. Hundreds of millions of lives. Cities in ruins. But the defense network still stands, though wounded. The enemy will return. We must reorganize, mobilize every resource we have left. President Li Na, your reports indicated both the fiercest resistance and the heaviest losses. How is China preparing for the second wave? President Li Na stepped forward, his dark eyes shining with a cold light that was not fear, but a glacial fury. Honorable leaders. China has endured the unthinkable. We have lost more than 100 million souls in Beijing, Shanghai, and Chongqing. But the will of our people remains unbroken. We are reallocating the resources of our inland megacities. Every able citizen is being mobilized for the construction of new underground defenses and for the production of munitions. Our engineering battalions are working without rest to create fortified defense points around the remaining nodes. The fighting will be even more brutal underground, where their armored units have less room to maneuver. Marshal Kuznetsov of Russia nodded gravely. In Russia, we are mobilizing our last reserves. Our heavy armor, though overwhelmed in the first wave, will be deployed in compact formations, in urban zones. Our long-range artillery is being repositioned to sweep the expected landing areas, with new impact coordinates to compensate for their stealth. Elite snipers with deuterium-piercing rounds are searching for any weakness in the armor of those aliens. Every city will be a fortress. Every street, a cemetery for the enemy. President Maxwell of the United States nodded with solemnity. In North America, the cost of the first wave has forced us to reevaluate. Canada and Mexico will support us militarily in the defense of the nodes. We are prioritizing the remaining energy nodes, using a large-scale urban guerrilla strategy. Citizens are being armed and trained in hit-and-run tactics against alien units, leveraging their knowledge of the terrain. Our remaining fighters and drones will be used as decoys to distract, giving our ground teams a chance to flank them. We will search for their relay and supply points, if they have any, exploiting whatever logistical weakness they may possess. General Okoro, from the African Joint Command Center, added in a voice heavy with the bitterness of devastation, but also sharpened with new cunning. Our forces, though decimated, are learning. We have identified patterns in their movements. In Africa, local militia groups are using knowledge of the arid terrain and the cave networks to ambush them, cutting their advance toward the few remaining nodes. We fight with everything we have, if necessary, but also with the intelligence of the hunter. They have no respect for life, but the desert knows us, and it offers us both sanctuary and traps. President Solis concluded, his voice now filled with a fierce determination. In South America, our joint forces will continue the tenacious defense of the Andean nodes. Geography gives us an advantage few possess. We are mining underground access points, preparing explosive traps and fortresses within the mountains, using mining tunnels and ancient technological complexes. Each nation has lost too much to surrender. There is no turning back. Prepare yourselves. The second wave will be worse, and we must be ready to meet it with everything we have left. Humanity was rising from the ruins, not with the hope of an easy victory, but with the unbreakable resolve to make every inch of their world a hell for the invaders. Desperation had given way to a cold and calculating fury. Chapter 22, The Last Roll of the Dice. Location, Underground Military Command Center, Beijing, China. Time, immediately after the global video conference. The transmission ended, leaving President Li Na in the oppressive silence of his own command bunker in Beijing. The devastation of the first wave was an open wound at the heart of China. At least 100 million lives lost, and the capital, barely recognizable, defended itself by the fingernails from total annihilation. Li Na rose from his chair, ignoring the fatigue that burned in his muscles. He walked toward a secluded section of the room, where a series of secondary screens displayed complex diagrams of extraterrestrial anatomy and technology, data collected from the few enemy units they had managed to destroy or disable. There, a select group of scientists and engineers, their lab coats stained, worked without rest. They were the elite of China's military research, minds dedicated to deciphering the undecipherable. Dr. Chen, Engineer Gao, Li Na's voice was grave, but carried a note of urgency no one could miss. The global reports are clear. Resistance is fierce, but unsustainable in the long term. Their strategy is clear: disable our nodes to nullify our interference. But we have already discussed the futility of our nuclear warheads in the atmosphere or near Earth due to our own energy dispersal network. My question is, does any scenario exist where our nuclear arsenal could be effective against them? I mean a scenario beyond Earth, if for some reason they were forced to withdraw into space. Dr. Chen, a man with decades of experience in theoretical and energy physics, lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting the intense focus of his mind. Mr. President, it is a question we have pondered since the first contact. And the answer is complex, but yes, such a scenario might exist. Engineer Gao, younger but with a sharp mind for reverse engineering, intervened, pointing to a projection showing Earth and the vast alien fleet in orbit. Our nuclear warheads retain their destructive power in the vacuum of space. The problem has always been the range and speed to strike such advanced targets. However, we have detected a specific energy vulnerability, not in their active shields, but in the transition phase of their intergalactic propulsion systems, particularly when they execute or prepare for a hyperspeed jump, or when they regroup in deep space after a prolonged incursion. Vulnerability? Li Na asked, his interest sharpened. Yes, Chen confirmed. Their ships, and indeed their assault units themselves, are intrinsically tied to the manipulation of dark energy. It is their essence. During those propulsion transitions or reorganizations, their internal energy fields flow in such a way that, for a moment, they become susceptible to a low-frequency disturbance with a massive energy signature, something a nuclear detonation can generate. It's not that their armor becomes weak, but that their control over dark energy briefly destabilizes. But they are still incredibly fast, and their detection systems are superior, Li Na interrupted. How would we get a warhead within, say, 5 to 10 million kilometers of the planet, and detonate it in such a narrow window? Engineer Gao activated a diagram of a long, slender missile with multiple propulsion stages. A secret interplanetary deterrence project developed years ago, designed to intercept threats such as asteroids or unidentified colonization ships at extreme distances. It is not a space combat missile, but a point injection vector. This missile incorporates a dark energy pulse acceleration module, Gao continued. Developed from the same technology of Earth's stabilization network, though with an offensive application. It does not grant the missile sustained hyperspeed like the alien ships, but it does allow for a final, massive, extremely rapid boost to cover astronomical distances in seconds, once it reaches cruising speed. This would give us a chance, however slim, to strike one of their motherships if it happened to be in the right vulnerability phase and at the correct distance. Li Na nodded slowly, his eyes processing the information. The fury on his face blended with a glint of cold cunning. Then it is not an option for this battle. But it is an option for a possible Pyrrhic victory. Analyze their transit and spatial reorganization patterns with the highest priority. If we manage to corner them enough that they consider withdrawal, we must be ready to execute that strike. It is the only real hope we have beyond resisting on our own soil. The scientists nodded, returning to their consoles with a new, grim urgency. The order needed no repetition. Humanity's survival might depend on finding the precise moment to strike the enemy where it would hurt most, even if it meant standing at the edge of the abyss. Chapter 23, The Desperate Summons. Location, Underground Military Command Center, Beijing, China. Time, immediately after Li Na's conversation with her engineers. The dim light of the Beijing bunker seemed to grow even dimmer for Li Na. The weight of what Dr. Chen and Engineer Gao had revealed settled heavily upon her. The last roll of the dice, as they had called it, was a fragile, almost illusory hope, but it was hope nonetheless. And every second was crucial. Li Na returned to the communications table, fatigue no longer mattered. Her voice, when she addressed her team, was as sharp as steel. Prepare an emergency meeting request. Immediately. A chance, however remote, to strike the aliens where it hurts most. I need to speak with President Solis, President Maxwell, Lady Finch, Marshal Kuznetsov. Everyone. Now. Minutes later, the holographic screens lit up again in the Buenos Aires bunker. The weary faces of world leaders appeared, carrying a mix of surprise and apprehension. President Solis was the first to speak. President Li Na. What strategy do you have in mind? The second alien wave is imminent. What vital information has your team discovered? Li Na did not mince words. Her gaze swept across all present. Honorable leaders. My research team, analyzing the remnants of alien ship technology and their energy patterns, has discovered a potential critical vulnerability. It is not for the current surface combat, but for a possible future scenario, should they ever be forced into a tactical withdrawal or distant reorganization. A wave of murmurs rippled across the connections. We have identified an energy pattern in their propulsion and shielding systems that, under very specific conditions of transition or regrouping in deep space, would make them susceptible to a massive low-frequency energy disruption. One that our nuclear warheads can generate, outside the influence of our counter-frequency network. President Maxwell leaned forward, eyes narrowing. We already dismissed nuclear use because of interference with our own defenses. How could this be different? Mr. President, Li Na replied, her voice gaining authority. This is not about brute force, it's about the exact frequency and precise timing. We have reassessed our project's offensive capability, a prototype of a space cruise missile incorporating a pinpoint dark energy acceleration module. This missile is designed to intercept targets at interplanetary distances, using a massive final thrust that allows it to reach and strike a moving target at extreme speeds. If the aliens were forced to withdraw 5 to 10 million kilometers from Earth, and if at that moment their motherships or main battleships entered a propulsion transition or reorganization phase, we could have one chance to strike with a nuclear warhead. It could destabilize their dark energy systems and cause significant damage to one of their capital ships. Marshal Kuznetsov responded. Incredible. But how many of these missiles do you have? And how quickly can they be produced? Li Na's expression hardened. Production is the problem. Each missile requires massive amounts of ultrapure superconducting materials, exotic isotopes for the pinpoint acceleration reactor, and the assembly of highly complex dark energy modules. Every component is a bottleneck. That is why I called this emergency meeting, Li Na continued, lifting her gaze to meet each leader's eyes. To maximize the chances of having the greatest number of these missiles operational, we need a global mobilization of resources, unprecedented in scale. We need access to every reserve of rare and precious metals, every gram of advanced isotopes in your research centers, the high-precision manufacturing capacity of all your nations. We need your best particle physicists and your quantum engineers. This is the only long-range offensive plan we have. And there is no time to lose. The second wave awaits us, and we must prepare for that possible moment of retreat. A tense silence followed her words. The request was monumental, demanding the surrender of vital strategic resources amid an invasion. Yet, for the first time, the possibility of a true counteroffensive loomed on the horizon. President Solis spoke again, his face thoughtful. President Li Na. Your proposal is bold. But faced with this threat, we cannot afford to ignore any possibility. We will open our resources. But this requires the cooperation of all. We must act swiftly. Humanity's survival may depend on our ability to take this last roll of the dice. The other leaders nodded, their minds already weighing the costs and implications. The second wave of the KR attack was approaching, but now humanity had a goal that transcended mere resistance, to find the giant's weakness, and, if the moment came, deliver the killing blow. Chapter 24, The Second Wave, A Shift of Variables. Location, Command Bridge of the Supreme Battleship Star Devourer, KR-TAC Vanguard Fleet. Time, hours after the report of the first KR-TAC deployment phase. Emperor XY Lar, Admiral Vale, General Th Rak, and Lord Scientist Zarkin gathered once more on the command bridge, this time with even more detailed tactical projections of Earth's surface. The data from the first landing wave had been processed, and the KR-TAC system simulations were already calculating strategies for the next phase. General Th Rak, began Emperor XY Lar, his voice resonating with unshakable authority. Your units encountered more coordinated resistance than expected. How will the deployment be adjusted for the second wave? And what is your estimated time frame for the total suppression of Earth's defenses at the priority nodes? Th Rak activated a series of new graphics showing heat maps of human resistance. Emperor. It is true that this biological entity displayed an unusual capacity for reaction and adaptation for a civilization of its technological level. However, their resistance is tactical, not strategic. They rely on kinetic weaponry and short-range energy. We have identified their fire concentration points and the most resilient defense routes. For the second wave, we will adjust the composition of the assault units. The heavy shock units will be deployed in greater numbers at the fiercest confrontation points, such as the massive eastern population core and the coastal belt of the northern continent. These units are equipped with superior self-regenerating armor and field torsion emitters to disrupt inferior defenses. Additionally, we will increase the mobilization of infiltrator scouts, more compact and agile, to bypass surface defenses and penetrate directly into the subplanetary levels of the nodes. Admiral Vale interjected, pointing at the orbits of the motherships. The descent pods will be reconfigured for a more dispersed initial deployment, reducing the risk of loss from concentrated fire during re-entry. We will prioritize landing zones that allow faster access to underground targets, such as mountainous regions with known tunnels or the outskirts of megacities where population density is lower, but access to infrastructure remains viable. Based on this adjusted distribution strategy and a 30% increase in the unit deployment rate requested by Lord Scientist Zarkin, Th Rak continued, we estimate that the counter-frequency nodes in the Greater Eastern Conurbation, the continental frozen vertex, and the western flank mountain range of the southern continent can be neutralized. Lord Scientist Zarkin nodded. Analysis of the residual energy patterns of Earth's interference aligns with these projections. The degradation will continue to accelerate as more nodes are silenced. Once the interference falls below 20%, remote extraction of the planet's dark energy will be viable. So be it then, HFY decreed. The time factor is critical. Every minute this interference persists is a delay in the great harvest. Let the second wave commence as soon as possible. The assault units must be more efficient, more relentless. There is no room for prolonged resistance. His gaze swept across the projections. Zarkin adjusted a dial on his console. Emperor, we have detected a series of anomalous energy spikes, very brief, with an unusual signature, in the eastern regions and the northern part of the West. Possibly low-powered local weapons experiments or byproducts of disruptions in their own networks. Insignificant. They pose no threat to our technology or advance. HFY dismissed the comment with a slight gesture. Concentrate your resources. Prepare the second wave. Let the will of the hegemony manifest in full force. Silence this irritating resistance and prepare the planet for extraction. The fleet began repositioning in Earth's orbit, the colossal motherships readying their bellies to unleash a new and deadlier rain of shadows. On Earth, the countdown to the next phase of annihilation had begun. Chapter 25, The World's Last Breath. Location, South American Joint Command Center, Underground Complex No. 7, Buenos Aires, Argentina. Time, hours after the reports from the first phase of the invasion. The stillness in the command room was tense, a prelude to the imminent hell. President Li Na, speaking from Beijing, watched the projections of the alien ships that still lingered in orbit, their forms readjusting in inscrutable ways, and addressed the world leaders with somber gravity. Presidents, leaders. The enemy will not stop. Their first wave has demonstrated brutal efficiency and an unrelenting focus on our counter-frequency nodes. We do not know when they will launch their second assault, nor with what intensity. But we know they will come, and soon. Every moment of inaction is a moment lost. Li Na projected a global map showing the remaining counter-frequency nodes, those already compromised in red, and the still operational ones in a flickering amber. Moscow and the Andes mountain range are now priority targets, alongside other critical points. We must prepare for the severest impact. We have resisted with heroism, yes, Li Na continued, her voice growing more urgent. But we must be honest about the resources left to us for this second phase. Our combat capacity has been severely diminished. Our air forces are decimated. Ammunition and spare part supply chains are under extreme pressure. Civilian and military casualties have further complicated our mobilization. What real resources remain to us, and how can we maximize them? Marshal Kuznetsov of Russia was the first to respond, his voice grave. Our factories in the Urals, though running at maximum capacity, cannot replenish losses in armor and munitions at the pace of devastation. We have roughly 60% of our heavy artillery and 40% of our armored units still operational. Our strategy will be the intensive use of infantry in urban defense, fortifying every building and using ambushes in the ruins. We need supplies of explosives, detonators, and excavation equipment to create new barriers and defensive tunnels. President Maxwell, speaking from the United States, nodded grimly. In North America, the situation is similar. We have lost nearly all of our advanced air platforms. We retain about 50% of our effective ground forces, with the resources to keep them operational for no more than a few weeks at this rate of attrition. Our precision munition stockpiles are falling. We make an urgent call to nations that have not suffered direct landings to redirect their weapons production and medical supplies to the most active battlefronts. We need everything you can send: steel, electronic components, pharmaceuticals. General Okoro of the African Union raised his voice. In Africa, our coastal and desert cities lie in ruins. But the interior, less populated and with less critical nodes, has been spared heavier attacks. We have 70% of our military forces not engaged in active combat. We offer refuge and logistical bases for resource redistribution. We can provide manpower and unprocessed natural resources such as metals and minerals. Our transportation networks can be used to move goods from the south and center of the continent to wherever they are most needed. President Solis, his voice urgent, addressed the others, his gaze seeking out the representatives of Australia, New Zealand, and the Scandinavian nations, which until now had suffered less impact. Those of you who still retain intact industrial capacity, fuel reserves, non-perishable food, the Earth needs you now. Your resources are the world's last breath. Lina turned again to the main screen, which now showed alien ships adjusting their positions above the planet, like predators before the killing strike. Every bullet, every medicine, every gram of fuel counts. We must divert all global production toward defense. Every day our nodes remain active is a day gained. There is no time for diplomacy, only survival. We must make this second wave even costlier for them. If we do not give them a reason to halt, or at least slow their advance, we are lost. The atmosphere in the room was not one of hope, but of cold, raw determination. Humanity, with dwindling resources and the enemy at their gates, prepared to sell its existence at the highest possible price. The second wave would be the ultimate test of their will to survive. Chapter 26, The Impatience of the Hegemony. Location, Command Bridge of the Supreme Dreadnought Star Devourer, KRTAC Vanguard Fleet. Time, 6 days after the first assault. The command bridge of the Star Devourer was heavy with unusual tension. 6 days had passed since the first wave, a span that, while insignificant on the hegemony's scale of time, had been unusually long for a Class Gamma, purge, operation. Emperor XYLAR, eyes fixed on the projection of Earth, felt the weight of the communications from the high galactic councils. Lord Scientist Zarkin, General Th Rak, Admiral Vale, XYLAR's voice was sharper than usual. The adjustment period is over. What additional data have we gathered? And why has this primitive resistance persisted beyond the initial projections? Zarkin activated a series of energy analyses. Emperor. Over these 6 days, our long-range reconnaissance units have mapped the terrestrial interference network with greater precision. We've identified fluctuations in the secondary nodes, suggesting the biological entities are redirecting energy and resources to keep them operational. Their adaptability is notable. We've also detected the construction of new underground fortifications and the mass mobilization of their biological units at key defense points. Our wait has not been in vain, Zarkin continued. We have reconfigured the descent pod re-entry patterns to minimize exposure to terrestrial anti-air fire, and we've updated our attack unit profiles to counter their ambush tactics. The efficiency of the next wave will be superior. General Th Rak intervened. My units have completed deployment drills with the new configurations. The heavy vanguard units are prepared for the frontal assault on the eastern region of Earth. The infiltrator scouts are programmed to exploit the new underground access routes we identified in the western mountains and the southern east. The objective is to minimize the wear on our forces. The persistence of this biological entity has been an unexpected issue, but it will be resolved with greater force. An unexpected issue, XYLAR repeated, his voice low and laden. The high galactic councils did not anticipate this problem. A Class Gamma purge should have been a standard operation, completed in a single day. The persistence of this interference has raised questions about the efficiency of this vanguard fleet. Lord Scientist Zarkin added, Emperor, Supreme Commander Valerius requests to speak. A hologram materialized, revealing a KRTAC of immense stature, clad in the most ornate armor. He was the Supreme Commander of the Hegemony, a distant and demanding figure. Emperor XYLAR, Valerius' voice resonated with a coldness that froze the air. The reports on Entity 347 Gamma are unusual. The prolongation of this operation is affecting the schedule of the Grand Harvest in Sector Beta. A swift resolution was expected. Why this anomaly? Losses, though minimal in the greater scheme, are an unacceptable inefficiency. We demand results. The hegemony does not tolerate prolonged resistance from Class Gamma entities. HFY held his stance, his voice firm. Supreme Commander. Terrestrial interference has demonstrated an adaptability and tenacity not consistent with their projected technological level. However, we have recalibrated our variables. The weight has allowed an optimal reconfiguration of our forces. The second wave will be decisive. I guarantee that the interference will be silenced, and the planet prepared for extraction with minimal damage to our units. The Supreme Commander remained silent for a moment. So be it, HFY. The cost of this anomaly is already too high. Proceed. And this time, let the efficiency be total. The projection faded. HFY turned to Zarkin and Thrak, the pressure from his superiors palpable. You heard him. No more time for adjustments. The second wave launches. Now. Each unit will achieve its objective with maximum efficiency. I will tolerate no further inefficiencies. That interference must be eradicated. The massive motherships in orbit began to tremble, their deployment gates opening to unleash a new, denser rain of shadows upon Earth. The waiting period was over. Chapter 27, The Second Wave, Hell Descends Again. Location, multiple global battle zones. Time, immediately after Emperor HFY's order. The sky over Earth darkened once more. This time, there was no initial shock of surprise. The nations were prepared, or at least as prepared as they could be. Thousands of black dots, more dispersed and with more erratic trajectories than in the first wave, broke away from the immense ships in orbit, falling like a silent plague upon the continents. The second reign of shadows had begun, and with it, a renewed hell. Beijing, China, a wall of fury. In Beijing, the defenses ordered by President Li Na were immediately put to the test. Collapsed skyscrapers had been turned into improvised barricades, and the underground networks into deadly labyrinths for the enemy. The KR-TAC heavy vanguard units, larger and more formidable than before, slammed into China's defensive lines with unprecedented brutality. Their armor seemed almost impervious to pulse and kinetic weapons. Li Na, from the command bunker, watched with clenched teeth as the anti-air fire struggled to slow the avalanche. Keep fire concentrated on the joint points. Don't waste ammunition. Her engineers kept working in the isolated section, their screens filled with complex formulas and three-dimensional energy models. Dr. Chen approached her. President, Chen said in a low voice, so only she could hear. We've made significant progress in identifying the destabilization frequency for the long-range attack project. The theory is solid, but the precision of the modulation and the power needed to amplify the signal are immense. We need specific components scattered around the globe, and fine calibration will take time. Unfortunately, we are not ready yet. Not for this battle. Li Na nodded, a mix of frustration and determination. I understand. Keep working. Every minute counts. Our soldiers are buying that time with their blood. Do not fail them. She turned her attention back to the main screens, where the city burned. Humanity was racing against time, fighting to survive the present in order to have the slightest chance at the future. Moscow, Russia, the bloody counterattack. The frozen streets of Moscow had become an extermination ground. Marshal Kuznetsov had transformed every avenue into a kill zone. Russian tanks, hidden among the ruins, opened fire at point-blank range against the KR-TAC units, while elite snipers relentlessly sought the articulated weak points in the alien armor. Saturation fire in Sector Delta, 7. They've breached the metro line, roared Kuznetsov over the radio. The KR-TAC, smarter this time, avoided open fronts and infiltrated through underground routes, aiming for Moscow's main node. Explosions thundered from the depths of the earth. The struggle was desperate, but the Russians did not yield. Every inch was paid for with blood. Washington, D.C., United States, the guerrilla war. In the shattered streets of Washington, D.C., what remained of the U.S. Army, supported by armed civilian militias, had embraced a brutal guerrilla war. President Maxwell followed the fight from a mobile bunker, his eyes fixed on images transmitted by reconnaissance drones. Activate the demolition corridors in Sector 3. Bring the buildings down on them, ordered Maxwell. Demolition teams detonated preset charges, toppling skyscrapers onto KR-TAC formations, creating mountains of rubble that slowed their advance. It was a desperate tactic, the sacrifice of the city itself to stop the invader. The KR-TAC units, though momentarily surprised, adapted quickly, their infiltrator scouts searching for alternative routes through service tunnels and sewers, a testament to their relentless efficiency. Andes Mountains, the natural fortress. In South America, the Southern Alliance entrenched itself within the immense underground fortresses of the Andes. President Solis monitored the situation from the command center. The geography offered natural defense, but the KR-TAC had learned. Descent pods targeted valleys and mountain passes directly, while infiltrator scouts sought cracks and abandoned mine shafts leading to the Andean node complexes. Secure the gamma-level gates. Alien activity detected in the ventilation tunnels, the operations chief's voice thundered. The battle in the Andes was claustrophobic, hand-to-hand in narrow corridors, with explosive traps and automated defenses sowing chaos among the KR-TAC ranks, yet their advance was relentless. The second wave was a trial of endurance. Earth burned, and humanity fought on every front, buying time, sacrificing lives, while in the darkness of the laboratories, a distant and terrible hope still struggled to take shape. Chapter 28, The Bleeding of the Interference. Location, Command Bridge of the Supreme Battleship Star Devourer. KR-TAC Vanguard Fleet. Time, hours after the start of the second wave. The pristine calm of the Star Devourer's bridge stood in brutal contrast to the chaos unfolding on Earth. Emperor HFY, flanked by Lord Scientist Zarkin and General TH-RAC, watched the screens. The second wave had struck with the force of a celestial hammer, yet Earth's interference, though weakened, still pulsed. General TH-RAC, HFY's voice was a chilling whisper. Reports from the surface indicate unexpected persistence in the pockets of resistance. Your heavy vanguard units are reporting a slower rate of advance than projected. Analysis. TH-RAC activated a tactical map where the KR-TAC red units moved sluggishly, encountering invisible barriers in the dense urban grids. Emperor, the biological entities have adopted more primitive, but surprisingly effective, defense tactics. They have demolished their own massive structures to create impassable rubble zones, forcing our heavy units to detour or expend energy on additional demolitions. Their snipers and light assault units exploit gaps in our advance, ambushing in underground corridors and transit networks. Inefficient for them, yes, but it slows our progress. Their casualties are colossal, of course, TH-RAC added with a hint of disdain. Yet they are demonstrating a capacity for sacrifice that defies their individual biological survival calculations. They are bleeding out, Emperor, but the drain on their forces translates into a drain on our time and resources. Lord Scientist Zarkin nodded, focusing on another projection showing energy fluctuations in Earth's nodes. The interference has decreased by another 4.7% globally, indicating partial success in this phase. However, resistance at the priority targets is more tenacious. The southwest nodes are demonstrating strong resilience, leveraging the planet's geology, protected by the natural fortresses of these mountains. Our infiltration units are encountering mine tunnels and geo-activated traps. The terrestrials are using their own geological environment to amplify their defense, something unusual for a civilization of their energy development, Zarkin continued. The amount of energy required to overcome these defenses and reach the vital cores of their nodes is exceeding efficiency projections for this phase. The interference is still costing more than expected. Emperor HFY showed no emotion, but the subtle tightening of his jaw betrayed his displeasure. Inefficiency was a blemish on his record with the High Command. General TH-RAC, how many assault units have been neutralized in this second wave so far? TH-RAC consulted his data. To this moment, Emperor, 2,100 KR-TAC assault units have ceased operations, of which 875 were heavy vanguard units. A tiny number for the hegemony, but a significant increase compared to the first wave, especially among the heavy units. The bleeding was slow, but steady. Lord Scientist Zarkin, what is the estimated time for neutralizing the interference, if this rate of attrition and resistance persists? HFY inquired. Zarkin adjusted his calculations, his eyes gleaming with the speed of processing. If current variables hold, and the biological entities can maintain this rate of sacrifice, the complete deactivation of the interference could extend far longer than expected for the second wave, perhaps triple the time or more. A significant delay in the extraction schedule, Emperor. An eternity for an operation that should have been a formality. Unacceptable, HFY decreed. The hegemony cannot allow this delay. General THRAC, order the deployment of thermal purge units to the points of highest resistance. Cities still maintaining interference will be purged efficiently. Lord Scientist Zarkin, prepare the destabilizer cascade protocol for the remaining terrestrial nodes. We will force their collapse if physical entry is too slow. Admiral Vale interjected. Emperor, deploying the thermal purge consumes massive energy, it could pose a problem for extraction. We have no time for subtleties, HFY replied. The High Councils demand progress. Let damage be the cost of efficiency. This interference must be silenced. Let the bleeding end. The planet will be ours, with or without its structures. The order echoed across the bridge, the cold logic of the hegemony overriding all minor considerations. Earth was about to experience a new level of annihilation. Chapter 29, The Grip of Annihilation. Location, multiple global battle zones. Time, moments after the KR-TAC decision to intensify the purge. The battle escalated to avoid further delays, and a new level of alien fury was unleashed upon Earth. KR-TAC ships in orbit altered their deployment patterns, and a new class of descent units, faster and with an ominous thermal signature, plummeted toward the planet. President Li Na's warnings had come true, the battle for global survival had grown even more desperate. Beijing, China, the shattered fortress. In Beijing, the air vibrated with the roar of the thermal purge. Gigantic KR-TAC units, equipped with energy projectors that turned concrete into vapor and metal into molten pools, advanced mercilessly. The stench of scorched ozone and melted structures was overwhelming. Li Na, inside her bunker, watched as the defensive lines, so painstakingly built, disintegrated under the assault. The southern perimeter of the main node is collapsing. They're vaporizing our armored units, an officer shouted. Li Na clenched her fists, frustration burning within her at the slow pace of the long-range strike project. Her engineers worked feverishly in the research section, oblivious to the hell unfolding above. Every life lost, every building crumbling, was time bought for that faint possibility. Redirect the automated defense systems to the lower tunnels. Do not let them reach the reactors, ordered Li Na, knowing that every minute Beijing's node remained operational was a Pyrrhic victory. Pyongyang, North Korea, unleashed contained fury. On the Korean peninsula, the KR-TAC had encountered unexpectedly fierce resistance. The supreme leader of North Korea, his identity as shrouded in secrecy as the KR-TAC themselves, had ordered total defense. Unlike other nations, North Korea had maintained for decades a vast underground arsenal and an extremely militarized population. The immense tunnel networks beneath Pyongyang became a deadly labyrinth for the invaders. Millions of soldiers, armed with energy rifles and improvised explosives, launched kamikaze assaults against KR-TAC units. There was no retreat, only advance or death. Hidden artillery complexes, camouflaged for generations, erupted from the ground to unleash massive salvos against the descent pods, sacrificing their positions for a single devastating strike. Every inch will be defended to the last drop of blood, thundered a message across North Korea's communication networks. The KR-TAC thermal purge met fanatical determination, turning the capital into a boiling cauldron of combat. The alien advance, though relentless, came at a price that, even for them, was beginning to be noticeable. New Delhi, India, a desperate fight. In India, the second KR attack wave targeted already devastated population centers, seeking to crush any remaining resistance. General Sharma, from an improvised command center beneath the ruins of New Delhi, coordinated his forces. Recon drones reported the arrival of the new, deadly, thermal purge units, mowing down what was left of the city. The battered Indian forces responded with layered defenses. They turned the sprawling slums and collapsed infrastructure into traps, forcing the KR attack to advance through narrow alleys where they could be ambushed with explosives and concentrated fire. The civilian population, once panicked, now joined the resistance, guiding soldiers through hidden routes or pointing out enemy positions. Hold the line at the India Gate sector. We will not allow them to destroy our nation, a brigade commander shouted over the radio. The KR attack responded with searing energy blasts that incinerated entire sections of the city, but every human casualty delayed the invader. Every act of resistance was proof of the tenacity they had underestimated. Other fronts, global suffering. From the frozen steppes of Siberia to the jungles of South America, the battle raged on. The KR attack, beyond their projected efficiency, faced global resistance, an entire species refusing to vanish without a fight. Earth had become a slaughter field on an unprecedented scale. Every extinguished life was a small victory against the enemy, one more minute bought for the desperate hope of an impossible counterattack. Chapter 30, The Unexpected Attrition. Location, multiple global battle zones. Time, hours after the intensification of the second wave. Dust and smoke settled over a ravaged planet. The second wave had ceased, not because the invaders had been repelled, but because the intensity of their assault had diminished. Cities were now mere charred skeletons, landscapes of ruin and death. Yet, against all logic, humanity was still breathing. Beijing, China, an unbreakable spirit. In the Beijing bunker, Li Na watched the projections with a mix of horror and grim triumph. The Beijing counter-frequency node was still operational, though at a meager 25% of its capacity. The KR attack thermal purge units had withdrawn to defensive positions, leaving behind unimaginable destruction. Damage report, main sector, ordered Li Na, her voice rasped by tension. The city has been incinerated, an officer replied, his voice breaking. Casualties are catastrophic. Almost all surface infrastructure has been neutralized. But our underground levels held. The enemy units failed to breach the node's core. They were forced to withdraw under pressure from our defenses. Li Na nodded, turning her gaze toward the engineers section. Dr. Chen approached, his face gaunt but with a spark of hope in his eyes. President, the energy pressure on the long-range strike project has been extreme, but we endured it. We've made a critical breakthrough in tuning the extraterrestrial resonance frequency. We just need a little more time. A reprieve, however brief. Moscow, Russia, a frozen hell. In Moscow, Marshal Kuznetsov spat blood and dust. Winter was approaching, and the city's ruins were now a frozen labyrinth. The KR attack had achieved significant advances, but not total victory. The Moscow node operated at a precarious 30%. Our units held. Enemy retreat in the Kremlin sector, a soldier's voice roared over comms. The KR attack metal giants regrouped, leaving a trail of destruction but failing to deliver the decisive breach they sought. Kuznetsov stared at the tactical map. Thousands of his men had fallen, but the city remained a battlefield. They underestimated our tenacity. They do not understand the snow, or the spirit of this land. Every life lost has been a shield for the node. But we cannot withstand another assault like this. Washington, D.C., United States, the ghost city resists. President Maxwell gazed at images of what had once been his nation's capital. Now it was a ghost city, filled with rubble and the stench of death. Yet somewhere beneath its ruins, secondary counter-frequency nodes still emitted a faint signal, a defiance to the invader. Guerrilla tactics had inflicted irritating damage on KR-TAC units, forcing them to scatter and expend resources clearing out seemingly insignificant resistance pockets. The second wave had pushed humanity to its limit, but had not annihilated it. Enemy casualty report, Maxwell demanded, his voice heavy. The data was fragmented, but estimates revealed a significant number of extraterrestrial units neutralized, more than in the first wave, especially in ambush zones. They had advanced, yes, but they had bled for it. Andes Mountains, South America, the hidden resistance. In the Andes, joint South American forces had entrenched themselves deep within the mountains. The KR-TAC, infiltrator scouts, had managed to penetrate some levels, but were met with networks of explosive tunnels and automated defenses designed to disorient and destroy them in confined spaces. The Andean node continued to function at a robust 80% of its capacity, a thorn in the side of the hegemony. President Solis watched as enemy markers retreated from sectors of the mountain. The battle had been brutal, with hand-to-hand combat in the dark mines, but geography and human cunning had granted them an unexpected advantage. "We've endured," Solis whispered, his voice full of both relief and fear. "But their tactics are evolving. They did not anticipate such losses from the terrain. They want a clean, efficient victory. We must find a way to remain a problem." End of the second battle. The second wave had concluded. The KR-TAC had inflicted immense devastation, but had not achieved the total collapse of Earth's interference. Humanity, at an incalculable cost, had managed to cling to existence. Earth was exhausted, bleeding, but still standing. They had slowed the KR-TAC advance, forcing them to expend more resources and prolong a timetable that, for the invaders, was intolerably extended. The resistance had been far more tenacious than any KR-TAC calculation had predicted. The Great Harvest was not going to be as clean as they had expected. Chapter 31, The Unexpected Cost of the Harvest. Location, Command Bridge of the Supreme Battleship, Star Devourer, KR-TAC Vanguard Fleet. Time, hours after the cessation of the second wave. The cold light of the holoscreens illuminated the faces, or what passed for faces among the KR-TAC, of Emperor XY, Lord Scientist Zarkin, and General THRAC. The air on the bridge of the Star Devourer was more tense than ever. The second wave had concluded, but not with the total efficiency XY had guaranteed to the High Councils. General THRAC, the Emperor's voice was a blade of ice. "The data from the second phase is troubling. Your thermal purge units failed to collapse the interference at the high-priority nodes. What is your report on the planetary resistance?" THRAC activated a projection showing Beijing, Moscow, and Washington, D.C. as mere clusters of rubble, yet with small pockets of biological and energetic resistance still active. Emperor. The biological entity has demonstrated an unprecedented capacity for damage absorption and suicidal tenacity. Their tactics of environmental sacrifice were unexpected. They have collapsed their own megastructures to create impenetrable barriers, slowing the advance of our heavy units. The infiltrator scouts did succeed in breaching the subterranean layers, THRAC continued, but they encountered a network of defensive tunnels and explosive traps that caused significant attrition. The geology of the southern region, in particular, is proving a major obstacle, amplifying their energy defenses and channeling our units into kill zones. Our assault unit casualties have been high in this phase, THRAC admitted, displaying a figure which, though minimal compared to the scale of their fleet, was considerably greater than projected. 8,672 KR-TAC units neutralized in the second wave, including 3,500 heavy vanguard units and 700 infiltrator scouts. An unacceptable cost for a Class Gamma purge operation. Lord Scientist Zarkin intervened, his eyes glowing with concern. Emperor, the analysis of the interference status after this phase is critical. Total deactivation has been delayed. The eastern nodes are operating at 25% and 30% capacity respectively. The southern western node remains at a surprising 80%. Global interference has dropped from its original capacity, but not to the 20% threshold required for safe dark energy extraction. The inefficient resistance of this species is draining our resources beyond projection, Zarkin continued. Reconfiguration and redeployment of units are consuming more energy than anticipated, and the replacement demand for assault units is affecting the hegemony's timetable in Sector Beta. If this rate of attrition continues in further battles, the purge of Entity 347 Gamma could take much longer. It is an unsustainable delay. XYLR remained silent, processing the information. This was a massive stain on his record of efficiency. The pressure from the high command was palpable, not only because of inefficiency, but also due to the inexplicable tenacity of a civilization that should have already collapsed. Inform the high command that the resistance of Entity 347 Gamma is anomalous, XYLR ordered, his voice hard. It is not comparable to other class Gamma purges. The terrestrial biological systems are exhibiting adaptability and resistance to mass collapse that does not correlate with their technological level. I suggest that, to avoid further resource drain and unacceptable delays, the localized overload protocol for the remaining nodes be approved. Admiral Vale spoke up, concern in his tone. Emperor, the localized overload protocol would involve activating orbital dark energy pulse weaponry directly on the remaining nodal points. This would create severe instability in the planetary crust in those areas and could seriously damage the KRTAC subterranean infrastructure already established. Furthermore, residual energy dispersion would complicate the initial extraction of dark energy in those regions. And it would accelerate atmospheric collapse, added Zarkin, which, in the long term, would hinder full extraction of core dark energy, our primary objective. The Class Alpha Annihilation Protocol, which would pulverize the surface, is even less viable if the goal is long-term harvesting. XYLR processed their arguments. They could not damage the resource they had come to claim. Yet inefficiency was unacceptable. Then, an intermediate solution. General THRAC, prepare the third wave. This time, it will not be a surface purge. It will be an infiltration and full saturation operation against the remaining nodes. Deploy 80% of our deep drilling and tunnel assault units. We will focus all power on penetrating the subterranean nodes of the southern west and the entire east. Let the thermal purge unit secure the surface deployment zones, creating a shield, while the mass assault forces concentrate below. Lord Scientist Zarkin, activate the low-frequency seismic resonators in the node areas to disorient terrestrial subterranean defenses. We will accept greater collateral damage on the surface, but the integrity of the energy core must remain intact for extraction. That interference will be crushed from within. Admiral Vale nodded with cold efficiency. Understood, Emperor. A full subterranean assault strategy. This will accelerate the purge significantly, though the cost in units will be the highest yet. We have no time for inefficiency. The planet will be ours, and its interference will be silenced, even if it costs us more units, XYLR declared, frustration burning in his voice. Let the third wave begin at once. There will be no further pauses. The immense motherships in orbit began to vibrate, shifting into new positions with lethal determination. Earth was about to face its ultimate trial. Chapter 32, A Costly Breather, A New Threat. Location: South American Earth Command, Underground Complex No. 7. Buenos Aires, Argentina. Time, hours after the end of the second KRTAC wave. The air in the Buenos Aires bunker was thick with fatigue and fleeting relief. The second wave had ceased, leaving behind an even greater trail of devastation. Yet the key counter-frequency nodes remained, against all odds, operational. President Solis looked at the battle-marked faces of his colleagues. "We've held on," Solis said, his voice barely above a whisper. "But the cost has been unthinkable. Hundreds of millions more lives lost. Our cities reduced to ashes. But their advance was slower than they expected. That much is clear. They were forced to resort to more destructive tactics." Marshal Kuznetsov nodded. "Their pattern is clear. First wave, sweep and initial landing. Then, a 6-day adjustment period before launching the second. And this time, the second wave dragged on longer than they likely intended. They failed to completely wipe out the main nodes in Beijing, Moscow, or the Andes. It's a Pyrrhic victory, but it's still a victory. President Maxwell rubbed his eyes. Those attacks, they were brutal. They cost us too much. But we delayed them. The question is, how much time have we really bought? And what comes next? Will they return with another wave, or change their strategy now that their initial plans have faltered? That is the crucial question, Li Na interjected, her image on the screen. Reflecting her exhaustion. Their goal remains the nullification of our network. I estimate that, given the frustration they must feel at our persistence, and the extra time we've forced them to spend, their next attack could come even faster. Perhaps in 3 or 4 days. They won't give us much respite. A chill ran through the room. Time was humanity's scarcest resource. And with that little time, Li Na, President Solis asked, his gaze fixed. Has the Chinese nation been advancing on that project? Launching nuclear weapons at a certain range. What progress has there been? Can we count on it, even as a distant hope? Li Na nodded, a flicker of determination lighting her eyes. President, leaders. Project Goliath has made significant progress. After the first wave, our engineers focused on understanding the enemy's fundamental weakness, their reliance on an energy source that, though advanced, can be disrupted if struck at the exact time and place. To put it simply, Li Na continued. It's as if the enemy uses an invisible power cable for everything. Their shields, their weapons, their ships. We've discovered a very specific frequency, or note, that, if struck with enough force, at the right moment, would destabilize that cable for an instant. Normal nuclear weapons are too noisy and dissipate in our own network. But if the enemy moves away from the planet, beyond the reach of our counter-frequency grid, and if at that moment their cable is in a transition phase, like when their ships are preparing for long travel or reorganizing, we could strike them. And here is the breakthrough, she emphasized. Our scientists, led by Dr. Chen and Engineer Gao, have made critical progress in identifying the exact note and in creating a nuclear detonation that can sink it with the required precision. We've also refined our Goliath missile technology. It's a special type of missile that, once in empty space, can harness a small portion of that same energy they manipulate to give itself an incredibly powerful and rapid final boost. This would, in theory, allow it to reach their motherships at very long distances during that window of vulnerability. It's not ready yet, Li Na admitted. They need extremely rare components and a final calibration of extraordinary precision. It's a surgical operation on a cosmic scale. But we've made gigantic steps. We desperately need more time. And more resources from all of you to turn these prototypes into reality. Every minute we buy on the surface is another minute for Goliath to become our only hope of a decisive strike. The revelation, grim though it was, injected a new surge of determination into the room. The enemy was relentless, but humanity had found a strategy, however remote, that might change the game. Now, survival long enough to use it was the only goal. Chapter 33, The Wrath of the Hegemony. Location, Command Bridge of the Supreme Battleship, Star Devourer, KRTAC Vanguard Fleet, Earth Orbit. Time, hours after the conclusion of the second wave. The air on the bridge of the Star Devourer was thick with tension. Projections of the ravaged Earth displayed the magnitude of the purge, but also the irritating points of light indicating the persistence of the terrestrial interference. Emperor XY stood rigid, watching as the main screen opened to reveal the towering hologram of Supreme Commander Valerius, the highest authority of the hegemony. Valerius' presence was, in itself, a reproach. Emperor XY, the Supreme Commander's voice was a silent thunder, resonating with undeniable authority. His eyes, more intricate and luminous than HFY's, fixed on him with a cold intensity. The reports of Entity 347 Gamma are incomprehensible. The second wave has not achieved total collapse. The interference persists at unacceptable levels. Complete resolution was expected in less time. Explanations, HFY. HFY maintained his composure. Supreme Commander. The resistance of this biological entity has exceeded all initial projections for a Gamma-class civilization. They have demonstrated a capacity for sacrifice and tactical adaptability unseen in stellar cycles. They exploit their own environment to create defenses, have mined their substructures, and employ a visceral tenacity. The casualties they have inflicted upon us are insignificant to our forces, yet they are achieving a wear-down of units and a delay that was unforeseeable. Wear-down of units, hissed Valerius, the resonance of his voice rising. General HFY, Lord Scientist Zarkin, do you confirm this anomaly? Have Gamma-class entities evolved beyond our classification parameters? General HFY activated a detailed projection of KR-TAC losses in the second wave. Supreme Commander. We confirm the neutralization of 8,672 KR-TAC ground assault units, of which 3,500 were heavy vanguard units. A 400% increase in heavy unit losses compared to the first wave. Their resistance is chaotic and primitive, but relentless. Lord Scientist Zarkin intervened. Supreme Commander. Our analyses suggest that the interference has developed an unexpected resilience to saturation. They have managed to keep the energy cores of their counter-frequency nodes functioning at minimal levels despite the surface devastation. One node in particular maintains 80% of its capacity. This creates a constant drain effect on our energy resources to maintain pressure and prolongs the purge process. If this anomaly is not resolved quickly, the delay in the timetable of the Great Harvest will be significant. Valerius processed the information, his holographic form glowing with ominous intensity. This is unacceptable. Sector Beta awaits reassignment of this fleet. The hegemony cannot afford a prolonged campaign against a Gamma-class entity. Efficiency is the pillar of our advance. Valerius' gaze hardened, locking on HFY. Emperor HFY. You have proposed a third wave of infiltration and total saturation for the remaining nodes. Do you guarantee this will silence the interference definitively and prepare the planet for extraction with minimal impact on the primary resource? Supreme Commander, HFY responded with absolute conviction, I guarantee that this third wave will crush the remaining resistance. We will concentrate 80% of our deep drilling and tunneling assault units on those nodes. Thermal purge units will sweep the surface to secure landing zones. It is a strategy of concentrated annihilation. The interference will be crushed from within. It will be ready for extraction. We estimate full neutralization in a short time with this level of deployment. Valerius remained silent for a moment, the magnitude of the decision weighed in the calculations of the hegemony. The cost in units for this anomaly was already high. Further delay was unacceptable. So be it, Valerius finally decreed, his voice returning to its icy tone. You are granted permission to execute this third wave. But if this interference persists beyond your new time estimate, HFY, the consequences for your vanguard fleet will be severe. The hegemony demands efficiency. Do not fail. The image of Supreme Commander Valerius flickered and dissolved, leaving HFY alone with his command officers. The silence on the bridge was deafening, broken only by the hum of the systems. The pressure was immense. If this third wave failed, the repercussions would be catastrophic for Emperor HFY. General HFY, Lord Scientist Zarkin, ordered HFY, his voice stripped of any emotion but relentless determination. The third wave is launched as soon as possible. Every unit will achieve its objective with absolute efficiency. The interference will be silenced. The cost will be whatever is necessary. The fleet in orbit, a swarm of steel and dark energy, began to readjust its formations, the final preparations for the decisive strike against the defenseless planet. Chapter 34, The Dilemma of the Last Gamble. Location, Joint South American Command Center, Underground Complex No. 7, Buenos Aires, Argentina. Time, hours after the end of the second KR-TAC wave. The air in the Buenos Aires bunker was heavier than ever, not from the dust of battle still settling above, but from the crushing weight of an impossible decision. The world's leaders had gathered once more, President Solís of Argentina, host and central figure of the South American Alliance, President Maxwell of the United States, Marshal Kuznetsov of Russia, General Okoro of the African Union, alongside representatives of all other nations. President Li Na of China, whose nation now held humanity's last and riskiest hope. Beside them, the weary faces of the Goliath Project scientists, Dr. Chen and Engineer Gao, awaited their turn. President Solís broke the tense silence. The second wave is over. We endured, but barely. And we know they will return. Li Na estimates we don't have much time. The question is, what do we do with this fragile calm before the next attack? President Li Na spoke, his voice grave. Leaders. Direct resistance is no longer sustainable in the long run. We can inflict losses, we can slow them down, but we cannot stop them. Their objective is the annulment of our counter-frequency network. And with every assault, they learn to exploit our defenses. It is time to consider our only, and most desperate, offensive option, Project Goliath. A simplified diagram of an alien ship appeared alongside the representation of the Goliath missile. As I informed you, we have discovered a critical vulnerability in the enemy. Their ships, their units, everything operates through advanced manipulation of dark energy. We have identified a specific frequency or note that, if disrupted with immense energy in the correct manner, could destabilize their systems. Dr. Chen took over, pointing at the projection. Imagine the enemy uses an invisible energy cable for everything. This cable is incredibly robust. Our current weapons are like throwing rocks at it, they may scratch it, but never cut it. A nuclear explosion here in the atmosphere would be like a useless scream in a storm, dissipated by our own counter-frequency network. Engineer Gao continued, her voice precise, rooted in physics. But we have found the exact note that makes that cable vibrate and collapse temporarily. And critically, this only works if the enemy is beyond the influence of our planetary network, and if their ships are in a phase of energetic transition, like when preparing for a hyperspace jump or reorganizing far from the planet. In that moment, their cable becomes vulnerable to this specific surge of massive energy. And the Goliath missile, she added, is the instrument to sing that note. It is not a conventional missile. It is a vector that, once in the void of space and at high velocity, harnesses a concentrated form of dark energy to generate a final, massive, precise thrust. This would allow it, in theory, to reach motherships across interplanetary distances in seconds and strike during that vulnerability window. A heavy silence fell across the room. Marshal Kuznetsov was the first to speak. But how do we force them to withdraw? How do we make them enter that transition phase at our convenience? They are methodical beings, they do not make such mistakes by whim. Li Na's tension was almost palpable. Our only way to put them in that vulnerable position is to force a retreat or a strategic pause. And for that, my proposal is, to send them a message. Skepticism appeared on several faces. A message? A threat? After all this? Asked President Maxwell. It is not a threat of massive destruction from us, Li Na clarified. They already know we lack that capacity. It is a threat of contamination of the very dark matter they seek to extract. A coded transmission, sent with the same energetic signature as our counter-frequency network. The message would imply that if they persist in this purge, humanity has the ability to destabilize the planet's dark energy in such a way that it becomes useless, or even toxic, for long-term harvesting. Dr. Chen elaborated. It is a bluff built upon the complexity of our network. They understand dark energy. If we make them believe our interference doesn't just delay them but could corrupt their main objective, the Earth's core energy, then their own resource preservation logic would force a pause. We would make them doubt. We would make them think their harvest might be worth less than the conflict itself. The debate erupted. A European representative exclaimed, they could see this as a final provocation. And what other option do we have? Countered Mexican President Roberto Fuentes. Resist until no one is left, while they bleed us dry. This is the first and only time we have a chance to go on the offensive, to make them play under our rules. If the bluff works, we gain the precious time needed to make the Goliath missiles a reality. The risk is immense, admitted President Maxwell. If the bluff fails, Earth will pay the ultimate price. But if we don't try, that price is already set, argued President Solis, his eyes carrying the weight of despair. They hold the technological advantage, the numerical advantage. Our only advantage is desperation and cunning. And if this bluff is convincing enough for their cold logic, it will make them hesitate, it will make them pull back, even if only briefly. Lina rose to his feet, his voice resonating with quiet authority. We need unprecedented global coordination for the success of both the bluff and Goliath. For the message, we need all our active nodes to reinforce the signal so it appears the threat is embedded within our global network. And for the missiles, we still require the rarest components, the brightest engineers, and the time this deception could buy us. The leaders looked at one another. The option was terrible, but the alternative was passive annihilation. Desperation was a powerful catalyst. I agree, declared President Solis, his voice firm. We will mobilize every resource to support Goliath and the transmission of this message. Let this be our final strategy. Humanity's survival hangs on this last, and riskiest, roll of the dice. The meeting ended in a mixture of vertigo and fierce determination. The fate of the planet, and the possibility of a counterattack, now rested on an encrypted message, a deception to drive the enemy away, and the desperate hope that they would fall into the trap. Chapter 35, The Unexpected Message. Location, Joint South American Command Center, Underground Complex No. 7, Buenos Aires, Argentina/Earth orbit. Time, immediately after the global conference. The countdown was a knot in the stomach of every leader. The third wave was approaching, an attack they themselves had promised would be unstoppable to avoid further delays in their harvest. But instead of preparing for another frontal massacre, humanity was readying itself to launch a desperate gamble, a cosmic bluff designed to deceive the hegemony. Li Na, on an encrypted link from Beijing, oversaw the final preparations with Dr. Chen and Engineer Gao. Dr. Chen, is the signal modulation within expected parameters? Is it authentic enough for their dark energy analysis systems? Dr. Chen, his face pale with exhaustion, nodded, his eyes fixed on the complex readings. We've encoded a parasitic resonance signature. We took the data from their own dark energy technology, the disturbance patterns created during its operation, and projected it back at them, magnified. It's as if the planet, by resisting, were generating a noise that, if intensified, could destabilize the interface of their large-scale dark energy harvesters. Engineer Gao added, her voice tense. The encrypted message will be injected directly into this resonance pattern. It's not a voice, but energetic information. It will warn them that continuing the purge, by forcing our counter-frequency network to its limit, could unleash an uncontrollable feedback reaction within the planet's energy core. One that wouldn't annihilate dark energy permanently, but would render it extremely unstable, volatile, and dangerous to extract for eons. It would be a contaminated harvest, inefficient, with risks to their own collection infrastructures. This would force them to back off to confirm whether our claim is real, Gao continued. By making them believe we're contaminating the energy core, we push them into a strategic decision, either continue the purge, risking permanent degradation of the energy source, or retreat to analyze the threat. Their dependence on the resource dictates that if the source is defective, purging the planet becomes a negative investment. They cannot afford a compromised harvest. That's why the message is not a threat of annihilation, but of inefficiency. We push them toward the only logical conclusion for their species: they must retreat. They need a safety buffer, millions of kilometers away, to isolate the threat source, to scan the planet without interference from the parasitic contamination, and ultimately to determine whether our bluff is real or not. It's the pause we need. The only way their logic will halt them. A silence of awe and understanding gripped the room. The idea, risky as it was, carried an undeniable logic that spoke directly to the enemy's core motivations. From Buenos Aires, President Solis, and from Washington, President Maxwell, watched the chronometer. It's the only way their logic will stop them, Maxwell murmured. We're not threatening to destroy the planet, but to ruin what they came to take. Mark the remaining nodes: Beijing, Moscow, the Andes, the Sahara, and Patagonia, ordered Li Na. All operational nodes must emit this parasitic resonance signature in synchronized fashion at maximum power. It's crucial the aliens detect this instability as a direct consequence of their own assault. When the countdown hit 0, an unusual wave of calculated, amplified energy radiated from Earth's remaining resistance nodes. It was not a defensive pulse, nor a direct attack. It was a signature of deliberate contamination, crafted to sow doubt in the hegemony's efficiency. Command Bridge of the Supreme Battleship Star Devourer, Earth Orbit. Emperor XYLAR was preparing for the third wave, an imminent strike meant to end the tiresome human resistance. But suddenly, the bridge alarms erupted with unusual fury. These were not the usual alerts triggered by Earth's defenses. Lord Scientist Zarkin, what is the source of this new emission? It doesn't match any known defensive pattern, demanded XYLAR, his eyes locked on the erratic fluctuations displayed on the screens. Zarkin manipulated his console at frantic speed, concern gleaming in his eyes. Emperor, it is planetary interference modulation, but of a kind we have not recorded before. It is not a weapon. It is a resonance signature, parasitic in nature. Our systems indicate it is an attempt to generate instability in the interface of our own dark energy harvesters. Consulting his readings, Zarkin turned toward XYLAR. The emission is not a direct attack, Emperor. It is a coded warning. They suggest that if we continue with the purge, by forcing their counter-frequency network to its limit, we could unleash an uncontrollable feedback reaction within the planet's energy core. One that would degrade the purity of dark energy, making it unstable and dangerous for our large-scale extraction. A heavy silence fell over the bridge. The notion was almost laughable for such an advanced civilization, a primitive planet threatening to contaminate a resource at the very foundation of their existence. Yet the energetic signature was no crude bluff. It was a precise, though amplified, imitation of the disturbances their own ships generated when interacting with dark energy. It suggested an alarming knowledge that far exceeded the expected technological capacity of this species. Emperor XYLAR, the threat is clear. If we proceed with the third wave, we could indeed trigger the feedback reaction they describe. This would not only contaminate the dark energy, but also prevent any precise analysis. We need a safety distance to isolate the parameters of this new parasitic resonance. Only away from the planet's energy field, free of its perturbations, can we conduct a deep scan and confirm whether this is a real threat or a mere technological bluff. A withdrawal of several million kilometers is the only way to validate or refute their claim without risking the purity of the resource. It is a risk-benefit calculation, Emperor. And the risk of damaging the harvest is unacceptable. Is this a deception, Lord Scientist? Asked XYLAR, his voice dripping with icy exasperation. A desperate tactic to buy time against our imminent third wave? Our probability analysis shows a 24.3% margin of uncertainty regarding their actual control, Zarkin replied without lifting his gaze from the readings. However, the possibility of spontaneous, uncontrollable instability within the planetary core, amplified by our own forced interaction, is real. An imbalance of that magnitude could indeed render the dark energy too volatile for efficient, safe extraction. The hegemony has always prioritized resource purity over harvest speed. A contaminated source is a useless asset. HFY processed the data. A 24.3% uncertainty was an intolerable risk when the degradation of the primary resource was at stake. The High Councils judged not only the purge's efficiency but also the quality of the harvested resource. To risk the purity of a Beta-Alpha class planet out of stubbornness against a Gamma class world would be an unforgivable strategic failure. Command all assault units to hold their current positions, HFY ordered, his voice a slab of ice. Withdraw the deep drilling units from their initial deployment. Keep the fleet on maximum alert, but the third wave is suspended indefinitely until further notice. Estimated time for analysis of this contamination signature, Lord Scientist, asked THRAC, the imposed inefficiency obvious. We estimate at least 15 to 20 days to develop a reliable countermeasure or to confirm the impossibility of such a threat, Zarkin replied. We need to understand the exact parameters of this parasitic resonance, whether it can be mitigated, or if it is a long-term detectable bluff. Unacceptable, yet necessary, HFY decreed. Valerius will not be pleased. Connect me to Supreme Commander Valerius immediately. We need his directive on this new, and highly inefficient, variable. We cannot risk the source of the harvest. The message of last hope had been delivered. And for the first time, the relentless KR-TAC war machine had been forced into a prolonged pause, not by strength, but by the cunning of a species refusing to die without one final, desperate throw of the dice. The fate of the planet now hung suspended in the uncertainty of a KR-TAC calculation. Chapter 36, The Great Deception. Location, Command Bridge of the Supreme Battleship Star Devourer, Earth Orbit. Time, hours after the transmission of Earth's message. The hologram of Supreme Commander Valerius materialized once more on the bridge of the Star Devourer, larger and more oppressive than before. His frustration was palpable, even to the cold KR-TAC logic. Emperor HFY, Valerius's voice resonated with contained fury. Explain this so-called parasitic anomaly that has halted a scheduled operation. What justifies this unacceptable delay? HFY stood unmoving. Supreme Commander. The Earth entity has emitted a resonance signature that, according to Lord Scientist Zarkin, holds a 24.3% probability of generating irreversible instability in the planet's dark energy core if we proceed with the purge. It would not annihilate the source, but degrade it to the point of uselessness for efficient large-scale extraction. Valerius turned toward Zarkin. 24.3%. Is that an exact figure, or an excuse for your incompetence, Zarkin? Zarkin projected the intricate algorithms and resonance simulations. Supreme Commander. The terrestrial signal manipulates energy patterns they observed from our own technology. They have managed to replicate a form of noise which, if amplified by our forced interaction with the planet's core, could trigger a volatile feedback reaction. There is no precedent of a Gamma-class civilization achieving such parasitic understanding. The risk to the quality of the harvest is unacceptable. The cold logic of the hegemony warred with its anger. Efficiency was paramount, but so was resource quality. A contaminated source of dark energy was worthless. What do you propose, then, to mitigate this risk? Valerius asked, his voice like a chill. We cannot allow an inferior entity to contaminate a Beta-Alpha class asset. HFY stepped forward. Supreme Commander. We propose a void probing maneuver. We would withdraw the Vanguard fleet to the designated jump distance, outside the direct influence field of the Earth interference. Once in position, Lord Scientist Zarkin would activate the fleet's void field inducers, calibrated to replicate the stress our presence exerts on the planet's dark energy. Zarkin nodded. This would allow us to observe, from a safe distance, whether the terrestrial entity's parasitic interference can sustain its threat pattern without our direct interaction. If instability manifests without our fleet's proximity, their capacity is confirmed. If not, their bluff is exposed. And the duration of this maneuver? Valerius asked, his patience thinning. The withdrawal and establishment of the probing network would require approximately 5 days, HFY replied. The active probing would require another 10. A total of 15 days. If the threat is confirmed, we initiate containment and reassessment protocols. If it is deception, we return to purge position with a complete understanding of their capabilities. Valerius remained silent, his eyes processing the data and its implications. 15 days. A high cost, but far less than the risk of contamination lasting eons. The logic of preserving the resource, even in the face of insolence, was the superior directive. So be it, HFY, Valerius decreed. You are authorized to execute the void probing maneuver. But this is the last concession to this anomaly. If this entity seeks to manipulate us, annihilation will be total, with no regard for the resource. Do not fail, HFY. The hegemony expects the harvest, not excuses. Valerius's hologram faded, leaving HFY with the weight of the order. The hegemony had taken the bait. It was not a full retreat, nor an admission of defeat, but a calculated pause. Yet it was enough. Admiral Vale, General Track, HFY ordered, his voice once again a slab of ice. All assault units, prepare for re-embarkation. Vanguard Fleet, commence repositioning to the designated jump distance. Show no weakness. Let it appear as a phase of re-evaluation. This time itself is not our enemy, but our tool. As the immense KR-TAC ships in orbit began shifting their positions, an unusual silence filled the void of space. The fleet was withdrawing. It was not defeat, but a calculated pause, a decision imposed by the hegemony's relentless logic. Humanity's plan, desperate and audacious, had achieved its first objective. The aliens would withdraw millions of kilometers to verify the supposed contamination of dark energy. With every second the enemy ships drifted farther away, humanity gained precious time, the time the Goliath project needed to become Earth's last hope. Chapter 37, The Unexpected Truce. Location, South American Joint Command Center, Underground Complex No. 7, Buenos Aires, Argentina. Time, 5 days after the transmission of the message and the beginning of the KR-TAC, void probing maneuver. The Buenos Aires bunker, long accustomed to the constant wail of alarms and battle reports, was now seized by an unsettling silence. 5 days had passed since humanity played its daring bluff. 5 days in which the alien ships, those titans of death in orbit, had begun to move. But not toward the planet. They were pulling away. The projection on the wall displayed the KR-TAC Vanguard Fleet, a swarm of gray dots, repositioning farther from Earth. It was not a full retreat, nor a flight. It was a calculated maneuver, a relocation that suggested intent, but not an imminent attack. President Solis, eyes fixed on the screen, murmured, "They pulled back. They did it. The deception worked." President Maxwell exhaled slowly. "We've bought time. A miracle. I never thought tainting the resource they came for would become our salvation. But, how much time? And what will they do now?" On the screen, Li Na, though still tense, showed a flicker of relief. "Our long-range reconnaissance satellites, the few that remain, confirm the repositioning. There are no signs of preparations for a hyperspace jump, nor of a full withdrawal. It appears to be an observation or evaluation maneuver at a distance. The message has made them doubt. It has forced them into a pause to analyze our supposed contamination threat." Marshal Kuznetsov, this time with a note of triumph, barked. "Foolish aliens. Their arrogance is their weakness. They think everything is a calculation of risks and benefits. They cannot fathom desperation. They've given us a chance. A chance we must seize with every second," Li Na interjected urgently. "Our estimate is that this analysis pause could last a few more days, based on the complexity of what we made them believe. That, added to the 5 already gone, gives us a window of roughly 2 to 3 weeks. All eyes turned toward the link with Project Goliath. Dr. Chen and Engineer Gao were working at superhuman speed. Dr. Chen, Engineer Gao, Li Na's voice rose, laden with the hope of millions. We've gained perhaps 10 days. Is it enough? Can we have Project Goliath ready for launch in that time? Dr. Chen removed his glasses, his eyes bloodshot. President, this unexpected truce changes everything. We need the rare components General Okoro mentioned, the ones that could be transported from the depths of the African continent. We also require the tuning crystals Marshal Kuznetsov reported still exist in an underground laboratory in Siberia. With these resources, and with the team working around the clock, we can have 1, maybe 2, of the Goliath missile prototypes ready for final calibration and launch. Yes. It's possible. Engineer Gao's voice was more cautious. It's an immense risk, General. The calibration of the parasitic resonance note for the missile must be absolute. A millimeter off, a nanosecond of error, and it will be useless. But if we have the resources in time, it's our best, perhaps our only, chance. A wave of emotion, part relief, part fierce determination, swept through the room. This was no victory, only a reprieve. But for humanity, standing at the edge of the abyss, it was a miracle. Orders were issued immediately. The few remaining stealth transport planes were mobilized to collect the vital components. Teams of engineers and scientists from around the world, risking their lives, prepared to travel to China. Humanity had deceived the destroyer. Now, time was racing, not for a desperate defense, but to forge the weapon that might give them the faintest chance to strike back. Earth had won a truce, but the final battle was yet to come. Chapter 38, The Song of Goliath. Location, South American Joint Command Center, Underground Complex No. 7, Buenos Aires, Argentina/Secret Underground Facility, China. Time, 2 weeks after the transmission of the message and the KR-TAC, void probing maneuver. The air in the Buenos Aires bunker buzzed with palpable electricity. Time had been stretched to its limit. Exhaustion was universal, yet a new energy, born of desperation and hope, kept everyone standing. The main screen displayed the KR-TAC Vanguard fleet, still in its probing position, unaware of the trap closing around them. Li Na, on the main connection from China, her face etched with fatigue but her eyes blazing, lifted her gaze. President Solis, President Maxwell, Marshal Kuznetsov, General Okoro. The requested resources have been delivered. The calibration teams have worked without rest. Dr. Chen and Engineer Gao confirm, Project Goliath is operational. A murmur of relief, silent and profound, rippled through the room. It was real. We have a single missile ready for launch, Li Na continued, her voice solemn. A prototype. Calibration is critical. The window of opportunity is narrow. It depends on their phase of energy transition, which occurs when their fleet prepares for large-scale maneuvers or interstellar jumps, far from planetary influence. Dr. Chen, voice firm despite the emotion, explained. We have identified a microfluctuation in the fleet's energy signature. It is tiny, barely perceptible, but it indicates they are conducting some form of long-range analysis or reconfiguration of their jump systems. This could be the transition phase we've been waiting for. If confirmed, it will be our only chance. Engineer Gao nodded, focused on the numbers dancing across her screen. The vulnerability window will last only a few seconds. The Goliath missile must be launched with millimetric precision in that instant. It is the clearest signal we've seen so far. Prepare the launch sequence, Li Na ordered, the tension cresting in this moment. Activate the Phantom Impact Protocol. Secret Underground Facility, China. In the throat of a hollowed mountain, the Goliath missile, a towering pillar of dark metal and unimaginable technology, stood majestic in its silo. Teams of technicians, faces lit by the glow of screens, performed final checks. Resonance frequency calibrated to nanohertz, reported one. Dark energy propulsion systems armed, confirmed another. Target identified. Awaiting vulnerability window. Dr. Chen and Engineer Gao stood at the main control panel, their hands trembling yet steady. Data streamed in, the alien fluctuation, the preparations of their systems, the imminent transition phase. No turning back. It's time to launch the missile. Engineer Gao shouted, her voice cutting through the air. Launch authorized. The panels shook. A low roar thundered through the silo as Goliath rose with controlled velocity. The mountain's armored doors opened, revealing the night sky above China. With a blinding flash that blurred its form, Goliath shot toward the stars, a beam of light in the darkness, leaving behind an ethereal trail of energy that dissolved into the atmosphere. Command bridge of the Supreme Dreadnought Star Devourer. Emperor XY, Lord Scientist Zarkin, and General Thrak watched the energy patterns of the terrestrial interference, immersed in their analysis of the supposed contamination threat. They were close to concluding their days of study. An impact alarm blared across the bridge, signaling the detection of an object on a collision course. Emperor. Unidentified object emerging from the planet, shouted a tactical officer. Extreme velocity. Unknown propulsion. It does not match any of their previous ballistic weapons. Zarkin manipulated his screens. It's using a dark energy impulse in a way we've never detected. It's a familiar resonance, but applied with an efficiency impossible for their level. It's heading straight for the Central Harvester mothership. The alert of an unidentified threat exploded across the Star Devourer's bridge. Sensors tracked an object moving at a fraction of hyperspeed, a missile surpassing their own interception projections. Admiral Vale turned, his face a map of alarm. "We cannot jump," he exclaimed, his voice cracking with panic. A hyperspace jump requires a 2-minute charge sequence to recalibrate the displacement drives. The missile will be upon us before then. We don't have the time. The hyperspace fields cannot synchronize. We cannot escape. Maximum power to shields. Deploy point defenses. XYLR ordered, disbelief flooding him at the audacity of the terrestrial entity. How could they have launched something like this? The Goliath missile, a tiny point of light, accelerated with incomprehensible fury, driven by a fraction of the very energy the enemy themselves had mastered. It was the KR-TAC's own note, sung in a deadly key. On the main screen, the Central Harvester mothership blazed with the flashes of KR-TAC defenses, desperately trying to intercept the object. But Goliath was not a rock, nor a simple warhead. It was a key. The missile struck the mothership's dark energy shields. There was no massive explosion of light or fire as with a conventional bomb. Instead, Goliath unleashed a silent, terrible energetic implosion. The perfect note struck the mothership's dark energy cord just as its systems entered the delicate transition phase. The Central Harvester's shields flickered and collapsed. Not from physical impact, but from unbearable dissonance. The lights of the colossal ship went out in a cascading blackout, like a dying organism. Internal systems screeched, dark energy turning unstable, feeding back against itself. The ship structure twisted, not exploding but painfully collapsing in upon itself, devoured by its own power source. The Central Harvester has suffered catastrophic failure in its dark energy core. Zarkin cried, a note that for a KR-TAC was pure horror. The parasitic resonance. They've achieved the song. They're destabilizing our very power source. XYLR's optics fixed on the screen. The Central Harvester, the logistical heart of their fleet, was disintegrating into a vortex of unstable energy, a beacon of inefficiency and destruction. It was not an explosion. It was a denial of existence, an internal collapse. Retreat. Immediate retreat of all units. XYLR ordered, his voice at last betraying terror. This was not an attack they could comprehend. It was a threat to their very essence, a contamination on a scale they had never anticipated. Humanity had found a way to strike at their logic, to corrupt their purpose. The KR-TAC Vanguard fleet, swarm of steel and dark energy, broke its probing formation. Their jump drives, forced to their limits, lit up their cores. One by one, the ships blurred and vanished from Earth's orbit, fleeing from an enemy that had used their own song to unleash horror. Earth, devastated and bleeding, had struck a blow. A desperate strike, a miracle born in the dark, that had driven the invaders away, for now. The future was uncertain, but for the first time in a long while, humanity had found its voice. Goliath had sung, the fragile calm and the distant fury. Location, Joint South American Command Center, Underground Complex No. 7, Buenos Aires, Argentina. Time, 1 day after the KR-TAC withdrawal. The silence in the Buenos Aires bunker was deafening, broken only by the hum of the life support systems. There were no alarms, no attack reports. The projections showed an Earth orbit empty of KR-TAC ships. The immense fleet was gone. President Solis stood up, his gaze passing over the exhausted faces of his companions. They left. We did it. The Goliath worked. A faint applause broke the silence, mixed with sighs of relief. Li Na, on the screen from Beijing, allowed a rare smile, fleeting like a mirage, to cross her lips. A Pyrrhic victory, perhaps, but a victory. We expelled the destroyer. For now. Marshal Kuznetsov spoke with contained euphoria. They underestimated desperation. They never expected a primitive planet to strike at their very essence. But the relief was fragile. President Maxwell, though smiling, pointed at the screen. They're out. But they haven't gone forever. Their logic of extraction is relentless. We must assume this is only a pause, a readjustment. Exactly, confirmed Li Na, solemnity returning to her voice. We did not annihilate the fleet. We only scared them enough to withdraw and reassess. Their central harvester was destroyed, yes, but the rest of the fleet remains intact. We must prepare for their return, and this time they will come with even greater determination and possibly with weaponry we cannot even imagine. The orders were immediate. The few remaining resources of humanity were redirected to the reconstruction of key defenses, focusing on improving dark energy detection systems and fortifying underground bunkers. The scientists of the Goliath project, although elated, were put back to work. They needed to better understand the weapon they had created, replicate it if possible, and produce as many as they could for a new attack. The counter-frequency network, though decimated, had to be urgently repaired. Every nation, from the smoking ruins of its cities, began to mobilize its few survivors for the task of preparation. Peace was a temporary illusion, the war was on pause. Chapter 39, The Roar of the Empire. Capital Imperial KR-Toxis Prime. Location, High Council Hall of the KR-TAC Hegemony, Imperial Capital KR-Toxis Prime. Time, days after the withdrawal of the Vanguard fleet from Earth's orbit. The three-dimensional hologram of the Central Harvester, imploding played on repeat in the center of the immense KR-TAC High Council Hall. 6 figures and the Supreme Commander Valerius formed a circle. They were the elders of the hegemony, the supreme leaders of an empire that spanned thousands of star systems. Their silence was the true measure of their fury. Supreme Commander Valerius, speaking to the members of the KR-TAC Council. The Vanguard fleet of Emperor XYLR has reported an unprecedented incident in Entity 347 Gamma. Elder Primus, his voice resonating with an authority that stirred the air in the room, interrupted. Incident, Valerius. The reports speak of the neutralization of a Central Harvester class battleship, a vital unit for large-scale extraction. And the total retreat of a Vanguard fleet. By a Gamma-class entity. Explain yourself. Valerius projected the data of the parasitic resonance signature of Earth and the subsequent impact of the Goliath missile. The terrestrial entity developed a rudimentary but functional ability to manipulate dark energy resonance. They launched a projectile that, during an energetic transition moment of our ship, created a self-destructive dissonance in the core of the central harvester. It was not a conventional kinetic or thermal impact. It was a corruption of its own power source. Elder Secundus, known for his implacable logic, intervened. Corruption of our energy by an inferior entity? This is an affront to the purity of the hegemony. How could a civilization in the early stages of spatial manipulation achieve such an imperfection? Emperor XY Lar, whose holographic image also joined the meeting, though in a subordinate position, interrupted. The terrestrial entity does not control dark energy as we do. They have learned to parasitize it, to use their own planetary interference to create a noise that resonates with our own energy emissions. The risk of large-scale contamination of the harvest of Entity 347 Gamma was too high to ignore. The retreat was a tactical decision to protect the primary resource. Silence, XY Lar. Elder Primus radiated overwhelming authority. The hegemony has waited too long for a great harvest like this one. A Beta-Alpha class resource. And now a parasitic anomaly has cost us a vital unit and caused an unacceptable delay. Supreme Commander Valerius, Elder Primus said again. This interference is now a strategic threat. Not because of its direct power, but because of its ability to corrupt our vital assets and resources. It is a plague. The vanguard fleet of Emperor XY Lar has proven inefficient in eradicating it with the required speed and purity. We order the activation of the Total Purification Protocol, declared Elder Primus, his voice resonating with unyielding resolve. This is not a simple resource purge. It is the elimination of a threat. Assign the Annihilation Fleet Gamma 7 to this task. They are to depart immediately toward Entity 347 Gamma. Their objective is no longer the harvest, but the total eradication of the interference and any potential source of contamination. Valerius nodded, his posture rigid. Understood, elders. The Annihilation Fleet Gamma 7 will mobilize immediately. Entity 347 Gamma will be purified down to its foundations. XY Lar, upon hearing the order, felt a chill uncommon to Kr'tak physiology. The Annihilation Fleet Gamma 7. They were the planetary destroyers of the hegemony, used to sterilize entire worlds. Earth had not managed to stop them, it had merely sealed its own fate on a much larger scale. Chapter 40, The Predator's Paralysis. Location, Annihilation Battleship Command Bridge, Gamma 7 Annihilation Fleet. Time, days after the High Council's order. The imposing Gamma 7 Annihilation Fleet, a formation of colossal destroyers and atmospheric purification vessels, had materialized at a distance outside the solar system. Its mission was clear, but XY Lar remained motionless. Beside him, Chief Scientist Zarkon processed data with unusual urgency. Emperor, Zarkon's voice cut the silence. The analyses of the terrestrial entity's parasitic resonance signature are disturbing. The simulation of the central harvester being corrupted repeats with 99.8% consistency. It was not a random event. XY Lar processed the information. The biological entity not only emitted that contamination signature, but then launched a projectile that exploded with the exact note to trigger a fatal dissonance in the central harvester. An event only possible if they understand, even empirically, principles of dark energy resonance. XY Lar projected the image of Earth, a small blue and green orb, now covered by vast scars. So what? A single unit. A lucky shot. We launched the orbital annihilation and vaporized the planetary core. There will be no more resonances from their part. Zarkon changed the projection to a heat map showing the few remaining counterfrequency nodes on Earth. That is the dilemma. If we activate the total purification weaponry, the energy saturation of the atmosphere and planetary crust will be immense. If the terrestrial entity possesses more of these dissonance projectiles and is capable of launching them amidst our purge, the chain reaction could be catastrophic for our own annihilation infrastructures. More of those weapons. Their production capacity for that technology should be nil after the second wave. Theoretically, yes, Zarkon admitted. But the persistence of this entity is anomalous. The missile was a one-time weapon. If they had, for example, 3 or 4 of those projectiles, and launched them in sequence while our battleships are exposed in purification formation, the risk of multiple key units suffering the same dissonance as the central harvester increases exponentially. They would not annihilate the fleet, but they would damage it so severely that recovery would be a massive resource drain for the hegemony, far exceeding the value of the planetary harvest. General Thrak intervened. Their adaptability is alarming. Every one of our attacks has been a lesson for them. XYLR observed the terrestrial orb, his relentless KRTAC logic now in conflict. If we launch the purification, and they possess more of those weapons, they would fire upon us instantly. They definitely already know how to manufacture it and were able to do so in a few days. They took our invasion seriously and are definitely waiting for us to attack again. Our defenses are calibrated for mass destruction, not for internal corruption. They could make the harvest of this world, and perhaps even the next in Sector Beta, unviable. The loss of a central harvester is already a blemish. And if they don't have any more, Zarkon pointed out, we will have inefficiently delayed a necessary purge. Prolonged inefficiency is a blemish, the destruction of strategic assets is a catastrophe, Zarkon weighed, his mandibles tense. We must eliminate the threat with the least possible degradation of our own resources. The High Council's priority is total purification, but not self-destruction in the process. It is not a victory if our ships are crippled. We propose a confirmed threat probe protocol, suggested Zarkon. We would send a long-range penetration probe, disguised with a residual KRTAC energy signature, towards the surface. The probe would not attack, it would simply observe. If it detects the activation of energy patterns related to the preparation of a new dissonance projectile, we would have confirmation of their replication capability. This would allow us to readjust our strategy. XYLR remained silent, his mind processing the probabilities. The risk of a damaged fleet by an inferior species was an even greater affront than the delay. I want the results of that probe. If we do not detect the preparation of those weapons, or if we detect that their capabilities are limited, the purification will be activated without reservations. We cannot allow a primitive entity to paralyze the will of the hegemony. The order was given. The Gamma-7 Annihilation Fleet would remain in a state of active standby. Earth had avoided immediate annihilation, not by brute force, but by a cunning display of a power that, to KRTAC logic, was a threat too costly to ignore. The Predator had hesitated, but its patience was finite. Chapter 41, The Demand for Explanations. The Emperor's cold fury was ignited, but not against Earth. His KRTAC logic sought the true culprit for his fleet's humiliation. If a primitive species like the terrestrial one had managed to halt the powerful Gamma-7 Annihilation Fleet, it was because someone else had intervened. The blemish was not Earth's, but that of whoever had altered it. From the command bridge of his mothership, Admiral Vale showed an image of Earth. The parasitic resonance signature, he said with a sharp tone, is not something the terrestrials developed on their own. It was implanted. Chief Scientist Zarkon confirmed. The data tracks the energy to an external source. It matches interference patterns we have seen before in other less developed systems. The Milky Way Council has been conspiring against us, I am sure of it. A world that does not know space travel cannot simply create something like that in such a short time, XYLR stated. They have been manipulating planets we consider ready for harvest. An unacceptable intrusion into our territories. The image of Earth disappeared, replaced by a star map showing the Council's region. We lost the central harvester. And we had to delay our purification. It is a direct affront. It demands a response. Lord Scientist Zarkon began to cite a protocol for punishment, but XYLR cut him off. This is not a minor intrusion. It is direct sabotage of a hegemony operation. We want explanations. We will not tolerate this humiliation without the responsible parties paying. The Gamma 7 Annihilation Fleet, instead of heading to Earth, changed its course. The warp engines hummed. They would not go to pulverize a planet, but to the heart of Council space. The Predator had been provoked, and its attention had been diverted to focus on a more bothersome enemy. Meanwhile, on Earth, there was no celebration. The apparent withdrawal of the KR-TAC fleet was not seen as a victory, but as a very brief respite. The planet's wounds were still open, but no one was thinking of reconstruction. In the subterranean shelters and secret military bases, the keyword was preparation. Terrestrial society, which had always been divided, was now united by the threat of extinction. There is no time to mourn the cities we lost, Solis said, via video conference, to the other rulers of each country. Their objective remains to destroy us. Our objective is to survive, and that means counterattacking. The information about the extraterrestrials, obtained from the Goliath missile and the remains of the Central Harvester, was analyzed day and night. They were copying and improving at full speed. They sought ways to make more, how to make them more powerful, and how to use them with different weapons. Improvised factories, protected and hidden in craters and caves, worked non-stop. Every resource, every person, every ounce of will, was focused on one thing: being ready for the inevitable return of the invaders. They had bought some time, but not the war. The Predator had paused, but had not abandoned its hunt. And Earth was not thinking of repairing, but of fighting. Chapter 42, The Confrontation at the Diplomatic Nexus. The Gamma 7 Annihilation Fleet, a clenched fist of KR-TAC steel and restrained fury, burst into the space of the Milky Way Council as a symbolic gesture to incite terror. They were not seeking to purge worlds, but a confrontation. The fate of Earth was, for the moment, secondary to the monumental affront the hegemony had suffered. At the heart of the Council's operations, the diplomatic nexus, Emperor XYLR did not wait for an invitation. He personally went to the Nexus's main assembly hall accompanied by an Imperial Guard. Milky Way Council, XYLR roared, his gaze penetrating every representative. The KR-TAC hegemony demands an explanation. Why has Entity 347 Gamma, a world you offered us as a peace offering, demonstrated energetic dissonance capabilities that are anomalous to its level of development? This deceptive manipulation has led to the loss of an invaluable asset and delayed our purification. We demand to know why you have betrayed us. A murmur of terror ran through the hall. Most of the planetary representatives looked toward the central podium, some unaware of what had happened, where the young Solari diplomat, Lyra, or Zodek, given the shifting names in the text, maintained an apparent calm that was beginning to crack. Emperor XYLR, Lyra's voice was soft but strained. Regarding Entity 347 Gamma, it was presented as a world with unique geoenergetic resonance, suitable for your purposes. Total biological inertia was never guaranteed. Calculated lies. XYLR countered, his voice booming even louder in the hall. Our tracking analyses indicate a non-terrestrial energy signature, one that does not belong to a primitive species. A signature that you induced. Did you think we wouldn't discover your plan? An act of sabotage against the hegemony, hidden behind an offering. The tension was palpable, dense as deep space. Several minor delegates began to whisper, their alien faces reflecting panic and a growing distrust toward their own council. Ambassador Varek exchanged a worried look with Ambassador Kromlar. The KR-TAC hegemony was feared for its power, but also for its relentless logic of retribution. Zodek struggled to maintain his composure. Earth was an attempt at coexistence, General. A way for the Council to find common ground, offering you a valuable resource. Offering a contaminated and dangerous resource is an act of war, Emperor XYLR retorted with icy coldness. We have lost a central harvester. The hegemony's assets are not a game for your demonstrations. If the Council has attempted to create a counterforce to our expansion, they have made a fatal mistake. You made us fall into a trap. As the young diplomat from the Solari species slightly flinched, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the threat, he intervened. What do you propose? An all-out war over a failed experiment? The provocation has already occurred, HFY replied. You have deceived us. You have handed us a trap. If the Council does not cooperate, if you do not reveal the full extent of this manipulation and take responsibility for the loss of our asset, then the KRTAC hegemony will consider this an act of open intergalactic warfare. And the first targets of our retribution will be those who have jeopardized our operations, before we return to Entity 347 Gamma to finish what we started. The silence in the assembly hall was deafening. The KRTAC did not take it lightly when their efficiency was compromised and their power challenged. The Council's arrogance in manipulating Earth, seeking perhaps a balance of power or a covert countermeasure, had ignited a fuse. Chapter 43, The Council's Bitter Confession. The deathly silence in the Diplomatic Nexus Assembly Hall was broken by Councillor Zodek. Emperor, Zodek began, his voice now stripped of its usual firmness, laden with a resonance that was almost resignation. We definitely made a mistake. We underestimated that species. It was as surprising to us as it was to you. How could we have imagined they could have done what they did? The last time we visited them they were building pyramids, they barely knew the mathematical concept. Given their short lifespan, it would have been highly improbable for them to possess such technology, a technology that even we don't know how to manufacture. A murmur of astonishment, followed by a chaos of voices, erupted in the hall. Representatives from some of the worlds witnessing the situation rose from their seats, writhing in disbelief and fury. What is happening here? They gave away a planet and now we are finding out. HFY remained motionless. Explain yourselves. The hegemony's patience is not infinite. Lyra stood up, calling for silence. Earth. Entity 347 Gamma, was offered to the hegemony as a peace offering. That is true. Her voice cracked slightly. It was the only resource we considered intriguing enough to halt your advance. A desperate lure against your unstoppable power. The projection of the terrestrial orb, the scars still visible, reappeared beside HFY. Its geoenergetic resonance signature is unique, Lyra continued, her voice regaining a faint thread of professionalism, though tinged with defeat. It possesses a telluric and magnetic instability that, we hoped, would be a point of study in dark energy extraction for your scientists, diverting your attention from the annihilation of our worlds. Our ancestors had identified the planetary potential, due to its intrinsic energetic chaos and the peculiar interaction of life with that volatility. A planetary anomaly that resonates with the dark energy properties that you, KRTAC, utilize. HFY looked at the star map. And the resonance projectile that destroyed our central harvester. Was that also part of your offering? Or a final trap? Here, Lyra's composure wavered even more, revealing the Council's deep shame and surprise. No. Not directly. The Council visited Earth millennia ago. It was a primitive world then, populated by beings barely in the Stone Age. We considered it a planet of low interest, and we have not monitored it significantly for thousands of years. Its evolution was underestimated. We did not know they had developed the capacity to manipulate that resonance. Honestly, we lost that battle on Earth because the primitive entity we offered you turned out to be formidable. We were unaware of their technological advancement. The capacity to create that projectile is an intrinsic evolution of Entity 347 Gamma, a result of its chaotic yet resilient interaction with its own planet, not a recent manipulation by us. Lyra's words revealed the raw truth. The Council had made a desperate gamble and had failed. They had gravely underestimated Earth and, in doing so, had provoked the KRTAC's wrath without achieving their goal of permanently stopping them. The offering had turned into a trap, not by deliberate design of a counterforce, but by ignorance, desperation, and an arrogant lack of follow-up. HFY absorbed the information, with a mixture of anger, calculation, and an unusual, almost palpable surprise. Earth was not as insignificant as they thought. The hegemony had been deceived not by a master plan of resistance, but by the Council's desperation and lack of information. The planet's unstable matter inefficiency, combined with the Council's inefficiency, had created an unsuspected threat. So it was not an intentional act of war on your part, XYLAR summarized, his voice still dangerous, an added edge of contempt. It was calculated incompetence. You delivered a compromised asset to the KR-TAC hegemony, and it cost us a vital asset. The consequences of this, negligence, will be yours, Council. The hegemony does not forget offenses. And now that we know the truth, Entity 347 Gamma remains our ultimate objective. Emperor XYLAR withdrew with his guards toward his fleet, heading back to a position near the solar system, but without crossing it, they had to continue analyzing the situation. The KR-TAC's anger had not dissipated, but their objective had tripled, the Council for its deception and incompetence, Earth for its unexpected resistance, and the reaffirmation of their own supremacy. The entire galaxy was on the brink of war, not just over conquest, but over a peace offering that went catastrophically wrong, revealing the weaknesses of all involved. "Are you saying the Council has hidden this from all of us?" said a planetary representative, tossing away an inhabited world without fully consulting us. "It was a decision made for the greater good of the Milky Way." Zodek retorted, his voice rising. The KR-TAC hegemony was advancing unopposed. We do not possess their technology or their capability to manipulate dark energy on that scale. Every fleet we sent was disintegrated before we could even see our attackers. Surrender was annihilation, this, at least, was a chance. A chill ran through many of those present. The admission was brutal, the Council, the galaxy's protectors, were powerless against the KR-TAC. When the KR-TAC arrived, we only had one option: offer them something they valued more than simple conquest. Earth, with its unique unstable geoenergetic singularity, promised to be a vast resource for them. A resource we thought would keep them occupied, far from our central systems, Lyra explained. We gave it up out of fear. Out of fear of the annihilation of our entire civilization. We thought it would be a quick end for the surface inhabitants, in exchange for the survival of billions more. Chapter 44, The Council's Rift. The representatives of the hundreds of Council worlds, previously united by the fear of the KR-TAC, now turned towards Delegate Lyra with a mixture of outrage and betrayal. The diplomatic nexus hall turned into a cauldron of accusations. "You gave away an inhabited world. A member of our own galaxy," shouted one planetary representative. "The very Council that swore to protect life now sacrifices it as bait. What about trust? We built peace on knowledge and transparency, and you hid this atrocity from us." Lyra retorted, "Silence. All of you know the truth. Did your fleet stop the KR-TAC? Answer me. Their technology, their capacity to manipulate dark energy, they disintegrated us. They pulverized worlds. Our shields collapsed, our ships vanished. We don't have the technology to see them, to fight them, or even to fully understand them." A Xantari walked to the front, their voice echoing with bitter authority. "Each of you was a witness. The projections showed annihilation. The KR-TAC hegemony does not seek territorial conquest like us, they seek the extraction of dark energy, the purification of unstable matter. They dismantle worlds down to their core. Earth, Entity 347 Gamma, with its geoenergetic anomaly, its chaotic core, and its unpredictable magnetic fluctuations, was the only resource that intrigued them. It was a natural laboratory for what they seek, Lyra continued, her voice firm in its desperation. We thought that singularity would stop them, that it would make them hesitate in their method of blind annihilation and buy us time for negotiation. It was our only chance to prevent the extinction of all of you, of all of us. But it is part of the Milky Way, said a planetary representative. Yes, it is part of the Milky Way, Lyra conceded. But a planet whose population, at the time, had barely reached its moon. They did not, and do not, possess the technology to leave their own solar system. They did not represent an intergalactic military force, nor a strategic resource that the other dominant species in this hull depended upon. The harsh truth hung in the air. The Council had made a cold calculation: sacrifice a primitive, isolated species to save thousands of advanced civilizations. They had judged the life on Earth as insignificant on the galactic scale against the unstoppable Kr'tak hegemony. What they did not foresee was that this insignificant life would refuse to be annihilated. The rest of the leaders from some Milky Way worlds, although still angry about the deception, could not refute the logic of fear and technological impotence. The rift in the Council was palpable. They had survived the first clash with the Kr'tak, but now faced a crisis of internal legitimacy and the threat of a galactic war they themselves had catalyzed. Meanwhile, on Earth, the humans, oblivious to the Council's dramatic confession and the new direction of the Kr'tak's anger, continued their desperate race against time. The flashes of the Kr'tak retreat were not interpreted as salvation, but as a brief and inexplicable respite. Their scientists and military worked tirelessly, with the only certainty that the enemy would return. The planet, scarred but not defeated, thought of only one thing: preparation. Because they knew their destiny, in the end, depended only on them. Chapter 45, The Shadows of Conspiracy. The echo of Lyra's confession still vibrated in the vast corridors of the diplomatic nexus, but indignation had already transformed into something colder and more dangerous: strategy. In private rooms, away from the eyes of the lesser representatives and the Council's listening systems, the true galactic powers began to weave new webs. For the young Solari diplomat, everything was always an opportunity. In a darkened chamber, he addressed two planetary representatives from the most influential and powerful civilizations in the galaxy. Among them were the astute Naelf and the implacable Lockster, whose stillness revealed a calculating intellect. The Council has demonstrated its incompetence and its cowardice, Solari pronounced. They gave away an inhabited world, one from the Milky Way, as a sacrifice. And, what is worse, they failed. Their desperation has dragged us into war. I tried to find another solution, but they voted and made a decision: they will have to take responsibility for it. The Kr'tak hegemony will not limit itself to the systems of the traitors, Naelf warned, projecting a star map showing the invaders' historical routes of advance. Their logic is simple: purge inefficiency. If the Council is inefficient, if it cannot protect us, then its territories will be the first to fall. And then, it will be us. They are no longer a veil protecting us, they are a cracked shield. They lost all authority the moment they sacrificed one of our own, Solari affirmed. They promised protection in the Milky Way and offered a world as bait. What prevents us from believing they won't do the same to us when the Kr'tak press them enough? The atmosphere was charged with palpable distrust. The Council, which for millennia had been the pillar of galactic stability, now tottered on the abyss of its own decision. We cannot wait for the Kr'tak to tear down the diplomatic nexus and then come for us, Naelf continued, his gaze sweeping over the expectant faces. We must act. Demonstrate to the hegemony that not everyone in this galaxy is inefficient. Lockster signaled his interest. And what is your proposal, Solari? An open rebellion? That would only hasten our doom. Not a rebellion, Solari replied. A solution. If the Council is the problem, if its ineptitude is what draws the Kr'tak's wrath, then we must eliminate the problem. What would happen if the hegemony found a new interlocutor in the Milky Way? One willing to demonstrate that the galaxy can be cooperative. Naelf understood the subtext immediately. We would hand them over. The Council leaders. As a new peace offering? Solari nodded. A necessary sacrifice. A test of good faith for the hegemony. We would demonstrate that we understand their logic of purifying inefficiency. We would eliminate the source of the betrayal and present a new order, one that will not hinder their advance, but could even facilitate their objectives, in exchange for our own survival. There was a tense silence as the full implication of his words sank in. It was not just the abdication of the Council, it was the handover of their own leaders to the very invaders who threatened them. And then, Solari continued, once the KR-TAC see our initiative, we would form a new council. A more practical one. One that does not sacrifice its own worlds for failed diplomacy, but protects the interests of its members through adaptation and strength. Nailth gave a sign of approval. It is risky. But if the council falls, chaos will devour us before the KR-TAC arrive. This is a way to control the narrative. To avoid being purified by extension. This is risky, Lockster warned, conspiring against the council is punishable by death. We were condemned to death from the beginning, Solari countered. We must sound out other delegates. Secure the necessary support. The KR-TAC are not fools, they will detect any internal weakness. Our strength must be unanimous in this restructuring. The meeting concluded, leaving a seed of betrayal sown in the heart of the Milky Way. The council had condemned Earth out of fear, and now its own members, out of the same fear, considered condemning the council. While Earth prepared for a war it believed was imminent, the true titans of the galaxy prepared to devour one another, hoping to appease an even greater predator. Chapter 46, The Dilemma of the New Order. The conspiracy for the new council, brewing in the shadows of the diplomatic nexus, faced an inescapable truth: to have any credibility before the KR-TAC hegemony, and to survive the impending purge, they could not simply eliminate the old council. They needed power. A power that would make the KR-TAC, known for their cold efficiency, hesitate before acting. Lockster, Nailth, and Solari met again, the tension in the room almost as dense as the dark energy their enemies manipulated. The handover of the current council might temporarily appease the KR-TAC, Lockster began, his voice resonating with dispassionate coldness. But if we don't demonstrate a real capacity for resistance, we will only have delayed our own annihilation. The hegemony seeks to purge inefficiency. If we are equally useless in battle, we will be next. Nailth nodded. Exactly. We need a deterrent. Something the KR-TAC will think twice about attacking. Something that, unlike our current technology, can penetrate their cloaking or withstand their dark energy. The three thought of the only thing that had achieved that effect, the terrestrial dissonance projectile. Entity 347 Gamma, Solari said, the name of Earth now sounding with a new respect, almost greed. They created the weapon that paralyzed a central harvester. A weapon that forced HFY to retreat and the hegemony to reconsider its strategy. That is the kind of power we need. But the idea was met with a new and dangerous dilemma. Alliances with the terrestrials is an immense risk, Nailth warned. Emperor HFY is already furious about their existence and how the council handled them. If we ally ourselves with that anomalous species, if we give them support, we could infuriate them even more, making us the primary target of their retribution. But what other option do we have? Lockster asked, the question resonating with the grim reality of their situation. Our fleets are useless. Our shields, ineffective. If we don't obtain that technology, if we can't replicate it or at least understand it, after the KR-TAC purged the council, we will be next. And after us, the rest of the galaxy. Earth is the only known source of an effective countermeasure. Solari leaned forward. It's a risk, yes. But it is the only risk that offers us a chance for real survival. If we don't ally with the terrestrials, if we don't obtain that weapon or the knowledge to create it, there will be no new council to govern. There will only be galactic ashes. We must act fast. Emperor HFY is paralyzed outside the solar system. He doesn't want to get too close for fear of more terrestrial resonance missiles, but they also cannot return to their world empty-handed. We have to seize the current situation, or we won't get another chance. The hegemony thinks we are incompetent, Solari reflected. If we show them that we are capable of adapting, of learning from the anomalies and obtaining a power they themselves respect, perhaps that will change their calculation. But the price, Lockster insisted. They are a primitive species. How do we control that technology? And how do we prevent the KR-TAC from annihilating us for collaborating with something they consider an impurity? The question hung in the air, without an immediate answer. They had no other choice. The need for a weapon that would make the KR-TAC hesitate was paramount, and that weapon was in the hands of the species the Council had sacrificed. The conspiracy for the new Council, born of fear and betrayal, was now forced to consider a desperate alliance with the very beings the universe had condemned, in a final gamble for the survival of the Milky Way. The fate of the galaxy, ironically, might depend on the resilience of Entity 347 Gamma. Chapter 47, The Secret Proposal. The decision was made. Lockster, Naelth, and Solari met with grim resolve. The survival of their civilizations, and perhaps the galaxy, depended on a desperate gamble, allying with the very species the Council had sacrificed. Earth is our only option, Solari declared, reflecting the gravity of the situation. The KR-TAC hegemony will stop at nothing that does not represent a credible threat. And the terrestrial projectile is the only weapon that has demonstrated that capability. The risk of further enraging the KR-TAC is immense, Naelth acknowledged with anxiety. If they detect our collaboration with a species they consider anomalous, their retribution will be relentless. But the alternative is guaranteed annihilation, Solari countered with his cold logic. If the Council falls, and we have no deterrent power, we will be next. And Earth, after us. We need that technology. We have no other choice. The key question was how to contact them. The conspirators knew that the terrestrials did not know the universal galactic language. However, there was a crucial clue, the message the KR-TAC had intercepted and decoded before their first attack on Earth. This fact had been recorded in the Council's systems. Let's recall the report from the Great Emperor XYLAR, Solari said, projecting a fragment of the KR-TAC communication log. He mentioned that Entity 347 Gamma sent them a mathematical pattern, primitive yet unequivocal. A not welcome message. Lockster nodded. That means the terrestrials, though primitive in space travel, possess a form of communication based on universal mathematical fundamentals that any advanced intelligence can decode. It is the very language of physical laws. Then we will communicate as they did with the KR-TAC, Lockster proposed. With mathematics. A sequence of pulses that demonstrates we understood their previous message and that we come in peace, or at least, with an offer of mutual survival. And we will ask them for an exchange of artificial intelligence systems for more fluid and accurate communication, so that our system and theirs exchange information to generate a translator between their language and the standard galactic language. The idea was audacious, an echo of the desperate terrestrial defiance. If the terrestrials had used mathematics to say, "Go away," they would use it to say, "We need help." A small reconnaissance vessel was selected, cloaked with the most advanced technology, designed to pass unnoticed even by the most sophisticated KR-TAC sensors. It would carry no offensive weaponry, only communication and analysis equipment. The ship will approach Earth, Lockster explained. It will transmit a sequence of mathematical pulses. A progression that demonstrates our understanding of their previous message and seeks to establish a peaceful dialogue. Not an invasion. The message would be complex, yet fundamentally simple, a new series of equations proposing cooperation, technology exchange, and an alliance against a common enemy. It would be a message of need, of respect for their capacity for resistance, and above all, of desperation. The ship departed in secret, a tiny needle in the vast galactic haystack, heading towards Earth. Its mission, to convince a species that had been betrayed by the galaxy that the only way to survive was to join it. The fate of the Milky Way, and the possibility of a new council, hung on the humans' ability to decode a message of hope, hidden in the same language they had used to shout their challenge into the void. Chapter 48, The Dilemma of Trust. The small ship, an almost imperceptible shadow against the blue of the terrestrial atmosphere, held its position. From within, a complex message was broadcast, a confirmation that they had decoded the previous human message, followed by an elaborate proposal for dialogue and cooperation. The centerpiece was an offer to exchange linguistic data and a formal request, permission for their artificial intelligence to study terrestrial communication patterns for a short period, in order to establish a fluid language bridge. In subterranean complex number 7 in Buenos Aires, the tension was palpable. Terrestrial scientists had decoded the message almost immediately. It was not a threat, nor a demand. It seemed like a proposal for an alliance. But caution was strongly enforced. Argentina's president, Ricardo Solís, received the message and called an emergency meeting with the leaders of the other countries, explaining the situation. They understand our mathematical language. They want us to open our channels to them. But who are they? And what guarantees do we have? A young cybersecurity analyst intervened. They are asking for an exchange of artificial intelligences, ours with theirs, for linguistic analysis and fluid communication. We could be opening a back door. An attack vector. They could map our defenses, our infrastructure, everything. That is true, but we need fluid communication, Solís replied. Let's find a way to manage that exchange without the risk you're mentioning. Do what you have to do to make it secure. An alliance could be the key to long-term survival, but the fear of new aggression, or of being exploited, was an insurmountable wall. The wound from the surface bombardment was too fresh. Terrestrial scientists worked tirelessly. Hours were spent unraveling every equation, every sequence. Finally, the terrestrial AI achieved what it set out to do, translating the message into understandable concepts. The shock was total. They are telling us they witnessed that Milky Way authorities sacrificed us to appease a more powerful species as a peace offering, President Solís said, his voice laced with disbelief. Humanity was a pawn in a galactic game they didn't even know existed. The admission of the Council's impotence, their desperation, their betrayal, it was overwhelming. The message detailed how their enemies would first turn against the Council for their deception, but then, inevitably, return for Earth. They needed the terrestrial weapon, the dissonance projectile, as the only effective defense. President Maxwell felt a mixture of fury and an icy chill. They sacrificed us. And now they expect us to save them. The revelation that the universe was much larger and more hostile than they ever imagined, coupled with the immediate betrayal, was crushing. The air crackled with the weight of treachery and the overwhelming reality of their position. We cannot give them the weapon, General Vance firmly stated. We cannot trust them with the technology that keeps us alive. If we give them the blueprint, what prevents them from eliminating us afterward, or using it against other worlds? Solís nodded. But we cannot ignore them. We face extinction, and so do they. The threat of annihilation is real and shared. From the heated discussion emerged an audacious counterproposal, dictated by necessity, mistrust, and an incipient human pride. Our response must be clear, Solís said, looking at the other leaders through the screen. We appreciate the offer of dialogue. We recognize their communication capacity. But we cannot allow access to our weaponry. Not at this moment. Earth's security is our absolute priority. Everyone agreed. It was a categorical no, born of the purest mistrust. On the Council ship, Lockster, Nailth, and Solari heard the terrestrial message. Frustration and bitterness filled the bridge. They have rejected us, Lockster grumbled. They don't trust us. And, given the circumstances, how could they? Their distrust is understandable, Nailth admitted, though with resignation. They have been attacked. It is the logical reaction of a species fighting for its existence. They didn't know that, for the humans, that distrust was even deeper than they could imagine. Solari looked at the projection of Earth. Their resistance is admirable, but also reckless. They believe they can fight the KR-TAC hegemony alone. They don't understand the scale of what is coming, or that the true threat to the galaxy is much greater than their planet. We must insist, Solari said with a resolute voice. We have no other choice. We cannot return to the Nexus empty-handed. Find a new way. We must find a way to earn their trust before the KR-TAC return to finish what they started. The survival of the galaxy depends on it. The ship remained in Earth orbit, a point of light oscillating between hope and desperation. Earth, for its part, dug in, ready to face the universe alone, unaware that one of its last hopes for survival depended on trusting those who had once abandoned it. The dilemma of communication without trust became the new, most urgent battlefield. "Send the following message," Solis ordered. "We understand your desperation. We understand that the hegemony is a threat to the entire galaxy. Earth cannot and will not hand over the blueprints or formula for our weaponry. This technology is a product of our singularity and our desperation, and it is our only means of defense. We will not risk the security of our only vital weapon. We will not trust those who abandoned us." The faces of the terrestrial leaders reflected the bitter justice of those words. But the proposal did not end there. "However, we understand the need for a galactic defense. If the galactic authorities wish for the galaxy to have a worthy ally, capable of defending against the others, they must prove their worth." The next part of the message was the true test, both for the Council and for Earth's own morality. "Demonstrate your commitment to justice. We need certain specific resources, raw materials, and technological components for the mass production of our missiles. If you comply with this request unconditionally and demonstrate your sincerity, Earth could, with time and proof, become an ally in the defense of the galaxy. The capacity to produce more of these weapons will benefit everyone. But for this alliance to be possible, there is a moral price you must pay. We demand the handover of the traitors. Those members who gave away Earth and condemned over 1 billion of our people to annihilation deserve to be punished according to us. Hand over the responsible parties to our justice, or to the justice of a neutral court. Only then can we begin to consider trust." The message was sent. A cry of defiance and an impossible demand from the small Earth to the mighty Council. The alien ship, in orbit, began to process the unexpected and audacious response. The Milky Way, oblivious to the drama unfolding in its forgotten corner, prepared for a war that had begun with an act of cowardice, and which would now be redefined by an act of indomitable resistance and a demand for justice. The fate of the galaxy hinged on the conspirators' response to this unexpected and morally complex proposal. Chapter 49, The Desperate Calculation. In the conspirators' ship, which remained in Earth orbit, the audacious and complex human counterproposal resonated in the minds of Solari, Naelth, and Lockster. Earth's message had not only been a demand for resources, but a cry for justice and a condition that, at first glance, seemed impossible. "They demand resources to manufacture their weapons," Lockster grumbled, as the projection of the terrestrial message floated before them. "And, they demand the handover of the council members who condemned them." Solari, who had secretly recorded that vote that condemned Earth, projected the names and images of the 9 delegates who had voted affirmatively to surrender Earth. "These are some of the most influential and best protected leaders in the Milky Way. Their imperial guards are legions. How are we supposed to hand them over?" Naelth asked. The Solari, with his relentless logic, ignored the indignation. "Earth has made it clear. They don't trust us. This is not a request, it is a test. They want to see if we are willing to sacrifice our own, just as they were sacrificed, to prove our sincerity. It is an act of faith. Or desperation, depending on how you look at it." Silence settled upon them, heavy with the weight of the decision. The conspiracy they had hatched to overthrow the council for its inefficiency now faced a condition imposed by a species that, ironically, had put them in a strategic checkmate. "If we don't comply," the Solari said, "the terrestrials will not give us access to their technology. And if we don't have that technology, the KR-TAC hegemony will annihilate us. First the council, then us, then everyone." Lockster replied. "Handing over the council leaders to the terrestrials is politically unthinkable. It would lead to anarchy. The systems of those leaders would rebel. But what if we hand them over to the KR-TAC?" The suggestion chilled Naelth's blood. It was a macabre twist on the KR-TAC logic. "The hegemony seeks to purify inefficiency," Solari continued, developing his twisted logic. "If we, a new council, demonstrate to them that we are capable of purging corruption and inefficiency within our own ranks, and hand over the very individuals who deceived them with Earth. It could be a far more powerful sign of good faith than any treaty. Lockster processed the idea. That could appease them, yes. It would demonstrate our understanding of their justice. And it would position us as collaborators, not enemies. But the terrestrials demanded they be handed over to them, Nailth interrupted. If we hand them over to the KR-TAC, what will that tell the terrestrials about our sincerity? We could lose their trust forever, and with it, the only chance to obtain that weaponry. Solari looked at the projection of Earth. They don't have to know that. We will simply show them with images and video that justice has been served, and that will satisfy them. We must take the risk. The KR-TAC threat is immediate and overwhelming. The terrestrial threat, although powerful in their system, is local. If the KR-TAC destroy the entire galaxy, Earth's trust will be meaningless. First, we secure our survival with the hegemony. The conspiracy turned into a plan of double betrayal. They needed the terrestrial technology to defend against the KR-TAC, but to appease the KR-TAC and have a chance to form a new council, they had to sacrifice the old leaders to the very force that threatened them all. How do we hand them over? Lockster asked, focusing on the practical aspect. The Imperial Guards of Lyra, of the Xantari, they are implacable. There is only one way, the Solari replied, a simultaneous attack that kills them all before they have time to give any orders, and no one will turn against us, since the galaxy is on the verge of collapse because of these useless people. The KR-TAC systems are not the only ones with cloaking and stealth assault capabilities, Solari said. We will need internal support from some council factions who are already unhappy with the current leadership. And the promise of a new order, with them in positions of power, will be a great incentive. I was there, the Solari continued. 3 didn't vote in favor. It wouldn't be difficult to convince them. After all, if they weren't to blame for anything that happened, then why would they be against serving justice? They will be concerned with their own survival. The conspiracy deepened. The delegates began secretly contacting key military and political leaders in their home systems, weaving a network of discontent. The plan would be a coordinated assault, a coup d'état executed with surgical precision, disguised as an act of purification for the KR-TAC and as a restoration of justice for the others. The fate of the Council, and of the Milky Way, depended not only on Earth and the KR-TAC, but on a risky political maneuver. The conspirators prepared to sacrifice their own leaders to the invaders, hoping that this act of pragmatic cruelty would buy enough time to obtain the terrestrial weapon and redefine power in the galaxy. Survival, at any cost. Chapter 50, A New Dawn Stained with Blood. The decision had been made. The conspirators would not only hand over the council members who voted in favor of the sacrifice, but they would do so in the most brutally efficient way possible. Lockster, Nailth, and Solari consolidated their networks, pulling invisible strings among the discontented factions and military commanders loyal to their respective worlds. The new council was about to be born, not from a vote, but from a bloody coup. The plan was audacious and ruthless. Utilizing sophisticated cloaking technology and intelligence networks infiltrated by Solari, forces loyal to the conspiracy would simultaneously assault the personal strongholds and capital ships of the 9 delegates who had voted for Earth's sacrifice. There would be no trial, only execution. The Council's purification of inefficiency would be internal, a dark mirror of the KR-TAC's own doctrine. Location, Gamma 7 Annihilation Battleship Command Bridge. The Great Emperor HFY received the conspirators' communication. Rak, at his side, watched the transmission. The images showed detailed blueprints of the internal purge. A faction of the Galactic Council proposes a new order, the synthetic voice of the KR-TAC system stated. They offer the purification of inefficiency within their own ranks. They propose handing over the leaders who deceived the hegemony with Entity 347 Gamma. Emperor HFY observed the projections. His inscrutable face showed no surprise. They have understood the logic. Inefficiency must be purged. He turned to Thrak. General, what is your evaluation? A pragmatic adaptation, Emperor, Thrak replied. They demonstrate understanding of our principles. A council purged by itself might be more manageable. More useful to our objectives. So be it then, HFY responded, and sent his reply. The message to the council conspirators was concise and brutal, a simple validation of their plan: do it. The hegemony gives you the green light. Location: Galactic Council Diplomatic Nexus. The diplomatic nexus, once a symbol of peace, became a stage for terror and chaos. Coordinated, invisible attacks swept through the ships and personal citadels of the target delegates. There was no time for defense. The imperial guards of the traitorous leaders were neutralized with relentless efficiency, surprised by a betrayal from within. High Counselor Zodek, Supreme Delegate Lyra, the Zantari, and the other delegates who had condemned Earth, fell. Their deaths were quick, silent, executed by those who considered themselves the future rulers of the galaxy. The new council had seized power in a bloodbath, with the implicit blessing of the Kr'tak. Location: low Earth orbit. Time: hours after the coup. From the new council ship, a new message was sent to Earth, more detailed and graphic than ever. The message was from NALTH.IN Subterranean Complex No. 7, the monitors vibrated. President Solis, along with the rest of the presidents gathered virtually, awaited the new message. They watched with a mixture of horror and astonishment as the images materialized on the holographic screens. They were not abstract concepts, but crisp video sequences. The first sequence showed High Counselor Zodek, the Zantari, and Supreme Delegate Lyra, along with others, debating heatedly in a council chamber. Their final discussion about Earth's fate was clearly audible, translated: life will be dissipated, the only resource, to guarantee the survival of the Milky Way. Then, the images changed abruptly. Stealth teams moved through the ship corridors. The muffled screams and energy flashes were a prelude to bloodshed. They watched the Zantari dematerialize, Lyra fall, her pulsing glow extinguishing. The bodies of the traitors were shown, unmistakably dead. These were not images of a ruined planet, but of a coup d'état executed with calculated brutality. Naltha's final message, translated by the terrestrial AI, was projected over the scenes of massacre. We have met your demand. The traitors who gave away your world have been punished. Your crimes have been avenged. This is the new council. We have demonstrated our will and our strength. We now require the resources to build your weapons. The threat is imminent. Your only hope is to join US. An astonished silence fell over the joint South American Command Center. It wasn't just that vengeance had been fulfilled, but the manner in which it was done, with a coldness and efficiency that rivaled the Kr'tak themselves. They had demanded justice, and they had been delivered a massacre. The humans had a galactic ally. But the nature of that alliance, and the morality of their new partners, was as terrifying as the threat looming over them. The galaxy had changed forever, and Earth was now at the center of a power game it was only beginning to comprehend. Chapter 51, The Bitter Pact. The tension was almost unbearable in Subterranean Complex No. 7 in Buenos Aires. I don't like this, Solis said, looking at the screen showing the message from the new council, and the images of the eliminated galactic leaders. I don't trust them one bit. They killed their own with the same coldness as the others who pulverize worlds. Nobody trusts them, responded the President of Spain, Francisco Sanson, from Madrid. But we cannot manufacture enough dissonance projectiles with what we have. Global production capacity is a fraction of what we need to defend ourselves, much less to think of a counterattack. General Vance, usually a man of action, seemed more thoughtful than ever. It's a transaction. They want our weapons, or at least our capacity to produce them. We need their resources. It is an alliance of necessity, not friendship. And it's the only thing we can do, Solis said firmly, though tinged with resignation. Their message is proof of their desperation, not just ours. They need our technology, the only one that has worked. But we will make it clear that the formula remains ours. The final decision was unanimous, though every vote felt like a forced surrender. Humanity, with the bitter taste of betrayal in its mouth, would extend a pragmatic hand. The terrestrial response was concise, devoid of emotion, a reflection of the cold logic that now dominated their existence. Radio waves carried the message back to the new Council ship in orbit. We have received your proof. We acknowledge the elimination of those responsible for the galactic betrayal. This act is recognized. Regarding your request for access to our technology, Earth cannot and will not hand over the blueprints, formulas, or direct access to the engineering of our projectiles. The manufacture of these missiles is the result of our planet's singularity and our own desperate innovation. However, the enemy's threat is a shared danger to the entire galaxy. If you wish Earth to become a capable ally in this struggle, you must fulfill your part of the agreement. We request the immediate delivery of the resources previously detailed, specific minerals, stabilized transuranic elements, and energy processing modules. Once these resources are delivered and verified, Earth will increase production for mutual defense. This will be a transaction, not an act of full trust or an unconditional alliance. The formula for our weapon remains on Earth, under the exclusive control of humanity. Cooperation will be based on the delivery of resources in exchange for missiles. The message was finalized and sent, a declaration of sovereignty in the midst of a proposed alliance. On the Council ship, Lockster, Naelth, and Solari read the response. Frustration was evident among the conspirators. They won't give us the formula, Naelth grumbled. They demand resources without giving us control of the production. But they will give us the weapons, Lockster countered. They control the production, yes, but their enemy is our enemy. And our galaxy needs that weapon. They have proven to be stubborn. Solari observed Earth, now not just a planet, but a fortress. It is a sign of their distrust. And their strength. They want to be a worthy ally, not a subordinate. The KRTAC hegemony seeks to subdue. The terrestrials seek partners, even at their own price. This is a basis for a new order. Naelth, I need you to talk to Kalen about the delivery of the resources to the terrestrials. We must be at the diplomatic nexus, otherwise, we could arouse suspicion with HFY. Kalen helped us with the simultaneous attack on the former council leaders, but he doesn't know that we are allied with the terrestrials. You will have to explain this to him, and only the most trustworthy people should accompany him in this process. If this information is leaked, we are dead. Let him know that after the delivery of raw materials in exchange for weaponry, we will give him the reward he deserves, the highest military power in the galaxy, answering only to the new council. The new council had gambled heavily to obtain the only weapon capable of harming the KRTAC, and now Earth had raised the stakes. The relationship began, not with handshakes, but with a cold accounting of resources and a deep, yet necessary, distrust. The fate of the Milky Way depended on whether both sides could overcome their deep wounds and fears to face an enemy that knew no such doubts. Chapter 52, The Emperor's Final Decision. On the bridge of the dreadnought Star Devourer, the silence was denser than the darkness of space itself. The mighty Gamma 7 fleet had halted, not due to an expected tactical order, but because of the raw, undeniable logic of the terrestrial threat. Emperor HFY and General THRAC reviewed the calculations again and again. The risk of catastrophic loss in a frontal assault against an enemy capable of replicating their dissonance anomaly was, at this point, strategically unacceptable. The Galactic Council's initial information simply hadn't accounted for this level of terrestrial readiness. Entity 347 Gamma has drastically accelerated its counterweapon manufacturing capacity, THRAC murmured, his monotone voice barely breaking the stillness. The data suggests that the scale of their active dissonance has increased to a point where a direct confrontation would now result in an unacceptable casualty rate for the hegemony, with no total guarantee of purification. Frankly, I do not believe we can win. Grand Emperor HFY remained motionless. The initial humiliation had been an unpleasant surprise. This, a forced retreat imposed by a species they considered primitive, was a direct affront to the hegemony's infallibility. The Star Devourer, the spearhead of their power, was immobilized. The word fear would never be uttered on the bridge, but their inaction was its tactical equivalent. The Emperor broke the long silence, his voice vibrating with a restrained frustration he rarely displayed. Entity 347 Gamma has demonstrated a capability that the Supreme Being Valerius, in his infinite wisdom, appears to have severely underestimated. Our retreat, necessary as it is, reflects a strategic flaw at a level we cannot ignore. We were not sent for purification. We were sent into a trap. A humiliation. The chief scientist nodded in the gloom. The data is unequivocal. The casualty rates would be unacceptable. Valerius has asked us to sacrifice our army for an objective that now appears untenable. To continue this path is to follow an order that leads to annihilation. Loyalty cannot survive extinction. Grand Emperor XYLR inquired, and yet, the hegemony's doctrine demands absolute obedience. The fleet, our people, they expect us to continue. How do we justify such a fundamental deviation from the mission? THRAC responded with cold certainty. By presenting the truth. We have shared the active dissonance calculations with the fleet commanders. They are not blind. They can see that continuing is suicide. A soldier's loyalty is based on honor, not blindness. If we show that the order leads to the dishonor of a meaningless death, the soldiers will follow us. The true threat of total purification is not from Earth. It is from Valerius. Grand Emperor XYLR cautioned, there are other obstacles, however, and they are the ones I worry about most. The balance of power in the Supreme Council is delicate, tied to the loyalty of its pillars. We cannot move without considering the other two emperors, Caprax and Aarchon. They will turn against us. THRAC explained, Caprax is a traditionalist. His loyalty to Valerius is not simple obedience, it is blind faith. He sees every order from the Supreme Being as a test of his fortitude. If we confront him, he will consider us heretics, a stain to be purified. His fleet is the most numerous, and although less agile than ours, it is composed of fanatical warriors who would die for Valerius without hesitation. Aarchon, on the other hand, is more pragmatic. His loyalty is a double-edged sword. If he sees an opportunity for power, he might be persuaded, but only by an overwhelming display of force. He would consider us a threat to his own ambition, not Valerius. Grand Emperor XYLR concluded, then, a direct confrontation with them is not feasible. We would face a three-front conflict, Caprax's fleet, Aarchon's, and Valerius's defenses. We would annihilate ourselves before we even saw the gates of his fortress. We cannot fight them, we must outmaneuver them. Precisely, THRAC replied. The distance to their fleets is a crucial factor. Caprax is currently a month's journey from our current position. Aarchon, for his part, is almost 3 weeks away. If our action is fast and decisive enough, we could neutralize Valerius's power before his armies can react. Once the Supreme Being falls, the other two emperors will be forced to listen. They will not rebel against a total power vacuum, they will submit to the new order, or they will be left leaderless. Grand Emperor XYLR mused, there is an inherent risk in attacking Valerius's power base. His defenses are powerful, his security networks impenetrable. Could we do it alone? With our fleet already weakened by this forced inaction, is a direct incursion even possible? The probabilities are low, THRAC admitted. But there is one variable we have not factored into our equation. The new Galactic Council. They have a considerable military force, although they lack our absorption technology. They have shown themselves capable of coordination that the old council could only dream of. They could be a valuable asset, or a deadly danger. Grand Emperor XYLR hesitated, an asset? You speak of an alliance with entities that are not part of the hegemony. It is a monumental risk, THRAC. But their military power would serve us. Do you believe they would support us in a conflict within our own faction? HFY argued, they see a strength in us. The fact that we have stopped without even crossing the solar system has shown them that we are not in immediate danger. And the fact that we, too, are questioning Valerius might be the key to a negotiation. They could see us as an opportunity to gain influence over the galaxy. The proposal would be simple: they are either on one side or the other, there is no middle ground. If they turn against us, we use our absorption technology and destroy them, and if they are in favor, there would be no turning back to betray us, as they would be the enemies of Valerius. They would have no choice but to see this problem through. A coordinated attack could weaken Valerius's defenses and the Elder's power in a way they would never expect. Grand Emperor HFY finalized, ambition and betrayal shining in his eyes. Interesting. A betrayal at the heart of our hegemony. Using outsiders to overthrow our leader. It is not the path of glory, but it might be the only path to victory. Continue with the calculations, HFY. Map the distance of the Caprax and Archon fleets. And, in a strictly encrypted manner, begin to probe the New Galactic Council. We need to know where they stand. Location, diplomatic nexus of the New Galactic Council. Time, hours after the arrangement with Kalen. They have stopped at a very distant range from Earth, and they have been there for some time now. They don't want to get closer, but they also can't return to their world. Imagine disobeying the order of their superiors, the KRTAC. They won't move. Lockster, despite his relief, felt a pang of something bordering on panic. Earth had exposed a fundamental weakness in the KRTAC that the Council itself had never even imagined. But that victory came at a huge price. This is a demonstration of weakness for the hegemony, his voice flatter than ever. They, the invincible ones, aren't moving. But what's worse, Solari interrupted, is that this affects us. We have been selling the KRTAC as the invincible force, the only one we must surrender to or ally with. We overthrew the old council promising alignment with them. What will they say now? What will the KRTAC think of us? We still have a long way to go before we have the terrestrial weaponry. Kalen is currently busy procuring the raw materials. We must be vigilant in case they cross the solar system. At some point, they will have to, and if that happens, and he coincidentally goes to Earth for the delivery, they could detect him. It's not easy to communicate and make movements without being seen, especially now that the KRTAC are close to the solar system. The new council conspiracy was built on the premise of KRTAC invincibility, using their power as leverage to impose themselves and then negotiate for survival. Earth's unexpected victory had undermined that premise. Now, the KRTAC might see the new council as ineffective, unable to control such a nearby anomaly. The message is clear: Earth can stop them, Nail said, his voice strained. But it is also a message that we could not control them. The credibility of our purification in the eyes of the KRTAC has been damaged. And the rest of the galaxy now sees Earth as the only real hope, not us. The terrestrials will be our allies, Solari replied, but we are the ones pulling the strings. Chapter 53, The Hegemony's Offer. Location, diplomatic nexus of the New Galactic Council. Lockster, Solari, and Nailth gathered around the holographic projection platform. The words floated in the air: Grand Emperor HFY requests an audience. Nailth felt a deep sense of unease. It's not a direct threat, but why? Why would they contact us this way? Lockster's expression reflected distrust. It's a trap. They've seen our lack of control over the terrestrial anomaly and now consider us a problem to be eradicated, but they want to do it discreetly to avoid further embarrassment. They'll use us to make an example. Solari interjected, it makes no sense. If they wanted to eliminate us, they would have more problems than they already have. Their fleet is stationed, but it still has immense offensive capability. This message is a deviation. One we didn't anticipate. I insist, he doesn't want to attack the terrestrials out of fear. Perhaps he's asking us to help him militarily in a campaign. If so, we will reject it. That is not an option. We are not going to make the old council's mistake of betraying one of our own. He leaned toward the projection. Let's accept the communication. Ignorance is our greatest enemy now. Lockster nodded, making a decision. Agreed. But let's maintain caution. If what Nailth says is true, one wrong move could mean the end of the new council. Activate it. Space warped and filled with interference as a connection was established. Suddenly, the imposing figure of Grand Emperor HFY materialized in the center of the audience chamber, his presence a mass of shadow and power. Beside him, the forms of General Rack, Admiral Vale, and the chief scientist remained motionless, observing the members of the new council with a gaze that was both analytical and contemptuous. Grand Emperor HFY was the first to break the silence, his grave voice resonating with an authority that left no room for doubt. Entities of the self-proclaimed new council. We have halted our advance. The data from Entity 347 Gamma has proven that the mission is unviable and the information provided to us was incomplete, nearly flawed. There is a strategic error at the heart of this campaign. And that error is Valerius. He allowed the Elder Primus to influence him to attack again out of pride, without backup or reinforcements, without even waiting to analyze the situation. The audacity of the declaration was so immense that for a moment they didn't know how to react. Lockster recovered first. Emperor HFY, the infallibility of your supreme being is the foundation of your hegemony. Your words are treason. It is not treason, it is survival. Rack intervened, his voice dispassionate and precise as a scalpel. Valerius has sent us to certain death. A direct confrontation with Entity 347 Gamma would result in the annihilation of the Gamma 7 fleet. Valerius has demonstrated an inability to foresee threats, and a careless willingness to sacrifice his own out of humiliation, but what's worse, it wasn't even his decision, he simply allowed Elder Primus to decide. His leadership has become a threat to us, the hegemony, and to you. Solari scoffed in disbelief. We are part of the problem. And you are calling us to join you? This is absurd. HFY tilted his head, a gesture that seemed calculated. We are not joining you. We are proposing an alliance of convenience. Your fleet has military power, tactics that are effective. My soldiers trust your strength, but not your leadership. They are not blind, they see the truth that Valerius was mistaken. Our agreement is simple, you will help us eliminate Valerius and the rest of the elders who support him. In the process, the defenses of our planet will fall, allowing us to seize power. In exchange, you will be granted a position of power in the new galaxy that will emerge once we have triumphed. Solari, staring fixedly at the Emperor, asked, and what about Caprax and Archon? Their fleets are loyal to Valerius. Do you expect us to join a three-front conflict? They will not have time to react, Rack replied. Their military power is far from our world. If we act quickly and with coordination, we will strike before they can organize. Once the Supreme Being falls, the chains of command will break. Caprax and Archon will be left leaderless, and then they will have to decide whether they prefer to die or join the new order. Silence returned to the council bridge. The proposal was scandalous, risky, almost suicidal. But the alternative, annihilation at the hands of Valerius once he realized his mission had failed, was even worse. HFY's offer gave them a third option, one unthinkable until a moment ago, taking control of their own destiny. Lockster looked at Solari and Nailth. We need to discuss this for a moment. Speak, but there is no more time. You are either on one side or the other. HFY cut the communication. Lockster and Nailth looked at Solari. Lockster, what do we do? It's too risky. Solari, sooner or later, this was going to happen. I want to take advantage of this situation. If Caprax and Archon are far away, it's because Valerius doesn't consider the idea of HFY going against him in the slightest. A coup d'état is not in the mentality of their hegemony. This means their defenses will not be sufficiently prepared if we attack quickly. By the time they realize that troops are heading to their capital, their defenses will be disorganized and panicked. I consider this an opportunity. Let's use all our military might and take advantage so they kill each other. I want to see the faces of Valerius and those elders when this happens. Solari requested communication with Emperor HFY. Emperor HFY, your proposal is unprecedented. We agree to consider your offer, but with conditions. We cannot risk the existence of our fleets in a hegemony betrayal without guarantees. HFY agreed. Our troops are ready. Prepare your army to accompany us. Chapter 54, The Secret Pact. The hologram of Grand Emperor HFY vanished, leaving a dangerous tension lingering in the room. The new council, Lockster, Solari, and Naelf, had finally accepted the strike against Valerius. Lockster, feeling the heavy weight of the risk, broke the silence. We have accepted the deal. HFY demands our support in the campaign to overthrow Valerius. But we must define something crucial: who will truly command the council's fleets? Our fleets are powerful, but we are diplomats, Naelf intervened. We are an alliance of bureaucrats, not commanders. When this war ends, if we triumph, victory must grant us not only political influence but military authority. With our alliance with the terrestrials still a secret for now, we will be able to truly rule, free from the paralysis of the old council. But the risk is extreme. Solari nodded. The risk is immense, but it has existed since the very beginning of the Kartak invasion. Our situation remains unchanged. The mere existence of the Kartak is a threat, a problem for our very survival. We must see this through to the end. For our new galactic order to be respected, one of us must take to the battlefield. We need a military victory of our own. We cannot share the command of our forces with HFY, nor can we trust anyone outside of this circle. The need for legitimacy was undeniable. I will go, Lockster declared. I will command the fleets and coordinate the strike with HFY. You two will handle the local defenses. We cannot entrust the armed forces to anyone else for now, they could betray us. The new council is just beginning, and our political power hangs by a thread. Solari accepted. It is the only way for the new council to be born as a true power. The contingency plan. Naelf asked for the details of the real plan, the one only the three of them would know. The matter is this, Solari explained. One of us, Lockster, goes to battle alongside HFY so we don't have to share our army with anyone. He will attack Valerius. If HFY wins, Prax and Archon will negotiate. That is the key moment for Lockster to return. They won't pursue you, Solari continued. Prax and Archon will be too busy fighting HFY or securing their own internal empire to have time to attack. By the time Lockster returned, the next phase would be activated. By then, we will have the first terrestrial resonance missiles, Solari indicated. We've already agreed, the terrestrials will honor the deal and provide us with more weapons in exchange for more resources. We will also have partnered with planetary representatives to install terrestrial counter-frequency nodes on every world, protecting us from Kartak technology. This will take some time that, fortunately, we have in this current situation, Naelf conceded. And the representatives will see us as the ones who solved the threat. The Kartak terror will end with terrestrial help, something we will not deny. In fact, we should probably offer them a seat on the council. Lockster memorized every detail of the plan, his gaze one of absolute concentration. We will not communicate until I return, he reminded them. I will be close to HFY, not even my own fleet will know of this plan. I will return. I trust you will do your part. For now, I will focus on finishing Valerius and earning HFY's total trust. With a silent oath of loyalty, Lockster departed to lead his troops, leaving his two allies in the shadows at the heart of a conspiracy that promised immense power, if they could survive it. Chapter 55, the price of terrestrial technology. The immense hall of the new council chamber remained in shadows, illuminated only by the cold blue glow of strategic screens. Solari and Naelf moved forward in a tense silence, each step reflecting a calculated decision and a perfectly clear path. Their destination was Earth. They had waited with forced patience for the combined fleets of Lockster and Emperor HFY to move far enough away from the system. They could not afford even the slightest trace of activity that might raise suspicion. Deep down, however, they knew that HFY was too blinded by the urgency and ambition of reaching Valerius's capital to pay attention to minor diplomatic movements. Once the trackers confirmed the critical distance of the armadas, they activated the first phase of the plan. Their priority was immediate and specific: establish contact with the terrestrials and secure the delivery of the resonance missiles. Those weapons, products of the blue planet's strange geology, could tip the balance of power at the exact moment of the coup d'état. The strategy of dominance. While watching the final preparations of the ultralight ship that would take them to Earth, Solari, with his implacable logic and distant tone, outlined the next stage of the plan, painting a political map of the future. Once we have the missiles, he began, without looking away from the navigation screen, I will attempt something even more ambitious, convincing the terrestrials to share their counterfrequency technology. Naelf listened intently, recognizing the magnitude of what Solari was proposing. Solari continued without hesitation, if we succeed, your mission will be activated. You will use all your influence to gather the planetary representatives as soon as Lockster returns victorious. The strategy was simple and brilliant. We will give them the formula so they can produce it on their own worlds. Until now, no one has needed it, their planetary cores have been stable, save from the kind of problems that dark energy generated in the terrestrial core. But now, circumstances have changed. Everyone will know that this technology is vital, because it is the only thing that prevents KRTAC absorption. When they adopt it on a galactic scale, the KRTAC will be left exposed and vulnerable. A dense silence settled between them. Solari broke the tension with his cold and calculating conclusion. Time is our most valuable resource. For now, we have a 3-week advantage over any significant event in the war. And if HFY were to win, that victory will only generate massive power instability within the KRTAC empire. That political fracture would give us even more room to maneuver and consolidate our power. Naelf nodded, feeling the weight of the responsibility, but also the security provided by the clarity of the plan. Then, there is nothing more to discuss, Naelf concluded with final decision. Prepare the communication with Earth. Chapter 56, Terrestrial Pragmatism. The Global Crisis Summit. The Pentagon's crisis room, underground and fortified, vibrated with the tension of a historic moment. On the large encrypted transmission screens, a mosaic of faces represented the world's leadership. In the center of the room, President Maxwell took the floor. I request communication with all world leaders, he declared with a measured but firm voice, beginning the emergency session. President Solis, from Argentina, laid out the situation bluntly. The galactic authorities were orbiting Earth, and their demands were direct. They wanted the missiles and the manufacturing formula for the counterfrequency nodes to protect their worlds. In exchange, they had offered Earth a seat and a representative in the Galactic Authority. Roberto Fuentes, President of Mexico, was the first to react. How many missiles are we going to deliver? I understand we must give some for security and the exchange, but we must keep as many as possible. As for the counterfrequency nodes, I see no problem. They would serve us all and could help cut off the KRTAC invaders' resources. From Beijing, Li Na spoke next. We have 7 fully operational missiles. I propose delivering 2, along with a user manual and some nuclear warheads. They might find them useful in their war. And I support delivering the node formula, it is a shared benefit. The President of Spain intervened cautiously. I agree, but what do we do about the offer to join that galactic authority? Solis replied with brutal pragmatism. Personally, I have no interest in joining. We must prioritize Earth's security. We can be allies if they require it, but not formally integrate for now. I vote for strengthening our defenses, producing more weaponry in exchange for raw materials, deploying combat drones, and continuing to investigate fallen extraterrestrial units to advance in interstellar travel. If we need research help in the future, we will talk to them. Exactly, added the Spanish president. We should also install military bases on the Moon and Mars, even if they are remotely controlled at first. Each nation's scientists must start working on this immediately. President Maxwell agreed and closed the session decisively. It is decided. We will deliver 2 Goliath missiles, the user manual, and the counter-frequency node formula. In exchange, they must continue sending raw materials. And as for me, joining the Galactic Command doesn't interest me either, at least for now. The vote was unanimous, a rare global consensus driven by survival. Immediate logistical orders were activated for the transport of the weaponry and technical documentation. Preparations in the Galactic Chamber. Hours after the delivery, in the Galactic Chamber, Naelth and Solari reviewed the success of the negotiation. The delivery had been satisfactory, they had received a reasonable amount of weaponry and, most importantly, the formula to manufacture the counter-frequency nodes. They gave us what was necessary, Naelth said with slight satisfaction. Now we need to call a meeting with the planetary representatives, but only after Lockster returns. In the meantime, we will continue sending more raw materials. The terrestrials will have enough to work with what we have already sent them. Solari nodded, evaluating the next risks and steps. Additionally, we must appoint a military general to coordinate the local defense when Lockster returns. We will hand over the terrestrial weaponry manual to that general and prepare a detailed defensive strategy. Naelth observed the star map, where enemy fleets were marked as red dots of light advancing inexorably. Lockster's Armada and XY-Lars are approaching the hegemony's capital. In a short time, Valerius will notice and begin preparing his defenses. Then we can't waste any more time, Solari replied with a cold but urgent voice. We will get more raw materials and take the first step to establish our military defense. Both shared a tense silence, aware that every decision they made marked the thin line between the survival of the galaxy and enemy dominance. The machinery of war and secret diplomacy had been set in motion. The approach to the capital. On the bridge of XY-Lars' flagship, an atmosphere of dangerous adrenaline floated in the air. XY-Lars' fleet and Locksters were rushing at full speed toward the capital. Suddenly, the synthetic voice of the hegemony's communication system resonated insistently, breaking the tactical silence. Supreme Commander Valerius demands immediate communication with Emperor XY-Lar. General Th-Rak, the fleet commander, directed a glance at his leader. It seems the Supreme Commander has only just learned of our advance, Th-Rak commented. He never expected anyone to dare this, realizing only days before our arrival shows the surprise and lack of preparation they have in a situation like this. The system repeated the warning, the Supreme Commander demands immediate communication. Emperor, will you answer? XY-Lar, somewhat tense but also with contained fury, nodded. Connect audio and video. The link opened. The figure of Supreme Commander Valerius materialized in a bright hologram in the middle of the bridge. Beside him, the shadowed silhouettes of the hegemony elders added weight to the accusation. Valerius's voice resonated with a stony hardness, attempting to impose authority. XY-Lar, halt your army immediately and return to the capital to be judged, Valerius commanded. If you stop now, I will ensure the tribunal grants you some mercy. But you will hold no political or military office. The threat grew colder. If you insist on your march, you will face the death penalty, along with all your generals and even the brilliant Lord Scientist Zarkin. Being one of the few scientists who regulate and process dark energy, it would be a great loss for our empire, but he too will face death if you do not stop now. XY-Lar did not yield. His voice was thick with contained fury. That is not going to happen. We are going to attack and finish this. Your defenses are powerful, but they will not hold against us, and you know it. Besides, you no longer have enough time for organized preparation. Incredulity washed over Valerius's face. What is the reason for this treachery? Did the terrestrials scare you so much that you preferred to attack us directly and provoke a civil war? HFY's face showed a flicker of nervousness, but the Emperor instantly regained his composure, his voice becoming accusatory. You forced me into this. You sent us to a certain death. You didn't understand the terrestrial resonance missile. You saw what it did to the central harvester, and yet you ordered us back to the attack without giving us time to organize or gather reinforcements. It was Elder Primus who demanded it, and you approved it with your silence. Now there is no turning back, I am coming for you. Valerius watched him with disbelief, anger displacing surprise. You face three fronts, our planetary defenses and the fleets of Caprax and Aarchon. HFY cut off the objection with cold determination. They are far away. They won't arrive in time. You will have to bear the consequences of what you have provoked. HFY cut the communication. The bridge returned to dim light, illuminating the inexorable advance toward the capital. In the high command room, Valerius and the elders remained. Elder Primus was silent with a somber face. Commander Valerius, almost unsure how to react, ordered the head of the planetary defense forces, prepare the defenses. Activate the orbital platforms and mobilize all reserves. Communicate with Caprax and Aarchon, tell them to mobilize at full speed. If we resist long enough, perhaps one of them will arrive in time. Let all the power of the hegemony concentrate here. If HFY wants civil war, he shall have it. Alarms began to blare in the capital, Caartoxes Prime, marking the start of a storm that would decide the fate of the hegemony. Location, galactic nexus of the new council. Naelth and Solari looked at each other. They knew this was inevitable. He's going to try to convince us to have Lockster withdraw and leave HFY alone, Solari murmured. That won't happen, at least not until Valerius's regime is ended once and for all. We need Lockster and his forces to complete their mission, and in the interim, prepare our defenses for his return. When Valerius falls, the hegemony won't attack us immediately. First, they will have to resolve their power struggle between the three remaining leaders, HFY, Caprax, and Aarchon. By the time they resolve that mess, our galaxy will be prepared, even if they unite against us. I want to see the face this nefarious being makes when he asks for help. It might be the last time we see his hideous face. Let it be for history. Save every frame, every cycle of audio and video. This will give us power in the future. When all this ends, we will play it on every world in the Milky Way, so everyone knows it was us, along with the terrestrials, who liberated the galaxy from the terror of this plague. Not like the old, cowardly council. Connecting full audio and visual, Solari announced. The image of Valerius stabilized. New council, Valerius began, his voice resonating with forced authority. I have heard of you. HFY gave you the green light to eliminate your old council, and in that moment, you took advantage to seize power. It was a good move, I admit. But joining him to directly attack the capital, it is a suicidal act. I don't understand how you dared to go so far. Solari raised a hand, cutting him off with a calm and mortally serious gesture. Commander Valerius. You didn't call us to give us moral lessons. Go straight to the point. Though I can already imagine what you're going to say. I only answered because I wanted to see your face for the first and last time. Incredulity took over Valerius's countenance. It is incredible, the lack of respect with which you speak to me. However, if you order your army to retreat, if you leave HFY alone in this suicidal attack and beg for clemency, we could be lenient. Think about it, you have no chance. By the time reinforcements arrive, you will be finished. If that happens, it happens, Solari replied. I recently went through much more complicated situations, and yet here I am, ruling the Milky Way. We finished off our own authorities, and now we are coming for yours. I can handle this too. Solari straightened up. You are not talking to the old council. Things are different now. Valerius hesitated, his disbelief transforming into rage. Think carefully. What if I order Caprax and Archon not to come to the capital for reinforcements, but instead divert them to attack you directly? Solari let out a laugh. I've already analyzed that possibility. And I know perfectly well you won't do that. You're trying to manipulate me. Caprax and Archon will go directly to the capital because you, in case you lose the battle, will hide there waiting for them to arrive. One way or another, you are finished. If that happens, you will be exposed. Your entire world will see how you hid like the insect you are. No one will respect you after that. Solari's voice grew more powerful. I heard the rumor that Elder Primus ordered HFY to attack the terrestrials again and you agreed. And that, based on that, this coup was generated. Look at the trouble your own people got you into. You are not fit to rule. Solari, I assure you this will not end like this, Valerius responded, control vanishing from his voice. When we are done with HFY, we will come after you. Don't worry about that, Solari replied. We will be waiting for you. But we both know it won't come to that. The hologram dissolved. Valerius had cut the communication. Chapter 57, The Fall of Elder Primus. Location, Hegemony Command Chambers, capital of the Kartak Empire. Time, immediately after the communication cut with Solari, the hologram extinguished, leaving a trail of luminous mist over the control table. Supreme Commander Valerius stood rigid. His eyes, now stripped of any vestige of his usual arrogance, fixed upon the circle of hegemony elders. Solari and HFY are right, Valerius hissed, his voice low and laced with venom. He looked directly at the oldest among them, Primus, the lead strategist. This is your fault, Primus. You caused this. You pushed for that stupid terrestrial attack and gave HFY the exact pretext for a coup d'état. Now, you will have to answer for it. Primus attempted to speak, his mouth trembling, but Valerius cut him off at the root. You are going to a military tribunal, the Supreme Commander sentenced. And most likely, you will be executed. He gestured to the guards flanking the room. Take Primus away. The trial must be held as soon as possible. We have no time for litanies or delays. HFY is only days away. The guards, trained for absolute obedience, surrounded the trembling elder, whose muffled protests were lost as he was dragged out of the room. The message was clear, loyalty no longer guaranteed survival, and the hegemony was beginning to devour itself under the pressure of the imminent attack. Valerius turned toward the remaining officers, his eyes cold, and the command table lit up with a star map reddened by HFY's proximity data. The true battle, Valerius knew, was only just beginning. Location, New Council Chamber, Galactic Nexus. Time, minutes after the communication cut with Supreme Commander Valerius. In the center of the new council chamber, a holographic star map projected the locations of the hegemony fleets. The tension in the room was palpable, but Solari handled it with an almost unreal calm. Naelth was the first to speak, pointing to two large clusters beginning to shift from the edges of the map toward the center, finally. Caprax and Archon's troops have started to move. Valerius reached out to them, Solari noted. They will move their forces to relieve the pressure on the capital. It is their natural move. Naelth hesitated. But, do you think it is remotely possible that any of them will head here? A preemptive strike against our power base? Unlikely, Solari replied. Valerius will try to resist until they arrive. Even if one of them were to attack us directly, it would take them weeks to cross the distance. And by then... He paused. We will already have the Milky Way partially defended. The terrestrials are the key. With the amount of raw materials we brought them this time, Solari continued, they are going to ramp up their production. We could have 2 or 3 more missiles than we already have, weapons the hegemony doesn't even understand, and perhaps, they will give us more nuclear warheads. At first, they gave us a few as a symbolic gesture, but this time they will deliver more for the common good. He looked at Naelth with determination. In a few days, or perhaps a week, I will go to Earth. I will explain the situation, I will show them how close we are to victory. We have fulfilled our pact, and now they must fulfill theirs. That would only be necessary in case Valerius commits the stupidity of sending a minor fleet here before HFY reaches the capital. But it won't happen. He is cornered. All his attention is on the fate of his pathetic empire. Naelth, nervous about the situation they had reached, asked Solari, "Doesn't all of this make you nervous? We are governing the galaxy after having finished off the old council, and now we are sending troops, and when the time comes, we will have the entire Kartak hegemony against us, even HFY. I'm glad it doesn't look like I'm nervous," Solari replied. "I understand the situation, and yes, it makes me nervous. But I also understand that one has to do what must be done to fix things. If we did nothing, the galaxy was going to turn into ashes. Don't forget the massacre these genocidal beings committed in the past. They pulverized 42 worlds and no one dared to go against them. We did the right thing, and we will see what happens next. Of course, HFY will be furious when Lockster takes his chance and leaves him alone, but first, he will have to solve his internal problems before seeking revenge." Chapter 58, Preparation for the Assault. Location, Bridge of the Flagship, HFY's fleet. Time, the final hours before reaching the capital. The massive viewport of the bridge showed the capital of the hegemony in all its magnitude. HFY's fleet was no longer moving. The time for waiting had ended, only the attack remained. HFY turned toward General Thrak with a dangerous calm. "General, it is almost time. Our objective is clear, we will destroy all their defenses and capture, then eliminate, Valerius. And as a priority, Elder Primus and the others." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crew. "I want our troops to know the truth, this conflict was caused by those elders and their failures. Lockster's troops will simply provide support. They will attack by our side, see to it. The capital's defenses could not prepare properly," Thrak confirmed, pointing to several indicators on the tactical screen. "They didn't have time to recall all their ships either, they are disorganized. Furthermore, Valerius's people are afraid, even if they don't show it." "I know," HFY said. "They aren't used to an attack on the capital." His expression hardened. "But Valerius must have a secret escape plan or a place to hide if he loses the battle. We must have a team dedicated to tracking him. We cannot allow the Supreme Leader to hide and return later to cause more trouble." While they reviewed the final details of the attack plan, an alert lit up on the communications panel. "Valerius requests communication. I will answer. It will be the last time I give him the chance to speak with me. If he is still alive when this is over, he will only hear his execution sentence in front of everyone, his, and the elders who accompany him. Connect full audio and visual." Valerius's figure appeared in the hologram. He looked tense, yet he tried to maintain his posture of authority. "HFY, Valerius said, his voice sounding forced. "I understand the reason why you came. And though this is a great betrayal, I want you to know that Elder Primus has already been executed for being incompetent. His death should be enough to stop this." Valerius continued, making his last desperate offer, "Withdraw your ships. Return to the capital to be judged, and I promise you will not be sentenced to death. Years of prison await you, but you will live. If you do not, you already know the end." HFY maintained silence for a moment, letting Valerius's words die in the air. Then, he responded with a cold, firm voice. "The end? The end will be us eliminating you. I will sentence you to death when the battle is over. There is no other option. The fact that you condemned Primus will not calm me down. I personally wanted to kill him myself, so it has the opposite effect. The situation is irreversible. This ends now. No matter what happens after this battle, you are going down. The totalitarian system of government that you have controlled for thousands of years ends today, with your defeat. Without waiting for a response, HFY gave the order to his officer. Cut the communication immediately. Valerius's hologram vanished, leaving the bridge in deep silence. The last chance for peace, however small, had disappeared. HFY looked at his fleet, then at the capital of the Kartak Empire. The attack was about to begin. Chapter 59, Low Orbit Deployment. Location, orbit of the planet Kartaxis Prime, capital of the hegemony. Time, minutes before the start of the assault. HFY's flagship held its strategic position, surrounded by the bulk of his fleet. The planet Kartaxis Prime filled the view. The air on the bridge was tense, charged with the silent urgency of the imminent battle. HFY turned to General Thrak. Begin final preparations, HFY ordered, his voice resonating with an authority that allowed no rebuttal. Review the attack plan one more time. I want zero errors in execution. Thrak nodded solemnly and activated the large star map detailing the capital's defensive structure. The assault plan stands, Thrak began. Our vanguard fleet will initiate the first phase. The primary objective is twofold. Bombard the 3 orbital defense platforms and neutralize the main planetary shield generator. This will open a passage for the landing ships. And the expected resistance? HFY asked. We expect strong initial resistance, though less than it should be due to the surprise and lack of preparation time. There is likely a significant number of emergency new recruits with no real battle experience, Thrak replied bluntly. Valerius still controls several reserve fleets, and we know his destroyers are positioned. The possibility of casualties in the vanguard is medium. We estimate we could lose between 20 and 25% of our fighters in the initial orbital assault to secure entry. HFY nodded. Let the squadrons know. We will not waste time on minor skirmishes. Thrak continued, pointing to a key location on the surface. Once the shields fall, our main force, the landing ships, will make a rapid entry and deliver our assault troops to the designated zone. The mission on the surface is a lightning strike. Locate, capture, and ensure the elimination of Valerius. And the support troops? HFY asked. Lockster's allied fleet will accompany our main force, staying in a reserve and reinforcement formation, Thrak explained. Their mission will be to provide fire support and cover any flank that remains exposed if Valerius attempts an evasive maneuver or a massive counterattack. They will not be given a primary objective, only to secure our rear. Thrak finished his report on the point that concerned HFY the most. We have teams ready for an attack. If resistance is too strong in the landing zone, we will have to keep attacking. Surrender is not an option. We win or we die. We will fulfill the objective of eliminating Valerius before the reinforcements from Caprax or Archon can even draw near. HFY closed his eyes for an instant, feeling the weight of the thousands of lives about to be risked. Then he opened them, his resolve firm. General, have all ships prepare their combat systems. Start the countdown. The hegemony falls today. Chapter 60, The Flare of the Assault. Location, low orbit of Kartaxis Prime. Time, end of the countdown. The countdown ended with a deafening roar that shook HFY's flagship. Space, once dark and silent, instantly turned into a hell of light and fire. From the command bridge, HFY watched the start of the attack. The fleets, led by General Thrak and Admiral Vale with thousands of ships, dove toward the hegemony's orbital defenses, accompanied by Lockster's fleets. The air was filled with shouts and status reports as the first ships exploded in flashes of plasma. The hegemony is responding with everything they have, Commander, General Thrak informed him. Their heavy cannons are targeting our largest vessels. Phase 1 was critical, neutralize the planetary shields. HFY saw the main squadrons break away, flying in attack and evasion patterns to confuse the enemy targeting systems. The battle was not simple, it was a complex web of crossfire. The hegemony ships attacked with ferocity. Use the long-range missiles. Do not stop until that layer of protection is gone. HFY ordered. Dozens of missiles streaked out from HFY's fleet. The impact was massive. 2 of the 3 defense platforms exploded in a chain reaction that illuminated the orbit. However, the remaining platform held, concentrating its fire on the approaching fighters. The 3rd platform is still active. HFY shouted. And they have deployed a new line of interceptor fighters from the atmosphere. They are trying to buy time. HFY did not hesitate. Have half of Lockster's fleet divert. Their mission is simple, keep those fighters occupied and protect our landing ships. Let them serve as reinforcements on the outer line. As the battle intensified, the primary objective drew near. HFY's ships finally managed to concentrate enough fire on the shield generator. For an instant, the planet Toxis Prime seemed to glow intensely, and then, the energy dome protecting it dissipated. Shields down. We did it, an officer shouted. HFY, anxious to finish Valerius, saw they were able to breach the planetary shield, though at a high cost of lost ships. General HFY, order immediate landing. Have the first wave of troops head to the capital. There is no time to waste. Emperor HFY prepared to watch the descent of his troops, knowing that the price of this partial victory would be paid with a large number of casualties on the ground. The fall of the shields was only the end of the first act. The true hunt for Valerius was about to begin. Chapter 61, The War of Attrition in Orbit and the Descent. Location, orbit and surface of Toxis Prime. Time, hours of uninterrupted combat. The orbital battle stretched on for hours, transforming from a lightning assault into a brutal war of attrition. From the command bridge, HFY's face reflected the tension of the struggle. Victory was a certainty. The hegemony ships fought with blind desperation, utilizing heavy surface cannons to support their fleets. Emperor, the enemy fleet is attempting to surround us. General HFY shouted. Have Lockster's ships move into action. Use the hit-and-run tactics we planned. We don't want a frontal fight. We only want chaos. Lockster's support ships were fast. They dispersed and launched themselves like a furious swarm. Their vessels did not stop to engage, they approached enemy destroyers, unleashed a barrage of missiles or a rapid bombardment against vulnerable points, such as engines and communication towers, and immediately turned back at maximum speed to vanish before a counterattack could land. They repeated the cycle over and over, hit and run. This tactic, while not destroying the massive ships, kept Valerius's fleet constantly wounded and disorganized, unable to concentrate their firepower. Finally, HFY delivered a report to HFY. Damage report after hours of sustained combat, HFY announced. We have won the orbit, HFY reported. The shields are completely inactive, all 3 orbital platforms have been destroyed, and a large part of the hegemony's defending fleet is incapacitated or has retreated. We have secured the landing zones. Enemy morale is completely broken, their formations have disintegrated. We have fulfilled the first phase. And the cost? We suffered a significant number of casualties among the assault crews. Our fuel and ammunition supplies are low, but we can resupply with planetary resources and what remains of Valerius's army. We won't be able to convince the high-level generals, but we can convince the mid-level ones to join us. It would be a good idea to recruit a large portion of the civilian population, offering them an opportunity in a new empire. The properties of our fallen enemies could serve as an offering for new soldiers, along with the promise of a better life than the one they had. Rebellion against us serves them no purpose, they will ensure their survival and that of their families. We need to show Caprax and AR Khan that we have everything under control here. We must start organizing. HFY nodded. Yes, good idea, General. We have a window of 2 to 3 weeks, but let's start from the beginning. Order the landing teams to capture all of Valerius's generals and soldiers. HFY stepped onto the surface of KR Toxis Prime. The ground was a mixture of charred debris and dust, the air smelled of burnt metal and bitter victory. The capital was in flames. Flanked by his personal guard, HFY walked among the first troops securing the zone. General Th-Rak, having fulfilled the mission of winning the battle and taking control of the capital, warned Emperor HFY that Valerius and the elders were gone. A captured general had confirmed it. It seems he activated an escape protocol just before the shields fell. Chapter 62, Recruitment by Merit. Location, Command Hall of the capital, now under HFY's control. Time, hours after the city was taken. HFY occupied the imposing command chair, the same one Valerius had used for years to dictate his tyranny. General Th-Rak stood by his side, along with Admiral Vale and the Lord Scientist, reviewing the latest reports. The room was quiet, but the tension was palpable. Valerius remained a fugitive. Emperor, the search for Valerius continues in the lower tunnels, Th-Rak informed him. We have captured Valerius's generals, but their loyalty is doubtful. What is the order? Loyalty is not bought, General, it is earned, HFY replied with a cold gaze. Formally arrest the generals. Their time in power is over. We will not trust the high-level generals, at least for now. Later, when everything is organized, they will receive a fair trial and perhaps be released. But for now, they remain in custody. However, their troops do matter to us. We need their experience and their ships. Bring in the mid- and low-level officers who were captured. They are the backbone of the army. They are the ones who truly know the soldiers. Minutes later, the mid-rank officers were escorted into the hall. They were younger, and their desperation was more evident. HFY spoke to them directly, without preamble. I am HFY. And you are in the capital of the hegemony, which is now under our control. Your generals are under arrest. Valerius abandoned you to hide in the sewers, and before fleeing, your leaders executed Elder Primus for incompetence. He paused to let them assimilate the new reality. Your old system devoured itself. You are competent officers. Why should you continue to follow a hiding ghost or generals who allowed this defeat? A young officer spoke with a trembling voice, our troops will follow us, but we are loyal to the hegemony. The hegemony you knew is dead, HFY sentenced. I do not ask for blind loyalty. I offer you something Valerius never gave you, command by merit. You will be promoted to the positions your traitorous generals left vacant. You have fought well, now you will fight for freedom. HFY addressed the group with a direct offer, to all of you and the troops under your command, you will be granted total amnesty. Your families will be protected. Your ships will be repaired, and you will receive full supplies, better than what Valerius gave you. As of today, you become the new leaders of your respective units, answering only to me, and to General Th-Rak and Admiral Vale in that order. You decide if you want a second chance or if you prefer to die. You have the choice. The officers looked at one another, understanding the opportunity. Most of them had been frustrated by the foolish orders of the generals. Now, defeat was turning into a sudden promotion. I understand the situation, Emperor HFY, said the young commander who had spoken before. I fulfilled my duty before, so I will fulfill my duty now. I will do my part. HFY nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. General Th-Rak, begin the promotion process and the oath of loyalty immediately. Commanders, your first order is to ensure every unit knows that Valerius is a cowardly fugitive. In that way, I will understand you are on our side. The battle is over, and the new leadership trusts you. If you do things well, all will go well. If not, the punishment will be legendary. Chapter 63, Strategy at the Galactic Nexus. Location. Stellar Chamber of the New Council, Galactic Nexus. Time, immediately after the successful assault on the hegemony capital. The large holographic screen in the center of the stellar chamber flickered, showing chaotic but victorious images of the assault on the capital. The message was clear: the hegemony had fallen. Solari watched the recordings of the explosions with contained satisfaction, standing alongside Naelth. It is a decisive triumph. XYLAR has delivered, Solari affirmed, turning to Naelth. This is the exact moment to consolidate our position. We must wait for Lockster to return before holding an emergency meeting with the planetary representatives. We cannot have a meeting before then due to a possible information leak. If Emperor XYLAR finds out what will be discussed in that meeting, he will kill Lockster. Solari walked through the room. Remember, for now, communication with Lockster must be zero for security reasons. No one in his circle must suspect what is happening. We cannot take that risk until he returns with the troops. He knows that as soon as he has the chance, he must return with the rest of his fleet. The images he sent confirm that XYLAR won the battle, Naelth commented. That will keep XYLAR focused on the capital and not on us. Exactly. While XYLAR ties his own hands there, we secure loyalty here, Solari said. It is time to install the counter-frequency nodes in as many worlds as possible. That will reassure the delegates and prove to them that we are more than prepared to govern. Basically, we are their saviors, alongside the terrestrials. We cannot deny or omit that. The chamber door opened, and a tall man with a severe face entered. It was General Kalen, the military chief Solari had placed in command of all the Nexus defenses. General Kalen, just in time, Solari said. I want you present when the delegates arrive. It is vital that the planetary representatives meet you and understand that the military power protecting us is real and is here, under our command. Your presence will give them the security that the old and weak council could never offer. Kalen squared his shoulders. I will be ready for the security report. The defense systems are 100% operational. Location, Command Center, KR Toxis Prime. The holographic map room of the capital, now in XYLAR's hands, hummed with the tension of a new regime. XYLAR observed the movements of his new units while his lieutenants presented reports. The High Command has been arrested and informed of a fair trial in the future, an officer reported, and their subordinates are being evaluated. We have recruited 3/4 of the squadron captains and half of the lieutenants. Loyalty is a scarce commodity in times of change, XYLAR replied. And ambition is a powerful engine. Incorporate them. Fresh and ambitious blood is what we need. But let's set the recruits aside for now. Any news on Valerius and the elders? Nothing conclusive, Emperor. The assault teams have swept the upper levels and are now at the access points of the maintenance tunnels. It seems they vanished. The reports on the search for Valerius and the elders are disappointing. I need you to reinforce the search. Have your people join the tunnel inspection. We cannot allow them to escape. Their flight would be a dangerous symbol, it could influence new recruits or their former soldiers, generating more chaos. We need to organize the Empire as soon as possible. Just then, Lockster took the opportunity to speak. His face showed a mix of concern and determination. Emperor XYLAR, permit me to suggest a change of focus. The capital is vast, but if Valerius is as cunning as rumored, knowing we were going to take it means he might have fled beforehand. The tunnels could be a decoy, a distraction to buy time. Are you saying Valerius is not in the tunnels? Would he have had time to go elsewhere? XYLAR asked. Lockster nodded, but his response was unexpected. It is evident that something is wrong with this search. XYLAR straightened up, interested. What do you propose? That my soldiers focus on other sectors of the planet. With the personnel I have, we can perform a sweep of the cities. I will deploy all my staff for the search, thousands of soldiers searching house by house. If they aren't underground, they must be on the surface, hiding in plain sight. If they are on the planet, we will find them before the day is over. HFY considered the plan. Lockster, your proposal offers broader coverage. So be it. Prepare your teams. Let the search be exhaustive, but do not generate terror among the civilians. I will need to recruit many of them soon. Initially, I will offer them an opportunity. If that doesn't work, I will use fear instead. Let there be no corner of this planet where we do not look. It shall be done, Lockster replied and withdrew. In the improvised command center of his own troops, far from HFY's surveillance, Lockster moved with feverish urgency. His men, the hardened survivors of the assault, prepared to board the ships that were still operational and which they had managed to secure in the landing sector. Ensure every man is at his post on the operational ships. Lockster ordered with a powerful voice. Lockster paused, his gaze fixed on his second-in-command, Callias. Callias, it is time to leave at full speed. HFY has too many problems right now, the reorganization of his troops, the pacification of the capital, the hunt. They won't be able to follow us in their current state. Callias asked Lockster, are we not going to look for Valerius, Commander? Are we leaving? Lockster lowered his voice, ensuring only Callias could hear. I regret not informing you sooner, Callias, but this was absolute top secret. There is no search. Valerius and the elders are being intensely hunted, and using the excuse of searching the surface, I will take the opportunity for us to leave. By the time they realize it, we'll have crossed the atmosphere. They won't have the intention to follow us, they already have too many problems. We have already agreed on this plan with Solari and Naelf. We have fulfilled our deal to facilitate the assault and create this distraction. They are waiting for us with defenses prepared, the terrestrial resonance missiles and part of the galactic army. They are taking advantage to arrange the empire. We must go now. We must leave before HFY realizes his men are searching for ghosts. Callias's surprise was total, but he recovered quickly. Understood, Commander. We will give the order to the pilots. We are leaving. Chapter 64. The escape from the capital. Location, Chamber of the New Galactic Council. Time, minutes after Lockster exited the atmosphere of the planet Krtoxis Prime. The chamber's communication system let out an alert. Lockster is requesting communication, the system announced. Connect full audio and visual, Solari responded. Lockster, I see you managed to escape. I am very glad to hear it, Solari said. By now, HFY must have found out. They aren't following you, are they? Apparently not, Lockster replied. They are busy coordinating their arrival, assigning troops, and setting up defenses. They are also still searching for Valerius. They have no time to come after me. Good. When this communication ends, Naelf will ask the planetary representatives to convene. Our defenses are waiting for your arrival in a few days. Everything is going well. How did you manage to escape without raising suspicion? Moving that many ships should have triggered an alert quickly. You shouldn't have been able to cross the atmosphere. I took advantage of the moment they were searching for the elders, Lockster explained. They are hidden somewhere, so I told HFY they were most likely hiding somewhere on the planet's surface, and I used that as my chance to escape. Well done, Solari replied. Focus on your return. We are close to ending this nightmare, and you will return as a liberator. You, me, Naelf, and the terrestrials. We will see if they decide to join the Galactic Council. It's not that I necessarily want that to happen, but at the very least, we must offer it and insist in the future. If only to acknowledge their role in this situation, which will set a precedent for history. That is fine, Lockster replied. I need to rest for a while. I've been very on edge these last few days, even if I tried not to show it. Lockster cut the communication. Naelf, it is time to call the meeting. Have the planetary representatives come as soon as possible. Chapter 65, The Offer and the Test of Loyalty. Location, Chamber of the New Galactic Council. Time, minutes after the end of the communication with Lockster. It's done. I've requested the meeting with the planetary representatives, Nailth said. They will arrive in approximately 2 or 3 hours. They are anxious to know the situation, they know there is good news. Emperor HFY is requesting communication, the system announced. Well, the time has come, Solari said. Connect full audio and visual. The figure of Emperor HFY appeared in the communication hologram. New Galactic Council. I gave you support to finish off the old council. We made a deal that you accepted, and now you betray me. You knew from the beginning that Lockster was going to leave. He made me believe he would help me in the campaign, and now he is gone. Just as I finished Valerius, I will finish you for betraying me. No one betrayed you, Nailth replied. We fulfilled our part. We helped you take down your king. Our debt is paid. HFY, with disbelief, responded, Lockster was supposed to be providing support in the campaign, even if only as a symbolic gesture with his troops, representing an alliance with the Milky Way to make negotiations easier during this power vacuum. Now you have left me exposed. But do not worry, I have Valerius's defenses, and we are reinforcing the planetary shields. Whether Caprax and AR Khan like it or not, it makes no sense for them to attack us. They have no leader. They would have no reason to strike. But even if they did, I can handle them too. Are you sure about that? Solari asked. It's true, there is no reason to attack in principle, but how can you trust them? How do you know if, sooner or later, they won't conspire to go against you and rule among themselves? Think about it, HFY. Perhaps right now they are conspiring, making you believe they are on your side. After all, they have the perfect excuse. That will not happen, HFY replied. An attack makes no sense. They have everything served to them. They will rule alongside me, or the only other option is another civil war, and that serves no one. They will understand that the old government was corrupt and is dead. We will leave the past behind, and then we will come for you. If that is the case, we will be waiting for you, Solari responded. And I don't care about your situation, nor how you run your empire. I have too much to do here to worry about you. You used to come to our galaxy as if it were your own home. For a long time, I have wanted to rule the Milky Way, and I knew from the start that you were a plague. Whether you move forward with your empire or not is your business, I don't care. Perhaps you haven't heard, but we are allied with the terrestrials, and we possess several resonance missiles. You are no longer permitted to appear in our territory as you did before. Solari leaned forward. If you do so without our authorization, we will consider it an act of invasion, and all defense protocols will be activated. Worry about ruling your galaxy, and we will rule ours. We finished you. We destroyed your old government and liberated the galaxy from the terror you inflicted upon it. Solari cut the communication. Nailth, with an expression of pure satisfaction, said, Incredible, Solari. You hit him right in his pride. He got what he deserved. Those genocidal monsters will not bother us again, Solari replied. Location, Chamber of the New Galactic Council. Time, 2 hours after the communication with HFY. The chamber of the new council was packed. The planetary representatives, key figures from different worlds across the Milky Way, sat in a semicircle, their faces a mixture of relief and deep nervousness. The recent fall of the hegemony, combined with the speed of the summons, had sent their anxiety skyrocketing. Solari took the central podium, his posture exuding calm and power, flanked by Nailth and the imposing General Kalen. Honorable planetary leaders, Solari began, his voice resonating with firmness. The new Galactic Council has achieved what the old, cowardly regime never could, the effective defeat of Valerius. We allied ourselves with the only force that dared to fight, and we obtained the key to your security. We have secured the blueprints and the formula for the manufacturing of the counter-frequency nodes. This is the technology that counteracts the dreaded planetary absorption that KRTAC technology used to terrify the old council, a power that kept them paralyzed and has now been rendered useless for extraction. We are going to deliver that solution to each of you. Take it immediately to the scientists and engineers of your worlds. Everything is detailed and translated into galactic standard language. Work without rest. In a few days, this defensive technology must be functioning at maximum capacity in your orbits. The KRTAC hegemony is weakened and plunged into an internal power struggle. They cannot attack us now, they are too busy resolving their own political problems. Meanwhile, Lockster is already on his way. I tell you this now because the moment demands it. We have at least 2 terrestrial resonance missiles on this station, weapons capable of incapacitating entire fleets. And because we fulfilled our part of the deal, we will obtain more. We expect to secure more in perhaps a week. No one, not even XYLAR or the remnants of the hegemony, will dare to attack a system protected by such power. We had to keep this a secret until this moment to avoid being eliminated prematurely. The KRTAC hegemony is weakened and locked in an internal struggle for power. But we need to secure our defenses for when Lockster returns with the surviving troops. Our galaxy is partially defended in case they attempt a retaliatory strike, but survival is a collective effort. I ask you, for the safety of your worlds and your families, that each of you send troops and combat ships with a commander to this station, even if only as a symbolic gesture and a show of loyalty. Keep your armies protecting your own worlds, but send units here. Help us protect the galaxy from invaders. These forces will be under the direct command of General Kalen. Kalen stepped forward, his presence reinforcing the seriousness of the military proposal. General Kalen helped us rid ourselves of the useless council that had condemned you, and he handled the exchange of raw materials for terrestrial weaponry, Solari continued. He was part of the solution. He knows how to win. A planetary representative stood cautiously, breaking the silence. Commander Solari, this offer of defense is invaluable, the delegate said. Having reached this situation and achieved the fall of the hegemony demonstrates your capacity to govern. We cannot deny that the old council left us defenseless. We will fulfill our part. The delegate made a gesture of recognition. We will send the requested troops and ships. A commander from our fleet will immediately place themselves under General Kalen's command. Another representative stood up, nodding at the words of his colleague. I agree. The existence of the resonance missiles and the current weakness of the hegemony is the best proof that the power is now with you. We will not repeat the mistake of inaction. We appreciate the opportunity for real defense. The new galactic order begins here, and we will be with you. Finally, Solari asked for silence for a moment. I must clarify one thing so you do not think we have set aside the terrestrials in our alliance. We offered them a seat on the council, but they did not accept. I believe their interest is simply local, but if the galaxy needs them, they will be there. I must clarify that they do not easily trust anyone outside their own world. So far, they have only been able to trust me, Naelf, and Lockster, and it was not easy. Perhaps in the future, you will have more news from them. That is all for now. I will keep you informed of any developments. Begin immediately, so that the galaxy may live in peace, protected from end to end.